Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
All right, we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I don't know why Rumble is acting up right now. Let me get this thing figured out real fast. I don't know why it's like a black screen over there. It's kind of weird. YouTube is fine, but for some odd reason, Rumble is acting weird. And I don't know why that is. Looking at the Rumble studio, it should be here. So I don't know what the hell is going on here. Bear with me, chat. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Let me see. I gotta call Bills real quick, guys. Man, it's always something. It is always something going on. Can't have a stream without some bullshit going on.
Myron, talk to me.
Yo, what's up, bro? For some odd reason on Rumble Studio, it just has a black screen.
On Rumble Studio.
Yeah, I'll show you. Like, look at that.
What in the blood clot?
Yeah, Rumble's down, but YouTube is, I don't know what the hell's going on.
What the hell? Go to OBS real quick. Let me see OBS.
OBS, okay. I'm over here. YouTube is fine.
Okay, and show me the ATEM part. Let me see the ATEM tab real quick. You're not sending to Rumble Studio.
Let me try hitting that. Oh, I think we're good now.
Okay, yeah. Maybe ATEM just glitched out for a second. Sometimes it can do that sometimes.
Okay, all right. Cool. Well, all right then, cool. I thank you, brother. We're good on Rumble now. Let me try hitting that. I think we're good now. I think we're good. W Bills, guys. W Bills.
Maybe ATEM just glitched
Later.
out. Sometimes it can
All right. Okay. All right. All right. We're live, ninjas. Welcome to the goddamn stream. Okay. We're I think we're good. W Bills, guys. W Bills. Later. All right. Okay. All right. We're live. Sorry. All the wild echo. My bad. We're good now. We're good. No echo. No more echo. All right, guys. Give me O slashes as everything is good. Audio, video, everything else like that. Give me O slashes and we'll get going into this thing. Also, the sound effects should be good. USB should be good. No, there's no more echo now. All right, Rumble's giving me all O slashes. YouTube should be as well. Give me O slashes if we're good now. Okay, cool, cool. Now we are good. All right. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay. So let me go ahead and get this going real quick. Man. All right, guys. I'm just doing one more thing and then we're gonna get going here. All right, that's done. Bam. And then all right, guys, I'm gonna get a quick little drink and then turn on the AC so it doesn't get burnt. The cameras don't keep turning off because we're gonna be having a great one today. Bear with me real quick, guys. All right. All right, guys. So we're going to be covering the Karen Read case today. This has been a highly requested one. You guys have been asking for this case for a very, very long time. And I was digging into it yesterday, and I was like, oh, now I see why you guys want this case so bad, right? It has all the elements of a case that people would want to hear, right? We're talking about conspiracies, cover-ups, etc. So let's get right into it. Let's dive in, guys. So, death of John O'Keefe. In the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, Boston Police Department Officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside the home of Boston Police Officer Brian Albert in Canton, Massachusetts. Now, Canton, guys, I think one of the girls that came on the show, actually, was from Canton. Canton's like a suburb a few miles outside the city. Let me show you guys on a map. And this is bringing back like crazy nostalgia because for those of you that don't know, I went to college in Boston, so all of this definitely brings back a lot of memories. I remember going to Canton a few times when I was on the job as an intern. So, you know, it's not too far. And let me show you guys here. Right here. Boom. So it's not that far. Right it's on Interstate 95. And then you could take 93 to get into the city. But as you guys could see, pretty close, man. Pretty close to the city of Boston. His body was discovered by his girlfriend, Karen Read. Read had dropped O'Keefe off at the Albert residence the night before and had not heard from him since. Read was subsequently arrested and charged with second-degree murder, manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of a deadly crash. Prosecutors allege that Read hit O'Keefe with an SUV and left the scene. So obviously, they after this happened, guys, she went to trial, and the trial basically was deadlocked and ended up becoming a mistrial. So she went to trial again, and right now, as we speak, they're doing her retrial. Okay, started in April. Okay, so that's where we kind of stand there now, but I'm going to go over the facts of the first case so that things make a bit more sense for you guys, all right? Let me see if I got any chats here, make sure. Mr. Keeping It Real, hey, Myron, what do you think about foreign students not being able to stay in Harvard because of them boys? Well, you guys know why I played Early Life before. Hey, how you guys like that song, by the way, bro? Lucas Gage made it. Lucas Gage made it. It's funny because like people start listening to it like, what the hell is this Teletubby song? And then once you listen to the lyrics, you're like, oh shit. It's actually really funny. So you got to just pay attention. But it's great though because I don't get hit with copyright on it. Since I don't get hit with copyright on it, it makes it a lot better. So yeah. Also, guys, do me a favor. Like the video, man. All right, like the video. And then let me see here if we got any chats. Nope. Okay. I think we're caught up here. All right. So we're going to play this video here. It's called Key Details to Know Before Her Retrial. Okay, so this is going to kind of bring you guys up to speed on the case when she got arrested the first time.
Karen Read case timeline, key events leading up to her retrial. John O'Keefe, a Massachusetts police officer, tragically lost his life in January 2022. His girlfriend, Karen Read, was accused of causing his death.
All right, this one, I don't like this one so much. Fuck that. We're going to find you a better one right now. I looked at a couple of these things, so, I know I got a good one here. I think, was it CBS? I think CBS did a good one. Bear with me real quick, chat. Yeah, and Hassan Abi got banned for a day from Twitch, other breaking news, which is fucking wild because apparently they said that he put up like terrorist propaganda because he showed the manifesto of that guy, Elias Rodriguez, and he was criticizing it and they still banned him. Bro, I'm telling you guys, they are looking to absolutely shut down free speech, man. It's coming. They're looking to shut down free speech. It's absolutely fucking crazy. So, let me see here. Bruh. Oh, one sec, chat. All right. I got it right here. This one wasn't bad that I was watching.
Each other.
Nope. Nope. Hold on. Here, I'll play this until I find the other one. I'm gonna find another one for you guys right now.
As she prepares for a retrial in April 2025, here's a look at the critical moments in the case. John O'Keefe's death. January 28, 2022, both the prosecution and defense agree that Read, O'Keefe, and others were drinking together before she dropped him off at a fellow officer's home in Canton, Massachusetts. January 29, 2022, at around 4 a.m., Read realizes O'Keefe has not returned home and begins searching for him with Carrie Roberts and Jennifer Mccabe. Around 6 a.m., she discovers him unresponsive in a snowbank outside the residence of Brian Albert. O'Keefe is later pronounced dead at a hospital, with hypothermia and a head injury cited as the causes. Karen Read's arrest.
All right, so let me go ahead and...
For their trip to...
So basically, guys, they went to a bar and they were drinking, her and her boyfriend, right? And they went up with some friends. After, they were invited to go to an after party. Karen Read said, look, I'm tired. I got a stomachache. I don't want to go. I'll just drop you off. And then she drops him off. What happens after this is where there's a point contention. So on one side, okay, the prosecution says she did a 3-point turn, backed up and hit him, and he fell into the snowbank and died, okay? The evidence that they have for this is a broken taillight, hair on the back of the car, a hair fiber of his on the back of the car, and incriminating statements that she made to first responders when they showed up, right? Saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Oh my God, I hit him, right? Because she was in a frantic. That is the timeline from the prosecution. Then the defense basically has a conspiracy theory saying, look, she dropped him off, he went in the house, a dispute arose, and they got into a fight, and he got killed in the house, and then they put the body outside of the house, right? And this is the house that we're talking about here, guys. I have it right here, 34 Fairview Road, right? This is where the murder allegedly occurred, inside this house, according to the defense, right? And they left his body right here. So after she didn't hear from him for hours, right, she came back, and that's when they discovered his body. So basically, what the defense is trying to illustrate, they're saying, look, this was a cover-up by the police because the person that they went to go see at the house was a police officer with a bunch of his cop friends. And then on top of that, the trooper that ran this case, Trooper Proctor, okay, he knew these guys as well. And he had some inappropriate text messages with his chain of command, right, as he was investigating this case. And they cross-examined him on that quite a bit. But that's the general, very broad overview of the case, okay? The jury deadlocked when they went to trial, and now she's doing the retrial. And we're going to talk about the retrial here as well. But let's go ahead and go through a timeline of Karen Reed's case from arrest to trial.
Against my client.
Karen Reed left the courthouse after posting bail, charged with hitting her boyfriend, Boston police officer.
And they charged her with manslaughter, guys. And the reason why they charged her with manslaughter, the big difference between manslaughter and murder, guys, is manslaughter is when you basically kill someone by being reckless, right? For example, you drink and drive, right? And you hit someone on the street. Obviously, you didn't mean to do that. It just was kind of a byproduct of your reckless decisions. But it doesn't rise to the level of premeditated murder, where you're planning it out and you're stalking them and everything else like that, right? So, for example, Elias Rodriguez, that's murder one. Why? Because he stalked the Jewish museum, right? Was waiting for them to come out. As they came out, he pretty much executed them, right? So there was a deliberate thought process to make that happen. Versus with manslaughter, it's more accidental. And that's what they hit her with, the prosecution, because they're claiming, the other thing too that's very important to know, she was very drunk and she barely remembers that night. All of them were drunk. So they're saying you drove drunk, you did a 3-point turn when you dropped them off, and you hit him and you killed him. And guys, January in Boston is freezing. Absolutely freezing.
Sir John O'Keefe.
And this is John O'Keefe right here.
With her SUV early Saturday morning, and
he was a very everybody loved him in the community. Also, another thing about John O'Keefe that a lot of people admired, his sister and her husband died. So he ended up adopting her kids. So he had 2 kids. They weren't his, but he basically took on his nieces and nephews and raised them. And he was like a single dad for them in light of their parents passing away.
Leaving him in a snowbank.
I am disappointed in the rush to judgment against my client.
Reed was in a 2-year relationship with the officer. Last Friday night, say prosecutors, the couple went to 2 bars in
There we go. McCarthy's
Hampton
and CF.
before being invited to an after.
Wait, CF McCarthy's, and what was the other one again?
Against my client.
Reed was in a 2-year relationship with the officer. Last Friday night, say prosecutors, the couple went to 2
Yeah, Waterfall Bar and Grill.
bars in Canton before being invited
CF McCarthy's. Bro, you know how many McCarthy restaurants there are and bars in Boston? Holy, man. Or in the Massachusetts area?
to an after party at this
Boston, Massachusetts area?
Canton home. Prosecutors say she dropped O'Keefe off and left because she was having stomach issues.
She stated that she dropped the victim off. She made a 3-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the victim enter the house.
Also, I think it's important that in the evidence, the vehicle that she used, it showed that there was a 3-point turn was made in the car. It was like one of these like more advanced vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was also a piece of evidence the prosecution used.
She indicated that she first observed the broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it.
Prosecutors say when O'Keefe didn't return home, Reed repeatedly texted him and asked two friends to return to the house in Canton. They discovered his body at the height of the blizzard near a fire hydrant, skull fractured, severe cuts to his arms, eyes swollen shut, and suffering from hypothermia. And when a female paramedic arrived,
She arrived on scene, observed the victim's condition, went to speak to the defendant in regard to any sort of prior medical issues or causality of the injuries that she observed to his face, to which the defendant then made several statements to her indicating, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I think that
Now, that was very important because they're saying, like, look, you know, she's going to be fairly honest right after the incident because, you know, these are what you could consider like damn near spontaneous utterances, right? But it wasn't until she got some more time that, you know, she kind of switched up her story and said that she didn't hit him.
there was a lot of political pressure on this district attorney's office to bring charges in light of the fact that a police officer was the victim here.
the alleged
Also, it's very important for you guys to know that Karen and John O'Keefe were kind of on a rocky patch. Karen had suspected him of cheating and kissing another girl, and she also what was the other thing? Had left him a voicemail saying "fuck you, I hate you." So they had a little bit of a tiff going on.
details unfolded in a courtroom packed with officers and members of two families visibly upset. O'Keefe was the guardian of a niece and nephew, while Reed is an adjunct professor at Bentley University.
Okay, so yes, I double checked. Yeah, there was vehicle data. Digital forensic expert Shannon Burgess testified about data from Reed's SUV indicating a 3-point turn event and a reverse and a backing maneuver consistent with reversing at the time and location where Keefe was found. This data was extracted from a micro SD card in the vehicle's infotainment system.
Do you want to say anything? No comment. Neither family would speak.
Yeah, so if you're gonna do a hit and run, bro, guys, don't do it in one of these in these older cars. Or sorry, make sure you do it in one of these older cars.
As they left, but the head of the Boston Police Department says they're all trying to process this tragedy.
Lose anybody, any member, and especially in circumstances like this, it's tough.
Okay, this is her showing up at the scene. Okay, you guys can see it's fucking freezing. And this is from one of the dash cams.
Dash cam footage, you can hear Karen Reed screaming, then see her running, apparently in distress, as Canton police respond after she discovered her then-boyfriend John O'Keefe's body in a snowbank. Karen addressed that video after court.
I've seen it many times, and it's difficult each time.
Prosecutors say Reed is the person who put O'Keefe there, hitting him with her car hours earlier and leaving him to die in the cold in January 2022. After opening statements, 3 witnesses testified Monday: John's brother Paul, his wife Erin, and the first responding officer.
Miss Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this.
Then in the early hours after John's body was discovered, his sister-in-law Erin described her phone calls with Karen Reed.
Asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night?
Erin O'Keefe told jurors she and Karen were very close, even that Reed confided in her a month earlier that she had caught John kissing another woman. But it was those comments following John's death that made Erin's head turn.
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say. She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again.
Remember, this is just the prosecution's case so far. If you ask Karen Reed's defense attorneys, they say
Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
And on this first day, the defense team did not cross-examine any witnesses, but they will cross-examine that Canton police officer who testified first thing tomorrow morning.
Thankful that we have the team we have.
William Reed leaving court after the second day of testimony in his daughter's murder trial focused on what Karen Reed said.
All right, so now we know what occurred prior and kind of what the narrative is. So now they're going to get into the trial a bit. And then and now once we cover this, then we're going to get into the trial that's going on now, which has been going on for over a month now.
After she found John O'Keefe's body lifeless in the snow.
I hit him.
Is he dead?
Each time she said, is he dead, what was her tone of voice?
She was screaming very loudly.
First responders recounted seeing Reed.
And there's multiple first responders that heard this, firefighters, etc., that came on the scene and heard her saying, I hit him, right? Which obviously is very damaging. Now, you can make the argument, hey, she was drunk, she doesn't even know what she was doing. You know, does that necessarily mean that she's guilty by saying I hit him, or did I hit him, or I'm not sure? You know, it could go either way.
Reed with blood on her face after she gave John CPR. Then they say she admitted hitting him. But the defense team called police out for inaccuracies on reports from that day, asked why they never searched inside that house, and questioned them about another officer who allegedly brought a leaf blower and blew around the snow looking for evidence.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
Even one piece of broken plastic.
I did not.
Experts tell us while the defense spends time poking holes in the police response, the words Karen said immediately following the discovery of John's body are crucial to the prosecutor's case.
I tend to believe that in that moment, Karen Read's going to be more truthful than she would be 36 hours later, let's say, when sitting in front of a police officer and being interrogated, right? She's got more time to reflect. Prosecution's theory, more time to sort of back off of what she said and try to distance herself from those remarks. But in the moment, it's pretty powerful that she was saying to first responders, I hit him.
And Read's defense lawyers also asked one of those paramedics if he thought John O'Keefe's injuries could be from something other than a car, like a fight, for example. He told them he couldn't say.
A long day of testimony revisiting the tragic day a couple years ago that led to this. Karen Read accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend John O'Keefe in 2022. With this SUV, jurors got an in-person look at when they visited the scene. The Canton home, where she allegedly hit him with the vehicle and left him in the driveway. Part of the interior removed. In the back, a broken light. Read herself seemed upbeat about the jury field trip.
We get a very good perspective.
This was after a tense morning between her attorneys and Canton firefighter Katie McLaughlin. This photo showing the two together at the scene the morning after it happened.
She said, I hit him. She repeated it.
Read's attorneys calling McLaughlin's credibility into question, bringing up her connection to the daughter of the Boston police officer who owned this home at the time where O'Keefe's body was found.
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other.
I don't know why it does this here. Let me fast forward this a little bit. Sorry, Bills.
Know the truth.
Go ahead, Bills.
My daughter was factually innocent, and it's tough for me to hear some of this.
Karen Read herself did not join jurors for their trip to the scene in Canton. On the way out of court, she was asked if she would have wanted to. She said, no, I've already been there.
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. Emotional moments inside court as the O'Keefe family listens to the 911 call from the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. That call came from Jennifer Mccabe when she, Karen Read, and Kerry Roberts found John O'Keefe's body outside 34 Fairview Road in Canton. In the background, you can hear Karen screaming.
And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend? No, I think she's passed away.
Testimony revealed that Karen Read became suicidal in the hours that followed. Her father called police on her.
Threats to take her own life.
Karen, what was it like for you to hear those 911 calls?
I've heard those many times too, Christine.
Okay.
They're not easy, but they're revealing.
Monday's witnesses focused mostly on an unusual and challenging police investigation in tough weather. Officers blowing the snow off of possible blood evidence, then collecting it in a neighbor's borrowed Solo cup and transporting it in a stop.
Bro, what the fuck kind of evidence handling is this, man?
And shop bag. Also allegations from the defense that officers actually damaged Karen Read's taillight in the investigation.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
And the afternoon ended with Canton Sergeant.
And the reason why the taillight is so important, guys, because that's a critical piece of evidence that the prosecution is using to go after Karen Read. And they said that there was a hair. So two things. You got the broken taillight. Then they said that they found a hair follicle that belongs to John O'Keefe. And also they were saying that there was remnants of a glass because when he got hit, he had a glass of alcohol. And that was on the bumper as well. So the taillight as well. So that's why they were this taillight in the vehicle is so critical to the defense's, the prosecution's case.
Sergeant Michael Lank on the stand, but without the jury present. He was testifying to a previous relationship with the homeowners at Fairview Road. Now, it hasn't been decided yet whether or not that previous relationship will actually be admitted in front of the jury. We expect to find out tomorrow.
Something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the...
Julie Nagel is among the group of Brian Albert Jr.'s friends who were over the house for his birthday that night. She, friend Sarah, Brian's sister Caitlin Albert, and her boyfriend Tristan Morris all testified Tuesday. Nagel says she was getting a ride home from Jen Mccabe that night when she alerted her friend to something on the lawn in this spot she indicated.
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something.
But she was drunk, she says, and the defense pointed out this observation was first noted in October of 2022 to Trooper Michael Proctor, months after Karen Read was indicted for murder.
You've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
This revelation came after a half day of testimony from others about who saw whom, where, and when, and what many didn't see.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
Absolutely not.
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
I did not. No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
I did not.
No, I did not.
No.
But jurors left the day with the revelation of that black blob on the lawn, a piece of evidence defense attorneys squashed on their way out of court.
Her credibility is completely shot.
Do you think this is a made-up story?
Yeah, I think it's a made-up story.
Describe him as a person.
A nice guy, a good guy.
That's Colin Albert on the stand talking about John O'Keefe. He was 17 when John died and has been pegged by defense attorneys as a possible suspect.
You think so? My opening statement is it's not up to us to solve this case. We think that there are, multiple suspects that the police completely failed to investigate.
Before Colin took the stand, his friend Allie Mccabe did. They're connected in this family tree through mutual cousins, but they're not related. She spoke about harassment her family has faced.
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school, just like a lot of harassment.
Which is why she later screenshotted texts with Colin from that night to prove when he left the house, she says.
He was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
Witnesses earlier testified to seeing a man and a woman, and then just a woman, in a car outside the home that night. The prosecution wants the jury to believe that's because John was already in the snow. The defense suggests he was inside the house, and Colin could have been there with him.
And obviously the two theories are completely, diametrically opposed, right? So like one side is saying like, yeah, he went in the house. Oh, another thing that the prosecution, or excuse me, the defense is using is they're saying, look, he had bite marks and scratches indicative of a dog. Well, they have a dog in the house called Chloe, guys. And what they were claiming was not only did he get into a fight, he got into a fight and the dog attacked him. That's how he had those wounds on his arm. Also, he had like bruised knuckles. They were saying that these were defensive wounds of him potentially getting in a fist fight, right? So as you guys can see, the evidence kind of goes back and forth, right? It really does, which is why this case is exploding in popularity.
With him.
Point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anywhere?
No.
There were two people from inside 34 Fairview that night that have yet to testify. That's Jen and Matt Mccabe. And remember, Jen was with Karen in the morning when John's body was discovered as well. So we expect to hear from them soon.
And also another important note for you guys. She asked Mccabe to search how long until someone dies in the cold. Now, the defense is saying that Karen asked her to do that after they found Ken O'Keefe's body, right? After they found it. But then the prosecution is saying she had that Google search prior to him dying. Okay? So those are the two discrepancies as well.
But first, Colin Albert will be back on the stand for cross-examination.
I will beat the I promise you, I will you all up.
These videos taken by Colin Albert in high school played before the jury as the defense worked to paint him as a kid with a propensity for fighting.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
But Colin claims he's never been in a fight, not with anyone but his brothers. The defense also showed this picture, taken 28 days after John O'Keefe's death. See Colin's knuckles?
And I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I tried to brace myself with my right hand and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
After Colin, it was Matt Mccabe's turn to testify, filling in yet another witness in the long list of people at or near that after party. Mccabe said he kept looking outside for O'Keefe and Reed that night. He saw Karen's car outside in 3 different positions and a wave of tire marks in the snow.
I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes, in 2, 3, 4 minutes, I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house.
And they never did, he says. He didn't know why until the next morning.
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
And Friday, jurors will find out why when Matt is on the stand again, followed by his wife, Jen Mccabe. What do you hope to get out of Jen McCabe?
Same thing I'm hoping to get out of every witness, a little bit of truth.
So why does Jen McCabe's testimony matter so much? Well, she was one of 2 women who were with Karen Reed when John O'Keefe's body was discovered. Also, there's been some controversy around an alleged Google search Jen McCabe did regarding how long it takes to die in the cold.
Now, you guys are going to see the 2 different theories for this Google search.
She grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia.
Reed told her to. The woman who Jen McCabe
takes to die.
That's Jen
cold.
McCabe.
6 a.m. because Karen Reed told her to. The woman who discovered John O'Keefe's body with Karen told her version of the story Friday, starting with the early morning phone call from Karen.
And she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the water.
After party, Then on the phone,
She was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And
I don't know
then
why
she
it
proceeded
randomly.
to say that she had.
It's not me, guys. It's the
killing.
video.
So
There's
they
something
went out
going
to
on with the
search.
video.
On the drive, Jen told jurors Karen was hysterical, talking about other women John O'Keefe had dated years prior. As they pulled near the house, Karen screamed, "There he is," and bolted out the car. The three women then discovered O'Keefe's lifeless body on the lawn, covered in snow.
I saw Kerry wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
Still hysterical, the women tried to warm John, performed CPR, and called 911. Once paramedics arrived, Jen Mccabe told jurors Karen's words were clear.
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And obviously, they're saying that this was all for show when she showed up.
But Karen's attorney says Jen will have a lot to answer for when it's his turn to ask questions, including what time that Google search really happened.
There are more holes in her story than a fishing net.
Now, there's no court on Monday in this case, so cross-examination will take place first thing Tuesday morning. Fourth, defined the 4 hours of Jen Mccabe's cross-examination Tuesday. Mccabe was with Karen Read when they found John O'Keefe's body. She testified that she heard Karen say she hit him. Testimony, the defense says, has changed over the years. Instead, lawyer Alan Jackson painted Jen as the orchestrator of the narrative told by her family and friends.
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
About this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Karen Read's team accused McCabe of an off-the-books meeting with a Canton cop in the days after John's death. And the jury heard for the first time allegations that Jen deleted at least 6 calls she made.
See, now you guys are starting to see where the conspiracy theories are coming from.
To John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50 that night.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Defense lawyers believe those deleted calls could provide reasonable doubt for the jury.
Butt dialing is becoming a thing with the Albert clan. Like, how bizarre is that?
And so you say John was in the house, his phone's missing, she's calling him to find his phone.
That's certainly a reasonable interpretation, isn't it?
The jury has yet to hear any cross-examination about that Google search Jen Mccabe did about how long to die in the cold. She'll be back on the stand first thing Wednesday morning, then Kerry Roberts is up next.
What phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
The Google search at the heart of the defense's theory finally addressed as Jen Mccabe finished up her 3 days of testimony. How long to die in the cold? Misspelled, according to phone data shown to the
Because she was probably drunk just like everybody else.
jury. It appears Jen Googled it at 2:27 a.m. before John O'Keefe's body was found. Then again at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. But she says that 2 a.m. search never happened.
Cost long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you put it out in social media.
That exchange led to fireworks in court about so-called harassment at the hands of Free Karen Read supporters, and a bond formed between Jen and the lead investigator's wife, Elizabeth Proctor.
We received calls, people drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us.
Mccabe introducing the jury to the fanfare surrounding this case outside and addressing claims that she was the mastermind behind a cover-up.
I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
There were many tears on the stand Wednesday, some from John's good friend Kerry Roberts. Kerry tearfully watched dash camera video of that morning. She was with Jen Mccabe and Karen after Read called and told her John was dead and hadn't come home. Kerry drove them to 34 Fairview when she says Karen screamed and started kicking the door to get out of the car.
And she ran over to a mound of snow.
That mound of snow was John O'Keefe's buried body.
I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
Defendant responded.
Okay, so foul ball, you stink, you suck, and you're double trouble, you're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long do you have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here.
You're hot.
That text from Karen Read began a couple of weeks of flirtation in January 2022. And for 1 hour Friday, jurors listened to dozens of the messages.
You know, I'm not.
And I think if I'm not mistaken, this is the ATF agent that was at the house as well. This shit is crazy, bro.
And for text from
Defendant responded, you're hot.
That text from Karen Read began a couple of weeks of flirtation in January 2022. And for 1 hour Friday, jurors listened to dozens of the messages.
You know, I'm not proud of these text messages.
Brian Higgins, an ATF agent who worked out of Canton PD, recounting a texting relationship with Karen in the weeks leading up to John O'Keefe's death, and their one physical romantic interaction.
The defendant kissed me.
And how did you kiss?
Bro, this is crazy, man.
Not like a friend.
Bro's an ATF agent doing this dumbass shit, man.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
admitting that her relationship with John was deteriorating, that she
Okay, I'm divorced since 2015 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. So she's going ahead and talking with this guy.
She claimed to have seen John kiss another woman on their New Year's vacation, and that she struggled helping raise his kids.
Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine.
Because remember, like I told you guys before, those 2 kids are not hers.
And I never wanted kids.
The two went through a lull for about a week. Then Higgins fired.
Hey, we just hit front page on Rumble, niggas. Let's go. I think I'm the only person that's like live right now on Rumble like that. Let me see here. Yeah. All right, we lit, chat. We lit. We're on the front page.
Fired off a text at the waterfall that night and received this text back from Karen shortly before noon on January 29th.
John died.
Then fireworks at the end of the day as defense attorneys accused him of destroying his phone.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Ooh.
Falcon punch!
And not only him, but I think the other guy, Avery, also got rid of his phone.
That's destroying the phone, isn't it?
Brian Higgins will be back on the stand first thing Tuesday morning, and Tuesday is the only day of court in this case next week. Also of note, defense attorney Alan Jackson will not be present on Tuesday.
No, what I testified to was that it's...
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
A contentious cross-examination with Brian Higgins. Defense attorneys asking why he extracted his texts with Karen Read and John O'Keefe, then removed and broke his SIM card and dumped his phone in a military-based trash, despite a preservation request. Higgins said he was concerned about people who had gotten his personal number, and the phone didn't mean much to him.
I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had.
Higgins, who previously testified to a flirty relationship with Karen, was one of 8 witnesses on the stand in a long day of testimony Tuesday. Among the group, a number of medical professionals and forensic experts.
So we got Juvenile O'Keefe's niece, Michael Trotta, Camp Public Works, Nicholas Roberts, forensic toxicologist, Dr. Gary Fowler, pathologist, Louis Jutras, Canton IT Department, Brian Higgins, ATF agent, Dr. Justin Rice, emergency physician, and then another juvenile, O'Keefe's nephew.
Who told the jury their tests put Karen's blood alcohol above the legal limit that day, with what defense attorneys called unreliable testing.
If Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
Some highly anticipated testimony was off camera. John's teenage niece and nephew testified about their 2 years witnessing what the prosecution has called a deteriorating relationship. On the phone the morning of John's death, Karen said...
That's crazy that they put juveniles on the stand, bro. That would never happen in federal court. That's some state level shit, man.
Maybe I did something. Maybe a snowplow hit him, the niece testified. She said they were in an argument. The defense criticized that decision.
It was desperate and inappropriate for the DA's office to call children to try to prove a non-existent...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That is kind of crazy. But I could see why the prosecution did it, because the prosecution's trying to illustrate that this was a volatile relationship where there was personal issues. So that's why they did that. So I can see why they did that. But, you know, it's a little uncouth. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It's kind of uncouth.
Consistent motive that they failed to prove through their adult witnesses.
This was the only day of testimony this week, and next week there will only be 3 days of court in this case as we enter the 6th week of testimony.
Zero. Absolutely zero.
Okay, this is Trooper Proctor. This is the guy, the main case trooper that ran this case.
And about the unflattering personal text messages of his he sent over the lifetime of the case. And about the unflattering personal text messages of his he sent.
And they really attacked him on this on the cross.
Over the lifetime
You guys are gonna see some of the messages he sent.
of the case.
She's a whack job. See you.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words.
Weird fucked.
Childhood friends, his wife, disparaging Karen Read, at times mocking her medical condition as he investigated her for murder.
The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of.
Has testified about when
I've wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Before Proctor, 2 other witnesses testified about when Karen's taillight broke. Then Trooper Proctor showed the jury the actual physical taillight itself. But Proctor's texts took over Monday afternoon. These moments were as he testified for the state. Then defense attorney Alan Jackson got 25 minutes to start cross-examination.
Who's the client?
I was
correct?
Again.
Include the following. She's a
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
Basically, he was saying that she's retarded and that he hopes she dies so he doesn't have to do the case anymore and shit, is what he was texting his colleagues.
Right?
Yes.
And that's what the cross-examination is beating him up on. Now, let me be honest with you guys here, right? This is what the defense is paid to do. They're paid to obfuscate the case because you saying shit about the defense, right? Or sorry, you saying shit about the defendant, saying like, oh, they're retarded, whatever. Does that really affect the integrity of the investigation? Not really. But the defense has this theory that it was a conspiracy, it was a cover-up, etc. So this fits perfectly into their theory, and their allegation is like, yo, look, he's biased, he's covering up, he hates this woman, and he has a personal issue with her. So it feeds into what they're trying to establish in their theory. So that's why this testimony was so important for the defense, for them to basically beat him up quite a bit. That is why.
No, correct?
Yes.
She's according to you, right?
Yes.
A girl who herself, right?
Correct.
But the focus Wednesday was about more than the insults in those texts, but what they revealed about how Trooper Proctor conducted his investigation into John O'Keefe's death as early as the night after it happened.
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
In 5 hours, the defense asked Trooper Proctor why he never considered other suspects, if he deleted ring video to conceal evidence, and about his friendship with the Albert family. After court, defense attorney felt Proctor...
And remember, guys, the Albert family is the family where this house was on 34 Fairview. One of the guys was a Boston police officer investigator, and I think the other guy was a Canton police officer.
Proctor's testimony cemented a future Karen Read acquittal.
And John O'Keefe was the Boston police officer.
Beyond any reasonable doubt. It's beyond any doubt. I've never seen anything like it. Like everything he's touched is in.
Commonwealth rest.
After 8 weeks of testimony and 68 witnesses, the
That's crazy. 2 months, 68 witnesses.
state rested its case against Karen Read. Its final witness, the medical examiner, left the manner of John O'Keefe's death unsolved for the jury, not definitively from a car strike.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent
This was huge for the defense.
with having been punched,
That is a possibility.
dragged on the ground,
It's possible.
being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell?
It's possible.
Now the defense takes center stage.
And this is the thing, right? Like I told you guys before, the defense's job isn't to prove that you're innocent. The defense's job is to prove that maybe you're innocent, okay? So the government has the burden of performance. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. All the defense has to do is question that. So with this witness saying it's possible, I'm not sure exactly, that creates that critical reasonable doubt that the defense needs, guys. Remember, in the United States of America, you need to be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And when a witness goes up on there and says, look, it could have been from a car, it could have been from a bat, it could have been from blunt force getting hit by something, like it could have been anything, that creates that reasonable doubt that the defense needs to attack the government's case, or in this case, the state's case.
First, with a plow driver who says he plowed Fairview Road multiple times between 2 and 6 a.m. that night.
Did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
No body, but he did see a Ford Edge parked out front that arrived between 2:45 and 3 a.m., he says, which the defense believes shows activity at the house when everyone said they were asleep.
John O'Keefe was killed inside that house and drug outside. Period.
Nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. To further that theory, Dr. Marie Russell, a retired California doctor who's done research on animal attacks. She reviewed pictures of O'Keefe's arm injuries.
I believe that these injuries...
So this is crazy right here. Because how would he get these types of scratches by getting hit by a car?
were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog.
Defense attorneys tell WBZ they still plan to call 2 accident reconstruction experts and a different medical examiner, but they think they could rest their case on Monday.
I think we're going to be done on Monday. Right. Yeah, I think we're going to be done on Monday. I think we'll probably...
Does that mean closing Tuesday?
I think closing on Tuesday, and then we'll charge the jurors, and they'll have it by maybe end of the day Tuesday.
And court is expected to be 5 full days next week, though if defense attorneys wrap up when they say they're going to, several of those days could be for jury deliberations.
Thank you. With that, defense rests.
29 days of testimony, 74 total witnesses, and Karen Read's murder trial is almost in the hands of the jury. The sea of people here to support the defendant increased 5-fold Monday as the case wrapped up. That crowd swarming Read and her team as they leave court. How do you feel about how the size of this
She has like a lot of fans, chat.
crowd has grown?
Yeah, it's heartwarming.
The group comes from all over the country, wearing pink and believing Read is an innocent victim of a cover-up, framed for the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Read's lawyer spent the final day of testimony trying to disprove prosecutors' theory that she hit O'Keefe with her car and left him to die in the snow.
It is not, no, sir.
2 expert accident reconstruction witnesses testified for the defense. They recreated multiple versions of the accident and say neither the damage to Read's Lexus nor John O'Keefe's injuries to his head and arm are consistent with a car crash.
It is not.
There you go. Creating that reasonable doubt, chat.
No, sir.
Creating that reasonable doubt.
Your service is complete.
Yeah, chat, she does have fans.
In this case.
She actually does.
Reads will have to sit through
Look, I'll show you guys. Let me see if I can find it here.
another trial after the 12-person jury of 6 men and 6 women was unable to reach a unanimous decision in this one.
The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be
Attorney's office releasing this statement immediately after, saying, "We thank the O'Keefe family for their commitment and dedication to this long process. They maintained sight of the true core of this case to find justice for John O'Keefe," saying the Commonwealth intends to retry this case.
The Commonwealth did their worst.
Yeah, they're not going to give up on a case like this big. Just like with YNW Melly, they're retrying him as well.
74 witnesses and no closure for those involved. Karen Read and her lawyers hugged her family before they exited court, just briefly addressing reporters outside.
I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable.
Hold on one sec. And I think she did a documentary on this as well, chat.
We ask for your continued
which
support.
let me see if I can find it for you
I'm not
guys.
from Texas, like my colleagues here. I'm a Boston kid, but I'll repeat what he said, which is, we ain't got no quit.
I'll find it for you ninjas. Oh, here we go.
It's been a stormy start to the holiday week.
This is like a documentary she's doing, which I think they're going to attack her on this as well, chat. On the retrial. Here's a doc.
Karen Read is accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow.
Their relationship was not a happy one.
Not a single witness actually saw this happen.
There's a whole other side of the story.
This is funny, Ms. Read.
Y'all don't believe me that she got fans? Y'all see that?
You got her guilty already.
So, did you drive your car into John?
Doing this film is my testimony. I want to say what happened exactly as it happened. John was a Boston police officer. We went to the bar with a bunch of cops. Jen Mccabe invited us to the...
And just so you guys know, she did not take the stand in her trial.
Alberts. Last I ever talked to him when he got out of my car at Brian Albert's house.
And that is where all the different stories come from.
Everybody liked Karen, and everything changed.
He was found dead. There's his body right here, like I showed you guys before. Literally right here. Pretty much was found right here. Where were we?
On the lawn of another police officer.
This is one of their own, and that raises the stakes.
Miss Read stated that she hit him 3 times. I hit him. I hit him.
I hit him. That statement doesn't appear on any of the tapes.
They were shocked.
I am not on trial. I am a witness.
It's impossible to have any sympathy. They're all lying.
She'd smile or laugh.
She's posing for pictures.
See all those people standing outside?
Her behavior, in conjunction with the hard evidence, points in one direction.
DNA evidence placed parts of John on Karen.
The hair.
His car.
Feels like I'm in a bad dream. This can't be real.
She was angry. She had
This is the surveillance footage from them at the bar.
been drinking.
That's the voicemail I told you guys about before, where they, that showed that they had animosity towards each other.
How many calls?
There was over 50.
What did you...
Hold on, let's go back real quick, break that down.
How many calls?
There was over 50.
Okay, this is the investigator, Trooper Proctor. He says, see how crazy she is. And then here's, I think, Kansas police officer and Proctor. Proctor was the lead investigator for the state police. The state police obviously took this case because of the notoriety and how big it was. Also, because Canton's kind of a small town, they ended up taking it. But he knew these people because all the cops know each other in town a lot of the times.
What did you text about going through Kieran Reed's phone?
No news so far.
Nigga retarded, bro. God damn. Because, and the context, just so you guys understand the context here, basically he was going through the phone, right? And he was texting with his buddies on his personal phone when this happened. And what ended up going down was, as he was searching the phone, making jokes, he said, oh yeah, no nudes so far, right? So obviously that looks terrible though, because his personal text messages got put into the trial, okay, for the defense, okay? And the reason why the defense was able to get it, they got it from the FBI. And the reason why they got it from the FBI is because the FBI did their own independent investigation on this situation as well. So that is how these text messages became available to the defense, right? Because their theory, remember, the defense's theory, guys, centers around a conspiracy and a cover-up. So in order for them to have that theory, they need to be able to get the, the information that they need. And in this case, it was the lead trooper's phone. Now, let's be honest here. Him making stupid jokes like this with guys at the state police as he's going through a phone, does that really mean that the investigation is corrupted? No. People make jokes and say dumb shit all the time. But it looks really bad for that to be in a jury trial like this with a female defendant. Really fucking bad.
Welcome, punch!
There were gasps. One of the most uncomfortable moments of this entire trial.
Shame on you, sir.
El Magazine.
And he ended up getting fired. So Trooper Proctor got fired a couple of days after the jury was hung.
Wants to feature me.
She was the happiest murder defendant.
Yeah, bro. See all the people lining up in front of the courthouse? Cameras and shit?
In America.
You're either
fucking celebrity.
Pro Karen Reed or you are pro police.
It's become a civil war.
This justice system will never be the same after this.
Bros did a whole documentary on this shit, bro. Okay, so now you guys kind of know. So let's go. So let's recap real quick, right? Let's recap. Before I do that, let me read some of these chats first. Let's see here. We got Mr. Keeping It Real. We read that one before. JR from Dallas, 4K, 4 days, 4 weeks, and now it's been 4 months. And finally, it's the Karen Reed case. Tell us what you know, Myron. Tell us, what are you hiding? Okay, bro, I don't know anything. I've been here in Massachusetts and Miami the whole time. Hey, Myron, I'm 26 with a 680 credit score. Is that good? Get up to 700, bro. That's when you're able to get opportunities. A 680, like, yeah, you can apply for credit cards and shit, but it won't be as good. It will not be as good. Alexia says, with 6 to 7 tabs, like, connected how we, via Israel, funded the Iran-Iraq war while gathering Iraq intel behind their back while funding Saddam, made money with the recession it caused and printed more money. Okay. Matt Murdoch says, as soon as someone makes a book or documentary, the lying meter goes over 9,000. Yeah, now you have a financial incentive to do it, bro. So, okay. So, on the, and I wrote this stuff, I made a note of this stuff. So, on the prosecution side, guys, right? They have broken taillight and DNA, okay? Prosecutors presented evidence of a broken taillight from the Reed SUV as well as the hair. Then, glass fragments, a shattered drinking glass was found at the scene and pieces of glass were recovered from Reed's SUV bumper. Then, the vehicle data that shows that the vehicle did make a 3-point turn. Then, O'Keefe's injuries and cause of death. One of the medical examiners testified that O'Keefe's cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia. Remember, guys, it was freezing out that day when he was out there on the snow. And there were scrapes on his right arm were noted, but attributed to the collision rather than other causes, right? So the prosecution's medical examiner doesn't go over the potential of it being a dog. Rather, they say it's scratches from him getting hit. Then there's digital and forensic evidence, O'Keefe's iPhone data. Basically, data from O'Keefe's phone analyzed by digital forensic examiner Ian Whiffen showed no significant movement from the flagpole area where his body was found, right? This area right here, right? And this is to dispute the defense's theory that he went inside and got beat up, right? Then they got Jennifer Mccabe's Google search, right? And the prosecutors present evidence that Jennifer Mccabe, a key witness, searched how long to die in cold after O'Keefe's body was found, not before, as the defense alleges, right? And then the witness testimony, obviously, you guys, the government had a bunch of fucking witnesses. And then next was obviously her public statements. Her saying, I hit him, right? As witnessed by multiple first responders, firefighters, cops, etc., saying this, right? Allegedly. And then the motive and the relationship dynamics, because we know that obviously Karen and O'Keefe had issues. And then the defense, the taillight damage. Oh, another big one too, also, guys, that I want to let you guys know. Why the defense thinks that this theory. According to them, O'Keefe's Apple Watch showed that he had climbed 3 sets of stairs, okay, before dying, and with like the pedometer in his watch. That aligns with their theory that he did in fact go in the house and then at some point was attacked and then killed. That is one of the things that they use also to justify and say, and then also the scratches you guys saw with the video, that a dog bit him. Let me see here. What else? Also, they said that there was tampering with the Sallyport video of Reed's SUV, like you guys saw before. They attacked Trooper Proctor's credibility. The FBI basically said that the damage to Reed's SUV was inconsistent with striking O'Keefe's body, and his injuries did not align with vehicle impact. This came from the FBI. So that's crazy that the defense was able to get that. And then, obviously, there's the dog attack theory that I gave you guys before, where the scratches on his body were indicative of potentially being attacked, and there was a German Shepherd in the house. So it could go either way, as you guys can see here. Okay, so now that we kind of know some of the big things, and there's more evidence than that on both the prosecution and defense side, but these are some of the this is some of the bigger pieces of evidence. So let's go ahead and go recap. Now that we know that what happened in the first trial and the facts in the first trial, and how she basically got off, let's go into the retrial week 1, which I think kicked off in April.
We are on the record in the Karen Reed murder retrial. I'm your host, Cody Thomas, and I'm here to break down week 1's biggest courtroom moments. Karen Reed, who was accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, is back in court after her first trial ended in a mistrial. We're going to get right into day 1, but first, let's get you caught up on the case.
I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
Crazy.
After deliberating in Dedham over 5 days, a mistrial in the case against...
So what? It was like 8 weeks, 2 months, and then they had a week of deliberation, and obviously the jury was deadlocked.
Karen Reed.
We will not stop fighting. We have no...
Her defense attorney is very good. I watched some of his cross-examination last night. Very good.
Quit.
Reed is the college professor accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, hitting him with her SUV after a night of drinking.
Look at all the people fucking lined up here, man, for this trial. And so you guys know, they actually televised this trial because it's a state trial, so they can televise it.
She claims she's being framed in a massive police cover-up and that O'Keefe was fatally beaten.
Also, guys, if you want to get involved in the show, Rumble Rants in your chat, Castle Club your chat in, or MyronGainesX.com, as you guys know, to go ahead and get involved with the show. I read all super chats on air, 5 and up, so go ahead and super chat into the show, man.
Inside a fellow officer's home. It's a case that has divided a community. We believe that the path for justice for John O'Keefe. The jury of 6 men and 6 women visited the crime scene and heard testimony from 74 witnesses during the 9-week trial.
And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
I hit him. I hit him.
She repeated, I hit him. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
With no video or eyewitnesses, the first trial turned into a battle of the experts.
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
What, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
That does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
And you can see here, there's the difference, you know, of opinion here.
We found a Google search that happened. First of all, the search was how long to die in cold, and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Okay, now if it's early like that, that works out in Karen Reed's defense because they found the body around 6 a.m. So the Cellebrite guy, okay, let's look at this right here. So I've talked to you guys about what Cellebrite is, right? Cellebrite, okay, is a software that law enforcement uses to extract data from a phone, okay? It's actually Israeli, by the way. Yeah, I know, seriously. But here, let me go ahead and show you guys this.
From a motor vehicle.
So, because this is very, very important. Right, so it's a digital forensics company specializing in solutions for law enforcement enterprise clients. They provide tools and services to collect, analyze, and manage digital data from various sources. Now, when I was on a job, guys, we would use the Cellebrite. So this guy right here, Ian Whiffen, right? Whenever you want to go ahead and get authenticate evidence, you're going to bring someone in that basically understands the tool that's being used. So in this case, since the text messages and the time they were sent is extremely important, okay, they brought in this guy to say, look, man, we got different times. One instance, we see at 2:27 a.m. or around 2 a.m., 4 hours before the body's found. Then another instance, we see that it's 6 a.m. Which one is it? They brought him in to basically clarify, and he says, look, there's no doubt that it was at 6, whatever it was, right? Because you guys can see here, look, 6:23 a.m., UTC, and then again, before 2:27 a.m. UTC. Now, here's the other thing, too, that gets confusing when you use a Cellebrite, guys. They use UTC time, okay, guys? So that sometimes becomes a little bit harder to read when you're going through Cellebrite because it pulls all the data out in a raw format, and then you have to kind of go through and analyze it. And let me see this.
Or 2:27 a.m. to die in cold. That happened. First of all, the search was how long to die in cold, and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24.
Okay, so that's what he's saying. And his name is, what's this guy's name again? Something
Only
Whiffen?
time those...
Ian Whiffen. Let's look this guy up real quick. He's probably a representative.
John O'Keefe.
He's probably like the guy that Cellebrite sends to testify in cases like this. Yeah, he's a Cellebrite expert. Full testimony, Karen Reed. Yeah. So a lot of the times these law enforcement companies, they'll have someone on standby and they'll go and testify on behalf of the company. And Ian Whiffen is probably that guy. So, yeah, digital forensic examiner was Cellebrite testified in Karen Reed's second murder trial today, Monday, April 28th, about his analysis of cell phones and the investigation, including Jen McCabe's murder victim, John O'Keefe's. So, and then they have the full testimony here. Holy shit, they put this nigga on the stand for 6 hours? Holy. So they brought him back. Because you can see, look, he's dressed differently here than before. So this must have been where the hell did I put it? This was the first trial. And then it looks like he came back for the second trial.
Two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24.
And this is obviously very important, guys, because for the state and for the defense, this kind of makes the situation. Did she text before or after saying how long to die?
On the morning of the 29th.
The defense also raised questions about the police investigation.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
Not once did you mention that this video...
Now here, this is important as well. This is the, when they were inventorying the car, when the cops were?
...is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor also came under fire.
She's a whack job.
He's reading back his text messages about her.
No ass.
Now, Reed faces a new jury and
Wait, did this nigga say no ass? Bruh.
No ass.
Now, Reed faces...
You must watch Fresh and Fit or some shit, bro. That's that Fresh quote.
Welcome, punch! A new
W Trooper
jury. And new special prosecutor Hank Brennan plans to introduce new evidence, including molds made of Chloe's mouth. Chloe is the German...
So that's crazy that they took the teeth marks of a dog.
Shepherd owned by the Albert family during the night in question.
Those wounds were inflicted by a dog attack.
But they actually got rid of the dog altogether.
Do you know that?
Yeah, so after the case happened, guys, they rehomed the dog. They, basically gave him to somebody else. And then also, they sold the house. They sold the house and got out of there.
That Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds.
New evidence could also include new testing of the SUV's telemetric system, new video of Brian Higgins at Canton PD, and Reed's prior interviews, including with ABC News.
Yep, now they're going to use that against her because remember, guys, after the mistrial, she went ahead and did a little bit of a press run, and they're absolutely going to use these interviews that she gave with all these television networks against her.
Snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy. So I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door.
The changes might signal a different defense and possibly the defendant taking the stand.
And you also mentioned to the media that there are some things that you wish that you could clarify. Is there any?
Look at all those people, bro.
Clarified one day, Matt. They'll be clarified. It might not be live, but it will be.
Day one kicked off with fiery opening statements. Prosecutor Hank Brennan says Reed hit O'Keefe with her SUV in a drunken fight and left him to die in the snow, citing phone data and Reed's own words. But the defense has a very different story. Alan Jackson says this is a cover-up, blaming corrupt cops and even suggesting O'Keefe was mauled by a dog and his body moved. A first responder was the first to take the stand, recalling Reed.
Now, I'll be honest with you guys. If the guys in the house actually did whoop his ass, it's a little weird and a little bit of a stretch that they would take the body and just put him outside, right? A couple of these guys are like trained investigators that were in the house. So why would they go ahead and whoop his ass, right? He gets bitten by a dog and just leave him there and depend on Karen Reed to come back so they could put the blame on her. That's something that's a bit far-fetched, being honest with y'all, with the defense's theory. But again, there's a lot of evidence on this thing. So, like I said before, it's not about what happened. It's about what can you prove. So that's what it really comes down to.
Reed saying, I hit him 3 times. Then John O'Keefe's close friend, Kerry Roberts, described the frantic search that ended with O'Keefe's body in the snow. Let's take a look.
So now they're going to go into the state's official opening statement. We'll play a little bit of this.
At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter, paramedic, Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. As the car pulled up to 34 Fairview, the ambulance, he stood at the back door.
All right, I won't play. He has a strong Boston accent, so I'll just play this shit at normal speed for you guys.
The doors open. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking. Now, he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed and he said, what happened? And you'll hear her words to firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You will learn that on January 29, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 34 Fairview Road, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car and he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, and her SUV drove away. She drove at least 35 feet away. The argument was over. It had ended. He then put the Lexus into reverse, put her foot on the gas pedal, and began to press. Not 25%, not 50%, up to 75%.
Bro, that's crazy. Women can't drive, huh?
Acceleration.
Or park.
She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head, broke his skull, and she simply drove away. This man who helped, a lifetime of help, was left at the corner of that yard, left to die with no help.
There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, a cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. He didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the Brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Albert's house that night. You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. And what else you'll learn, Brian Albert got rid of? Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing, just sold it. His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert.
Yeah, see, and again, this is what the defense is going to do, right? They're going to, all they need to do is create like reasonable doubt. And this is, he's doing a fantastic job of creating like, hey, look, man, like the government might have this evidence, but look at all this stuff that's going on where she might not be culpable. And that's the defense's job. It's not to prove you innocent, guys. It's to prove you might be innocent and create that reasonable doubt.
Family for generations. He literally sold it mere months after this incident.
It's not that the defense wins, it's that the prosecution loses. Anytime someone is not found guilty, the prosecution lost the case. It's not that the defense won. Because as the defense, you are under no obligation to present your own witnesses. You're under no obligation to provide any testimony. You don't have to do anything. You're just sitting there to defend against the government. The government's got to, or the state in this case, the state's got to prove everything.
Dog rehomed, phones destroyed.
But this case, interestingly enough, you can see that the defense is actually on the attack on this. Okay, they're providing their own expert witnesses. They're providing their own theories. They're providing their own recollection of the story. So it's not, and that's another reason why this case is so big, chat. The reason why this case is so big is because most cases, the defense is literally just on the defense. They're sitting there just trying to, take the strikes and keep the defendant from going to jail and try to create a little bit of reasonable doubt by attacking the witnesses from the state or the government. But in this situation, you're actually seeing the defense take a more aggressive posture and go after the witnesses in the case, go after the evidence, and then on top of that, bring their own experts to attack the government's witnesses. So that's why this case is so big. And then the fact that it involves a small town, a bunch of cops, there's the possibility of a cover-up, etc. It has all the makings of a huge true crime case, obviously.
House sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. And they're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
As you were nailing, I want you to take us
So this is one of the firefighters that showed up on the crime scene early on.
to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged male, middle-aged female, with blood on her face. And I, real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
And when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
What was the reason that you woke up?
I got a phone call at 5 o'clock in the morning from Karen Reed.
Were you expecting a call?
No, I was not.
Had you ever received a call at 5 in the morning from Miss Reed before?
No.
Share with us what happened that morning. What did you hear?
Karen called and the first thing she said was, Carrie, John's dead. And then she hung up.
So as you approached Fairview, tell us what happened.
As we approached Fairview at the house. You mean the house or the street?
Yes, the house.
The house. Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And I said, okay. And as we approached the house, Karen from the back seat is now screaming, there he is, let me out of this car. And she's now kicking the back door to get out.
Okay, what happens next?
And then I unlocked the car. I looked over, I didn't see anything, and I unlocked it so she could get out of the back seat. I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And then I turned around and watched, and she ran over to a mound of snow.
When she started running, before she got anywhere, did you see anything at that point?
I did not.
On day 2, Carrie Roberts returned to the stand. She got emotional as she described finding O'Keefe's body and remembered Reed asking if she might have hit him, even pointing out her already broken taillight. The defense went after her hard, calling her memory into question and suggesting she was swayed by a mutual friend, Jen Mccabe. Then came gut-wrenching testimony from John's mother, Peggy O'Keefe. She denied ever telling Reed that John looked like he'd been hit by a car, something Reed claimed in a media interview. The state played a 2020 clip when Reed talked about Peggy's suspicion. Prosecutors say that showed a consciousness of guilt. We also heard from law enforcement, first responders, and forensic technicians digging into data from O'Keefe's phone and Reed's behavior during her psych eval.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's taillight on her Lexus?
Yes, Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him.
Did you have any reason?
Matt Murdoch says, Myron, when you say beyond a reasonable doubt, does that mean the defendant only needs to make it seem like there's a 1% chance of being innocent? Not trying to troll, I actually want to know. Not 1%, but it's basically to show like, hey, you know, there's a good chance that there's some doubt here. There's some doubt here. That's basically what we're trying to do. That's what the defense is trying to do. Create doubt, attack the witnesses, attack the evidence, and then that's what, you know, kind of creates this element of doubt, and that's what the defense's job is to do. That's why I always say, when it comes to criminal trials, guys, it's not about winning for the defense, it's about the prosecution losing.
To think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a...
And guys, I'm reading chats 5 and up. So Rumble rants, everything else. The only chats I'm reading under 5 are Castle Club. We got Hamza says traveling in Morocco and still got time for stream W debrief. I got you, bro.
Blizzard.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
Also, guys, do me a favor. If you're watching the stream on YouTube, like the video for me. We got about 1,800 of you guys in here. Okay, let's get to 1,500 likes. I think YouTube is throttling my channel, honestly, guys. I think they're truly throttling my channel, man. We were cooking too hard last week, and now they're throttling shit. So, like the video, guys. Get the engagement up because it's very clear that I'm like shadow banned or some shit.
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Oh, man. That's crazy.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the taillight or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident.
Oh, shit.
It happened
I think this is her on cross-examination. That sounds like Karen Reed's defense attorney.
On the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Fucked her up right there, man. Fucked her up right there. So they can't find it on the video apparently. Let me see if we can find this dash cam footage. Let's get this fucking dash cam footage. And let's listen to it ourselves.
This is
because obviously this evidence is huge about what she said, right? When this all happened.
Previously been marked as 12A.
Okay, so this is, I think, one of the troopers that was on the scene.
Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead, play.
Oh no, this isn't it. This is the fucking car. We need the dash cam. All right, you know what? I think we can go. We can use this Bimbo's car. Or let's see here. We'll use this one.
Before we get into today's video, I just want to let you guys know that this video is for educational purposes only. Please remember to be kind to everybody everywhere. His opening statements went on to say that at least 4 officers initially searched Brian's yard at 30. However, they stopped it about 10 minutes in to end the day.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Yeah, so they came on scene later. I think this is Karen right here on the left chat. Running around. You can hear her screaming.
Again, we're supposed to see the rest of the body cam footage on Tuesday, but she definitely seemed to be in distress and shocked that he was not alive. She's on trial now. We've seen...
Okay, this is a year ago. Okay.
Was incorrect.
He was incorrect.
This is important. So
time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
He was incorrect.
So your
cooked.
Memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident.
Just completely destroyed her credibility.
At least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm showing you a photograph now.
Okay.
And can you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree?
Mm-hmm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call 2022?
Yes, from Carrie
okay?
Roberts. Yeah, it was about 6:15,
Were you home?
between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank, and I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She says they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. Finally, they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking, and then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital, and I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
On day 3, tension rose right away. Judge ruled that jurors could see a clip of Reed mocking John's mother, Peggy. The courtroom felt it. Things heated up as the prosecution zoomed in on the couple's rocky relationship in the hours leading up to John O'Keefe's death. Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan dropped a bombshell, a series of texts that paint a picture of a romance unraveling fast. In one text, Karen Reed asked bluntly, "Tell me if you're interested in someone else." John replies, "Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" Then came the call log. Dozens of unanswered calls from Reed to O'Keefe that same afternoon. One message from John Reed.
And I think that's why Proctor was calling her crazy, because she called him 50 times. Which, I mean, kind of is justified, bro. He calls somebody 50 times? God damn, bro.
It's, "I am not answering, stop calling." But then came a twist. Michael Camerano, a friend of John's, painted a peaceful picture of the night before. He said Karen seemed caring, even trustworthy. The next morning when he went to pick up John's niece, Reed seemed distraught. The jury also heard clips from Karen Reed's own interviews where she downplayed how much she drank that night, though she did admit to being impaired.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, "What, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia?" Do you remember that?
Who's this guy?
In April.
Okay, paramedic.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so Firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was yes. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So, 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this.
Hey guys, we got 1,800 of you guys in here pretty much, but only 800 likes, man. Guys, smash that like button. All right, smash the like button, guys. Let's get to 1,000. All right, let's get to 1,000.
Case, correct?
Correct.
It always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me.
All right, now Michael Camerano, victim's friend. John O'Keefe, of course.
I want to...
Guys, let's get to 1,000. We got 850. Let's get to 1,000 likes, guys. Smash that like button on YouTube. All right. Rumble Rant in, Myron Gaines X.com, either or, whatever you guys want to do.
Take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls.
Who were the missed phone calls from?
From my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
These accents are crazy, man.
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked.
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with him, yes.
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
Correct.
During the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
I mean, Karen wouldn't they did everything together, a lot of things together, and I thought at times, yeah, you could see, she didn't want other women around John.
All right, now Nick Guarino, State Police.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been.
So this is her texting, obviously, the victim here.
Been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? So if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call, to stop it from ringing.
I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips.
And apparently 50 calls, man. That is absolutely nuts.
7 through 11.
The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking.
Yeah, see, now they're using her testimony against her, man. Her interviews against her. I'm shocked that she did all these TV interviews, man, knowing that she was going to have another trial. Talking to the media can put you in a precarious situation because they're going to analyze every single thing you say to the media, and then they're going to compare and contrast it with other statements you've given before. And the problem here is that, and this is what they actually did to in the Diddy case, guys. If you guys remember, I talked to you guys about Cassie and Dawn Richard, and both of them had a lawsuit against Diddy. And the defense was able to use the language in their lawsuits against them in the criminal case. Okay? So when you talk to the media or you do a lawsuit or you do anything out there that's out there, the prosecution is always going to use that against you. Always going to use that against you. And that's what they did to weaken the strength of the witnesses.
I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I far over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him?
Friday, day 4 of the trial. The jury took a field trip to see the scene of the crime. After thoroughly observing the lawn where John O'Keefe was...
The other case that I could think of where they took a field trip to look at the scene of the crime was in the OJ case. The OJ case, they did that as well.
Found and Karen Reed's Lexus SUV, they returned to court to hear an expert testify to Reed's blood alcohol level and an EMT give his statement to Reed's behavior and statements upon finding John's body.
As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. Exhibits that are already in evidence, you haven't had a long time to look at them and study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you just to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little firm concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that as you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, on January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different.
Although the view is not evidence.
Jury view opening statement. Okay, and this is from the defense attorney. Oliver Queen says, we all know how much these 304s lie. If you had to guess right now the outcome of the trial, which side are you taking? My take, Karen has failed. Karen Reed has failed the city. Let's keep going through and I'll give you guys my take on it.
Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own 2 eyes. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus, to stand next to it, to size it up.
All right, now Dr. Gary Fowler, physician, pathologist, Signature Healthcare. All right, so this is week 1, right? We're going to go into week 2 after this.
Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes, our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system. When we compare our methodology to the headspace, we get the exact same results.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29th, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Okay, Jason Becker, firefighter EMT, Canton Fire Department.
I was lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Yeah, this case is very reliant upon first responders as well, guys. Not common in criminal cases like this, but since her statements about I hit him, are so pivotal for the prosecution, they're bringing in as many of these guys as they can.
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. But then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive. But all in all, she was cooperative. It's the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her, and one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
This week proved to be full of drama in Karen Reed's murder retrial. Two stark versions of the truth are taking shape. One, that Karen Reed snapped after a night of drinking and left John O'Keefe to die. The other, that she's a victim of a conspiracy far deeper than anyone imagined. The evidence is mounting, but the truth, still up for debate. Stay with us as we continue to give you the biggest moments in the trial.
All right, now let's get into week 2, chat.
We're on the record breaking down the biggest moments from inside the courtroom of the Karen Reed murder retrial.
And we'll go through each week, chat.
I'm your host, Cody Thomas. It's week 2. And this.
So all of you guys are ready. Get your popcorn ready. I'm going to take a piss real quick and get something. And we're going to keep kind of just going through this retrial. Because like I said, this is a big case you guys have been asking for a minute. So we'll kind of go through this with a fine-tooth comb and go through all the testimony. So we'll get a longer stream for you guys today. And I'll give you guys my commentary on the side. with what's going on. As you guys know, MyronGainsX.com to super chat in there, or you can Rumble Rant in, or Couch Club in, whatever you guys want. I'm reading 5 and up. So, yeah.
This case just got more technical, more emotional, and
All right, give me 1 sec, chat. I'm going to take a quick whiz. And I'll be right back, and we're going to get into week 2. All right, let's get into it. Week 2.
a lot more personal. This week, the spotlight turned to forensics, Google searches, and key witness testimony with tensions high on both sides. If you're just now joining us, let's get you caught up on the case.
I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
After deliberating in Dedham over 5 days, a mistrial in the case against Karen Read.
We will not stop fighting. We have no...
Faces a new jury, and new special prosecutor Hank Brennan plans...
I'm fast forwarding this stuff because we saw it before from the other one.
It's windy, so I drop him off. He goes up the drive.
There was witness Jennifer Mccabe's controversial could have occurred from 82 degrees shortly after midnight.
All right, now we're getting into week 2.
Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations.
And remember, guys, he's the one that said that the text message about how long to die in the snow in the cold. He's saying that the text messages only came out at basically 6:20 in the morning or whatever he said before. But basically, he was debunking the whole 2 a.m. one. Okay, and this guy works for Cellebrite, aka the people that extract phones.
Managers at Cellebrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp.
And can you share with us what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time, 2:27:40, which was the time of interest. And we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 2:27:40. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search Hoss long to die in cold, which is the query that started all of the confusion. At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. At 2:27:42, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded, and now the user is loading the web page hockermocksports.com/standings. A few seconds later, at 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term "How long to die in Kikdi." Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that a navigation actually occurred to this website. Around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed.
Was that the same tab, that 22740 tab open for Hockomock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used?
And that's crazy, man. They have every single keystroke, chat. Isn't that wild? Every single keystroke. By the way, I got some protein chips and some blueberries. This is how you don't become a fat nigga.
For searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes. 24 minutes and 36 seconds traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
Did this car, or the phone that was in the car, ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m.
See, guys, this is why you don't commit a crime with a cell phone on your pocket. Bros can literally get all this fucking detail on your stuff. Absolutely wild what cell phones track.
When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11. So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes. And the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application's already on screen from the previous use, and at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. My opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
Details are absolutely wild.
Jennifer Mccabe, one of the prosecution's star witnesses, took the stand on day 6. She described searching for O'Keefe with Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts on the morning of January 29th. She claimed that as they approached the house on Fairview Road, Reed became hysterical, kicking the door and yelling, "There he is, let me out." Mccabe recalled Reed asking, "Did I hit him?" and described Reed as screaming and yelling. She testified that neither Reed nor O'Keefe entered her sister's home that night, and that no fighting, no violence, and nothing out of sorts occurred in the house. Meanwhile, 2 controversial ARCA experts from the defense, Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschler, were cleared by the judge to testify.
And once again, the defense bringing their own witnesses like this is not normal, guys. That's what makes this trial so entertaining. They're bringing in their own witnesses.
As a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
You focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
The fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
In June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Cellebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
However,
now the reason why this is so important, guys, for the prosecution, because this is the prosecution right now, because if I'm not mistaken, this Cellebrite guy is the defense's witness. So the prosecution is cross-examining him, okay? So the reason why the state is really focused on this 227 timeline is because they're trying to show that her asking that beforehand shows guilt and awareness of what she was doing versus what the defense is saying, where the defense is alleging that that search was done after they found his body and, after he found his body and trying to figure out how long does it take for someone to die from the cold. Does that make sense, guys? So obviously very different. So one at 227, prosecutor's saying, hey, she said that at 227 because she had idea, she knew what she was doing and she tried to kill him. The defense is saying, no, she put that search in there so that she could figure out how long it takes for someone to die because they were trying to resuscitate him.
however, the competitor of Cellebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the first proceeding showed the two.
Basically, prosecution wants 227, defense wants 6 a.m. Make it simple for y'all. After 6 a.m. The defense wants after 6. The prosecution is pushing for the 227.
27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows.
Now, Axiom is the software that they use for the report after it's done from the Cellebrite, by the way. Axiom, this came up in the Diddy case, actually, while I was in New York, guys. Axiom, once all the stuff is extracted from the Cellebrite, well, it's a bunch of raw data. It's very difficult to read and interpret. It has a bunch of numbers and lines and all this other shit. So it needs to be put in a format where it's easy to read and decipher. That's where the Axiom report comes in. That's what he's referring to in this.
The 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Cellebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
Oh. See what the prosecution's trying to do here? Again, prosecution is trying to discredit this witness and say, look, you guys removed this critical timestamp that shows that Reed is culpable for the murder. That's why they're harping on this so much, chat.
It's not unusual to change the code.
I didn't ask if it, I just asked whether they
we removed it.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an...
Wait, you're saying that's... No, chat. Hold on. No, that doesn't make sense. Is the Cellebrite guy the government's, the state's witness? Let me double check. I'll double check, chat. I'll fact check it right now.
An investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones?
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
It's approximately 6:15.
Less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading. And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees.
Yes. I know, guys, that it's Mccabe's phone that they're searching here. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, that's a little weird because he's hurting their case by saying it's at 6 a.m. That's what I'm trying to figure out, how the fuck this guy's a state witness. Let me, I'll look into this, guys. Keep going. We'll keep watching.
It's at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
it's down to 50 degrees.
Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since 12:32:16?
No more steps were recorded.
How close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Oh, my bad, guys. I had it mixed up. He's a state witness. My bad, chat.
McCabe returned for a second day of testimony on day 7, and defense attorney Alan Jackson did not hold back. He accused her of potentially coordinating her story with witness Carrie Roberts, a claim McCabe denied. Jackson then challenged McCabe's credibility, bringing up her statements to outside investigators. McCabe initially said she called just 2 people after the incident, but under cross, she admitted to 3 more calls, including one to John O'Keefe's mother, Peggy O'Keefe. She also confirmed she did not hear a collision or a cry for help outside the house. But perhaps the most incriminating moment, when asked if Karen Reed said, "I hit him" at the scene, McCabe testified, quote, "I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911. I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators, but also the scene there with Karen and...
Okay, so sorry guys, let me clarify this shit. That's my bad. So basically, right, the prosecution needs it to be at 6 a.m., right? Because for it to be at 6 a.m., because Mccabe, this chick right here, right, this chick right here, it was on her phone, right? The search was on her phone, how long to die in the cold. And the prosecution, and she's a prosecution witness, so they needed to be at 6:23 a.m., so that they could say, look, this was after they discovered his body that she searched this to see how long he had been there. But the defense is saying that at 2:22 a.m. that she did the search because they had beat him in the house and then left him for death in the cold. That's what the defense is saying. So she searched it 4 hours earlier because at that point he had already been outside of the house and they beat him. That's what it is. So sorry about that, guys, that confusion.
The most important information out as quick as I could to the 911.
So, in short, the prosecution needs a 6:23 timestamp. The defense needs a 2:22 timestamp. Or to make it even simpler, the prosecution needs a 6 a.m. timestamp. The defense needs a 2 a.m. timestamp. Because the prosecution is saying that she rightfully searched how long it takes to die in the cold after finding McCabe's body at around 6 o'clock. And then the defense is saying, no, she knew that he was dying at around 2 o'clock because they had whooped his ass before and threw him outside of the house. That's why she searched it. So those are the two different conflicting narratives here. Sorry for that, guys. I hope I didn't confuse you guys too much, but that's what it is. And here she is right here, and she's one of the main witnesses for the government, or, well, the state.
Operators, but also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story.
He was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No. The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong. One of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. She started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying? I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates. I think deep down I knew that John was gone, but you know, there's, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
Neither one of you, your good friend Kerry Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours. Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
How long in total would you say?
Wait, that's not true. Bro, they prepare you for fucking trial. They prepare you for trial, so you kind of do practice your testimony. This is very common in trials. That doesn't make sense. Chick is over here lying. Antoine says, debating whether to use my 4K bonus to pay down 0% business credit cards to get more funding Section 8 real estate. From this, I have no idea who that guy is, bro. Samir with Wani's Econ Mentorship. Hold on one sec. Oh, from our guy Samir. Shit, my bad. Yeah, dude. I mean, look. If you want to do that, you can. I would just say, like, make sure you have money saved, bro. Like, don't waste all your money on a course. Like, make sure you have some money still, like, you know. Because, like, the problem is that a lot of you guys will buy a course, you guys will go broke. Yeah, sorry. The way you spelled his name threw me off. But yeah, no, Sam, we had him on the show a bit before. Nah, he's a nice guy, man. But like I said before, I would say if you're gonna spend that kind of money, I don't know if his course is 4K. Is it that much? I don't know how much it costs. Just make sure you have some money, bro. Make sure you have some money saved. Don't spend all your money on a course.
All of those meetings were.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, you know, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Kerry Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
right,
and
yes.
Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
Your motive in calling Kerry Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them. So,
as you guys know, corroboration is critical when it comes to witness testimony. So, and this is why actually in the Diddy case, again, use that as an example, they brought on like two of Diddy's assistants and other people so they can create what's called foundation. And when they're doing that, what they're doing is they're trying to show, like, look, let's say Cassie, right, with the whole grape situation, I told you guys before how, like, you can interpret it as her lying. Well, the thing is that when there's other people corroborating her story with her timeline and stuff like that, it does add credibility to what she's saying. So a lot of the times what the prosecution will do is they'll bring people in that have almost the same narrative to corroborate and bolster up other witnesses who might not be as credible.
That your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
Jackson scrutinized her evolving statements and phone calls and texts. She adamantly defended herself and any of her actions. Meanwhile, forensic scientist Hannah Knowles testified that retrograde analysis estimated Reed's blood alcohol content was between 0.14% and 0.28% around 12:45 a.m., well over Massachusetts' legal limit of 0.08%.
You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
You actually
I'm
spoke
declaring-
to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning. There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
You've indicated on direct
That's definitely what is insinuating.
examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe.
Hey guys, let's get to 1,500 likes, man. Let's get this shit up, man. Let's get to 1,500 likes, ninjas.
In the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mccabe, there's 7 calls. What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes. And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
You Google searched the phrase, hustling to die in cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
Okay, now we're really getting into the shit, man. Here we go. Now he's getting into the part where he really needs to know, because this is obviously a critical moment right now, because this is one of the state's main witnesses, and they're trying to attack her credibility about this Google search.
Never deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside. Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos
Look at her smiling.
of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
And just so you guys know, the reason why she's covering for them so hard is because her brother-in-law, okay, Brian Albert, the cop, he's the one that owned that house at 34 Fairview.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened.
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
And that wraps week 2.
All right, now we got week 3 right here.
Testimony from 74 witnesses during the 9-week trial.
And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
I hit him, I hit him.
She repeated, I hit him.
And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then
they got her on the stand multiple days.
And she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
With no video or eyewitnesses, the first trial turned into a battle of the experts.
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately
on the morning of the 29th.
Lead investigator True Brennan plans to introduce new evidence, including molds by a SUV's and possibly the defendant taking the stand.
And you also mentioned to the media that...
Okay, I was just fast forwarding through that stuff. Let's see here.
There are some things that you wish that you could clarify. Is there any?
They'll be clarified one day, Matt. They'll be clarified. It might not be live, but it will be.
We're on the record bringing you the biggest moments from the Karen Read murder retrial. I'm your host, Cody Thomas, and today we're diving into week 3, where evidence got colder, but the courtroom heat kicked up a notch. This week, forensic analysis, first responder testimony, digital footprints, and questions about law enforcement integrity all collided in the courtroom. Let's jump right into day 9. Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson, who were at the Alberts' home to pick up Nagel's sister, testified that they saw a woman in a black SUV outside the Albert home. Maxson recalled seeing a man in the passenger seat briefly, but by the time they drove away, only the woman remained. The jury also heard from Sarah Levinson, an Albert party guest, who confirmed she left with the Mccabes at around 1:30 a.m. and saw no sign of O'Keefe in the yard. EMT Katie McLaughlin recounted her brief but disturbing interaction with Karen.
And just so you guys know, the other law enforcement agency that came to talk to McCabe was the FBI. Basically, what happened was McCabe admitted to lying to the FBI about who she was and phone calls she made when agents approached her in April 2023.
And Read.
That's who they were referring to when they said the other law enforcement agency.
Testified that Read kept repeating, I hit him, when first responders arrived. Retired Canton Police Lieutenant Paul Gallagher detailed how investigators used a leaf blower to uncover blood and broken glass buried beneath the snow, raising eyebrows and questions about protocol. A broken cocktail glass was found nearby and red Solo cups were used to collect samples. Witnesses placed Read at the scene, and conflicting accounts of the night at 34 Fairview Road continued to mount. Here's more from day 9.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as a...
Hold on one sec. Hannah Knowles, toxicology analyst, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Okay.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
And just so you guys know, like every state has like big labs like this where they do tests on drugs or toxicology, etc. Firearms, ballistics. Almost every state has one of these things. So it's very common for someone from, the Massachusetts State Police, Connecticut State Police, any of these state police agencies, because they typically have big crime labs that they use. Every state police has a crime lab in the United States, pretty much, so that the locals and the counties can go ahead and rely upon that state police lab to get the information they need.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that the type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
All right, Ryan Nagel, brother of Julie Nagel.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house, like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take. There was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
And she looked like she was alone?
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV?
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Okay, Katie McLaughlin, paramedic, firefighter, Cannon Fire Department.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it a he or she?
It was a man. He was lying supine on the side of the road. He asked me to...
Also, the reason, guys, why Nagel is so important is because he's a prosecution witness, the guy that we just heard from before. Basically, he puts Reed at the scene around the time that they believe that she struck him around midnight, 12:30-ish.
Try to gather more information and kind of see.
And that's why they asked him, hey, was there a woman alone with no one in the passenger seat?
What happened and
which means Ken O'Keefe was already out the car by that point.
What's going on? There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from. I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that
female firefighters, bro,
preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him.
Did I say Ken O'Keefe? I'm sorry, John O'Keefe. Sorry, guys. It's fucking... I didn't sleep much last night, guys. I think you guys are starting to see that. I only slept maybe a few hours. Definitely gonna fucking get a way longer sleep tonight. But yeah, sorry, I'm a bit fatigued today.
I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him.
After Ms. Mccabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And
plus, she's not an investigator, she's a firefighter.
It was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
On day 10, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher returned for cross-examination, where he admitted he only learned later that his friend Brian Higgins had been at the Albert house that night. He was also questioned about his failure to collect potential video evidence from a nearby security camera. Weather meteorologist Robert Gilman confirmed it was a frigid, snowy night with reduced visibility and temperatures plunging. critical context for the timeline of events. Trooper Nicholas Guarino was recalled and brought a barrage of Karen Reed's voicemail messages, over 50 calls to John O'Keefe, many laced with profanity. The final voicemail recorded during the discovery of O'Keefe's body captured the panic and chaos. Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara of the State Police CERT team testified next. His team recovered 6 taillight fragments and O'Keefe's sneaker filled with snow near the curb of 34 Fairview Road.
So he got hit so hard that it knocked him out of his shoes, basically.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
You contacted your Deputy Chief Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera.
Did you seek the footage?
No, I didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Shit, they brought a meteorologist in? Robert Gilman?
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes. The first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold.
I'm telling you guys, state court is a fucking circus, man. I don't think they would ever call in a fucking meteorologist to federal court. Like, this is crazy.
As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline.
How much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat.
Hey guys, we got 1,000 likes, but we got 1,700 of you guys watching right now. Guys, do me a favor, like the video. Let's get to 1,500 likes. I think I'm getting hit with a shadow ban on YouTube right now, man. I'll be honest with y'all. We should be having like triple the live viewers right now, but something's going on. I've noticed that they've kind of stifled my reach a little bit. But this happens. Like, YouTube will go ups and downs. And it's like if you weather the storm, then you get pushed again. But this shit always happen. So yeah, like the video, guys. Let's get to 1,500 likes. We got 1,700 of you guys watching live. But yeah, I'm not sure why they said 1,000. No, that's really low, bro. I was getting like 5,000 to 6,000 last week. Now I'm getting like 1,700. So I'm definitely getting hit quite a bit. So like the video, my ninjas. We got 1,125. Nice. Let's get to 1,500, guys. Let's keep going.
About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
22.5 inches.
So that's 22 and a half inches, just short of 22. Excuse me. Just short of 22 and a half inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen. The soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. and it would have made the ground impenetrable.
All right, now we got a trooper in from the state police.
Trooper Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m. At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left. See you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left.
John, I'm here with your kids. Nobody knows what the you want, you pervert.
God damn.
Day 11 began with Trooper Connor Keffe testifying about the collection of physical.
Guys, we're at 1168. Let's get to 1,500 ninjas. Smash that like button. I don't want to have to stop the show. Okay? I really don't want to have to stop the show. Also, we got something big coming for you guys next week. It's going to be Liddy. I think you guys are really going to enjoy it.
And digital evidence, but it was his connection to disgraced lead investigator Michael Proctor that took center stage. Proctor, a now former Massachusetts state trooper who was recently fired for misconduct, now looms over
after the first trial, by the way. They fired him after the first trial.
Over the case like a shadow. The day ended with Jessica Hyde, a digital forensics expert, who focused on the timing of a crucial search by Jennifer Mccabe. She testified that the search term "How long to die in the cold" was entered at 6:24 a.m. on a browser tab that had been opened at 2:27 a.m. This supported the prosecution's timeline. The search occurred after John O'Keefe's body was found.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
On October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but...
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
Yes.
The two of you would have participated in that interview.
And this is common, guys, because obviously you're trying to recall things from years ago. So it's very common for either the defense or the prosecution to provide you with, a report to remind you of something that may have happened. This is why reports are so important.
Together, correct?
Yes.
But you did not write the report, correct?
No, I did not.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer Mccabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the actual underlying data.
So the actual underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. and all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data. An examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that that tab was backgrounded, or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKLD, excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
You shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 22740 was, whether or not that was the time the search how long to die in the cold
Man, we're really getting in the weeds in this shit.
Occurred. Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty your opinion about whether that search, how long to die in the cold, occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor. Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
And was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27. Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
So she's saying the tab was opened at 2:27, but the search happened at 6:27. Let me make sure I get that right. We're really getting in the weeds here, man.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was
Okay, and that's what the Cellebrite guy said before as well.
The last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
So apparently the tab was open at 2:27, but the search itself happened at 6. Interesting.
Just ensuring that I have the question
Very, very interesting.
correct.
Please.
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
Yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
God damn.
Come to an opinion to a reasonable
That's important so that we can figure out if it's a tab or if it's a search. God damn it.
degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase how long to die in cold.
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
So that helps the prosecution.
Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Massachusetts State Police testified on day 12. He discussed the crime scene, case evidence, and the investigation into John O'Keefe's death. He also presented a lot of evidence, including O'Keefe's wet.
Hey guys, we're at 1,200 likes, man. Let's get to 1,500, man. 300 more to go, guys. 300 more to go. Let's get that engagement up. Smash that like button. I'm here, live at 5, every time. Even though I'm super dead and tired. But I love y'all ninjas, but I'm here anyway. We're demonetized. Nobody'd be working this hard if they were demonetized, but I'm still doing it. So I love y'all ninjas. So like the video. I'm not asking for $1. Just want you guys to subscribe. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. On YouTube. Follow me on Rumble. Myron Gaines X everywhere. And then like the video on YouTube so we can get the engagement up. Smash that like button, guys.
Clothes from that fatal night. On cross, defense.
You know what I might do, chat? Just for you guys, when they have closing arguments, maybe I'll go up to Massachusetts to cover this case. Would y'all want me to do that? Would y'all want me to do that? Maybe when they have closing arguments, I'll go up there.
Attorney Alan Jackson zeroed in on who really led the investigation into John O'Keefe's death. Buchanan said Trooper Michael Proctor was just a, quote, case officer. But Jackson showed Proctor's name was on nearly every warrant, search, and evidence log. The defense pointed out key missteps. The house wasn't searched. A crime scene log wasn't created.
Now, when they say the house wasn't searched, obviously, like, basically what they're trying to say, guys, is, you know, they never paid attention to the house. And then Mccabe, right, when they found O'Keefe's body, she didn't bother to go knock on a door. Like, hey, this doesn't make sense. There's someone dead out here. Why wouldn't you go ahead and tell your brother-in-law and your sister, who's married to your brother-in-law, hey, just so you know, like, John's body's out here. What the hell? And what the defense is trying to say is that, of course, she's not going to go in there because she conspired with them to kill him. Right? Which, you know, that is a fair point. You would think, like, if you see a dead body of your friend on your sister's lawn, you would knock on a door and be like, yo, John's body's here. What the hell's going on? But she didn't do that. And the defense pressed her on that.
Created and O'Keefe's clothing sat unsecured for days. Buchanan insisted the case was handled with honor, but admitted he didn't know who bagged critical evidence and that major reports weren't filed for over a year.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes, before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call. We were shown
and that's how he ended up getting the case. He was basically the on-duty detective.
Broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow. We had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has. When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs. I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises.
And this is where the dog expert believes that he was attacked by a dog when she came in, which, you know, I guess you can see the scratching.
To the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Oh, shit.
Not at all?
writes
The
itself.
investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
With each day, the trial becomes a battleground of timelines, technology, and trust. From evidence found beneath the snow to angry voicemails and the digital search history that could shift everything, this case is as much about what happened as it is about who to believe. As the testimony deepens, so do the questions. Was this a tragic accident or something more sinister? Stay with us. The story is far from over. I'm Cody Thomas.
All right, let's go into Karen Read week 4 now.
We are back on the record. I am Cody Thomas.
Shout out to Core TV. This is pretty good that they're summarizing it by week.
Breaking down key moments from week 4 of the Karen Read murder retrial. Let's get right into it.
The death of John O'Keefe was tragic. A brave officer raising...
We'll also watch this as well, guys, where she tells her story in an exclusive one-on-one interview with a drive-through. We'll cover that as well. We're going to be on stream for a bit, guys. So, we're at 12:53, guys. Let's get to 1,500 likes. Let's get to 1,500 likes. Smash that like button, guys, on YouTube. Let's get to 1,500. Let's get to 100% engagement.
And the state says, point to motive. Surveillance footage showed both Read and Higgins at Canton PD in the early morning after O'Keefe's death. The defense suggested Higgins may have had a reason to confront O'Keefe. Lastly, the topic of suspicious text between week. Defense attorney Buchanan remained. Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan remained at the center of testimony this week. Defense attorney Alan Jackson pressed him about an early theory involving a cocktail glass, Read's "I hit him" comment, and the timeline of when the taillight fragments were found. Jurors also heard about flirtatious texts between Read and ATF agent Brian Higgins.
Let me see. This guy's got to be... I wonder if he's still an ATF agent, this guy. This is Proctor, by the way. What's his name again, this guy? It's Brian Higgins. Hold on, chat. Let's see here. Oh, this dude got a badge of bravery? Or is this something... On November 2nd, 2010, in a connection investigation, a arrest warrant was obtained. A suspect firearm violation, surveillance of vehicle known, blah, blah, blah. McCain and Patrol Sergeant Reardon, Task Force of Oliveira, approached the suspect while he was sitting in a car. Sergeant Detective McCain. Okay. Let me see if I can find where he is now. Here, we'll just watch this. I'll find out for you guys. I'll Google search on the side for y'all.
The defense says speak to her mindset, and the state says point to motive. Surveillance footage showed both Read and Higgins at Canton PD in the early morning after O'Keefe's death. The defense suggested Higgins may have had a reason to confront O'Keefe. Lastly, the topic of Brian Albert's dog Chloe came up, fueling speculation after the German Shepherd was rehomed following the incident.
That is suspicious.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's, that's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Okay, so when I'm looking here, guys, the rumor is that this guy, Brian Higgins, he's been applying to fire departments, but no one really knows if he's done with the ATF or not.
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. A theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the...
And the reason why he's involved, guys, is because he's friends with these guys. They're all at the house.
ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
Who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You did learn.
Fresh updates, $5 a Myron. Are they saying they can view a profile of a person Google search even if it's in incognito mode? Potentially. Satirial says, whatever, I'll send it again. I hate using secondary currency. Myron, being a Northeastern native, there's a lot here the news won't report. Are you planning on going deeper here on this? I've been following DUI guys since the mistrial. Wild stuff. I don't know who DUI guy is. You sent another chat in here. Myron, are you planning on looking at coverage of lawtubers like DUI guy who are extremely well-versed in both this trial and the mistrial? There's a lot of information evidence between this trial and the next, which makes this case extremely fascinating. Would love to see you do a deeper dive. We'll see. We'll see. I know you support the police, but do you think they perpetrated corrupt? Okay. Remember, guys, 5 and above, man. I'll show every single chat on screen, but I'll answer questions and everything else like that with 5 and above. Myron Gaines X or Rumble Rants.
That Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very up situation. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble.
Would you consider those text messages, as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins, as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. The totality of, to put a label on the whole thing. My opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for
304.
what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Day 14 featured more testimony from Sergeant Buchanan and key surveillance footage. Jurors saw Karen Read and ATF agent Brian Higgins arrive at the Canton Police Department just hours after O'Keefe's death. Higgins stayed for 6 minutes and left with what looked like a phone. Prosecutors asked if Higgins had motive. Buchanan said no. The defense pointed to text messages with Read suggesting a possible confrontation with O'Keefe. But Buchanan said the texts speak for themselves. Buchanan denied seeing Trooper Proctor plant taillight fragments. He also explained why key witnesses were interviewed at the Mccabe home, citing bad weather and emotional stress, raising defense concerns about witness separation. Finally, he confirmed Read was interviewed at her parents' house with both parents in the room.
You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Read's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yeah.
Myron, please react to this one. It's really good. All right, I'll take a look at it.
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John O'Keefe's cell phone?
I'm not 100% sure.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor.
Yo, boy, Lem, I've already reacted to this. This is a restaurant that got shot up in California. I've talked about this before.
Then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his client's phone. He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
What did you think he was looking for when he wrote that phrase?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking for when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Read?
His mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
Oh, my God. Oh, man, when fucking around goes wrong.
Do you stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself during the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage, the Sally Port, at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So, yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found. At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injury.
And the reason why this is important with the taillight, guys, is because they're trying to say that the taillight stuff was found after the fact and put in the crime scene versus actually being found on the crime scene. Those are the conflicting theories.
My impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
Had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
Did you have any information whatsoever?
And that's the biggest thing. The defense is saying he went inside and got killed in the house, then they threw him outside. The prosecution is saying he never went in the house in the first place because she struck him with the car and he died right pretty much there.
That there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and...
I know you support the police, but do you think they perpetrate a corrupt justice system and that by doing so they themselves are corrupt, whether knowingly or not? It depends on the situation, man. There's dirty cops everywhere, right? The majority are not, but yeah, there's always going to be police officers that abuse their power. Marco.
John O'Keefe.
No.
Did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
And Brian Albert, guys, if I'm not mistaken, is a detective for the Boston Police Department. I think he's like in their gang unit or some shit like that. And here's the interview. Here's the actual. Let's take a break from the week 4 real quick and go into the testimony that these cops gave here.
Albert testified in the first trial that neither.
Okay, here he is. This is Brian Albert. This is the guy that was a detective for Boston Police Department, the homeowner who ended up selling the house after this happened.
Karen Reed nor John O'Keefe entered his house on the night. Police officer Brian Albert, the owner of the home where John O'Keefe was found. Albert testified in the first trial that neither Karen Reed nor John O'Keefe entered his house on the night in question, contradicting the defense's claim that John O'Keefe was assaulted inside the house and his body was staged outside. Under cross-examination, Albert acknowledged disposing of his cell phone shortly before receiving a preservation notice, raising concerns about...
Wait, shortly before or after?
Of his cell phone shortly before receiving...
Okay, shortly before. So what's a preservation letter, guys? A preservation letter is a letter that you give to... Typically, you serve it on social media companies or internet service providers. Anybody that, like, is the custodian of data. So, like, let's say I want to go ahead and get, like, cell phone records. I would send a preservation letter, or I want to get like a social media profile. I'll send a preservation letter to Facebook. Hey, I need you guys to preserve this information on this profile because I'm going to write up a search warrant on it. And what that does is it allows that company to maintain that data for you until you draft up and get your search warrant, because that will take time. So you send a preservation order, then you send them the warrant, and then they get you the information that you need to ensure that it doesn't get purged.
Preservation notice.
I've never seen it served on an individual, though, but he probably knew a preservation order was coming, so he got rid of his phone beforehand.
Raising concerns about potential evidence loss. Furthermore, Brian's brother Kevin is an officer in Canton, the agency that began the investigation before state police took over. And on the morning when John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, Brian Albert never came outside. These factors have intensified scrutiny over Albert's testimony and the events surrounding...
Yeah, because it just doesn't make sense. A guy from your police department is dead on your front lawn, and you never left the house?
John O'Keefe's death. All this as Karen Reed attempts to raise doubt about the prosecution's allegations that she murdered John O'Keefe. I have seen a...
Guys, smash that like button. We're at 1,300. Let's get to 200 more likes, man.
A lot of trials through the years, and it's been a lot of years here at Court TV, longer than anyone else at Court TV. And I don't say that to brag. I just say that to say, I've been here a long...
Your house. Was Brian Albert already there?
Brian Albert was a police officer.
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
Now, he hasn't testified in this trial yet, but his name is all over this case, which brings us to the first question in our investigation.
Remember, this is when he testified the first time.
And of course, it's about Brian Albert. What is Brian Albert's connection to this case? How is he linked to what happened to John O'Keefe and everything else surrounding the investigation and this trial? Okay.
And this guy, like I said before, if I'm not mistaken, I'm almost certain, he's a Boston Police Department gang task force detective, this dude, Brian Albert.
Okay. A couple of familiar faces joining me tonight. John DePietro, host and creator of Road Patrol Live, and Karen Reed supporter Kim Whalen. She's also known as Nurse Kim on TikTok. Great to have you both here. I'd like to start by playing, since we didn't hear from him yet, let's listen to Brian Albert here talk about his relationship with John O'Keefe.
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him. Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with.
Okay, Kim, obviously his name comes up a lot, and him and John O'Keefe. Is there any history here that we don't know about, history between these two that would somehow lead down the road where Brian Albert is part of some alleged conspiracy to do harm to John O'Keefe and then frame his girlfriend?
Yeah, Vinny, great question. And by all accounts, no, not a typical relationship or some sort of history that they had. But what there is known...
butt dials.
I don't give a fuck what this one female got to say.
So I'm sure the defense would call him something else, but...
Those calls. Objection.
Called butt dials.
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
All right, Kim, give us a little more background and context for these so-called, what he calls...
22, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
All right, now let's get into some of the cross-examination here.
After you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Chloe was rehomed in May.
So 4 to 5 months after the fact, remember, this incident happened in January. By May, that dog was gone.
And we can use whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right. My parents built a house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
You listed that house for sale for the first time ever.
And that's his childhood home, by the way, chat. That's another reason, too, why this is a big deal. Got rid of the dog, sold the house. And the house was his childhood home.
In November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it, yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay, so that's his version of what happened with Chloe the dog and with his home. And all this brings us to the next question in our investigation.
Just creates more and more reasonable doubt for Karen Reed because this is all suspicious shit, man.
Was Brian Albert's behavior suspicious?
Absolutely was. And that's why Karen Reed's defense is so strong, is because of the suspicious behavior of the police officers involved.
The things that he did, are they routine, normal behavior, or does it rise to the level of suspicious? And if so, how suspicious is it? Joining us, private investigator with more than 20 years of experience, Jason Jensen, and psychotherapist and CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey, to offer their expertise on this really significant issue.
Private eye, bro. Who are these random experts that they be bringing in, bro? What the fuck?
I just want to refresh some of the conduct that we're talking about. Brian Albert knew John O'Keefe, didn't know him that well. He said John O'Keefe never came inside his house. He said the calls after 2 a.m. that morning to Brian Higgins were butt dial.
And Brian Higgins, guys, remember, is the ATF agent, his friend.
He was accused of destroying his phone, but said, I was just getting a new phone just before the order to preserve the phone, and then rehoming the dog and selling his home. Jason Jensen, I'll begin with your thoughts on this. As you look at those facts, are they all pretty mundane, being blown out of proportion? Are they suspicious? What are your thoughts here?
Well, oftentimes what's described there is pretty normal, pretty common to rehouse a dog or sell a home, but in the context of a case, and that's what this is. It's a trial where if you're getting rid of things that are relating to a case, that can be characterized as disposing of evidence, which disposal of evidence is consciousness of guilt.
Now, Dr. Janie Lacey, it's difficult to, I guess, truly understand what's going on.
Let's go to Higgins more.
Reed is the accused murderer on trial, but her and her...
You know Brian Higgins.
Brian Higgins.
From Brian Higgins.
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
Brian Higgins.
From the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins.
Brian Higgins?
As Brian Higgins. Did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes.
And Brian Higgins has not testified yet in this case, but his name is making its way and weaving its way into some of the testimony in front of this jury, which brings us to the next question in our investigation. There he is.
And that's him from the first testifying the first time. And the reason why he's probably friends with these guys, is because remember Brian Albert works at a gang squad, right? A gang or a drug trafficking squad. A lot of the times these guys work with the ATF quite a bit, so it would make sense that he would be friends with ATF agent Brian Albert.
What is Brian Higgins' connection to the case? What's his connection to the people, to what happened that night? Here with us, the host and creator of Road Patrol Live. He's been inside the courtroom. John DePietro is with us, and Karen Reed supporter Kim Whalen, Nurse Kim on TikTok, and I believe on YouTube as well, doing a great job there. Okay, I want to play for you some testimony from Brian Higgins here talking about his relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe.
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Okay. Was it Houdini who said friends? How many of us have them? Might have been Houdini. Tell me, John, how would you describe...
So was there maybe some element of jealousy of Karen Reed?
...of this relationship among lives of Canton to me?
Her that he wanted the real war. You found a little bit of a refuge in Brian Higgins, and he was giving her compliments. He was telling her that he wanted the real deal. He'd give her whatever she wanted.
Nigga simping.
And she just really wanted someone to tell her that she was pretty, I think. And then she noticed that asking repeatedly, what do you want from me? Are you joking with me? She pulled back and hadn't actually spoken to Brian Higgins for over a week before January 29th, 2022. So he sends her a text message while they're at Waterfall Bar and Grill. And then he ends up texting Officer John O'Keefe when they're en route to 34 Fairview. Are you coming here? So I find it murky, a little bit muddy with the relationship timeline, or the talking timeline, if you will. But it was more embarrassing and very innocent, in my opinion.
Now, you mentioned the text messages. I want to take...
All right, let's go ahead and go back to week 4. Now you guys know who Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are. Brian Albert, owner of the home, acquaintance/friend of the deceased John O'Keefe. Brian Higgins, ATF agent, also friend/acquaintance of John O'Keefe.
After a day off, Karen Reed
and of Karen, where he would flirt with her.
Returned to court on day 15, appearing upbeat, but the tone inside was serious. Prosecutors introduced new evidence suggesting John O'Keefe's death followed a volatile breakup. This came after the defense had Sergeant Buchanan read text messages between Reed and ATF agent Brian Higgins, which prosecutors say reveal a troubled relationship. O'Keefe's niece testified privately due to her age. Jurors also watched Reed's past interviews on Dateline.
Kumo says, did you already read my first chat? I was on the phone. No, I didn't see your first chat, bro.
And ID. Crime scene testimony resumed when Sergeant Brian Gallerani testified he collected DNA from Buchanan and Proctor, but not from several Canton officers, including the chief. Sergeant.
All right, guys, we're about 100 away, so smash that like button, guys. Let's get to 1,500.
Evan Brent described evidence found buried in snow. Criminalist Maureen Hartnett detailed scratches, a dent, glass, and a hair found on the back of Reed's SUV.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed.
Hold on. All right, Sergeant Zachary Clark, crime scene investigator, Massachusetts State Police.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle. I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions. A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present. My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
All right, now Sergeant Evan Brent, crime scene investigator, MSP.
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography. Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
What damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
I was asked
biological criminals
to examine a black Lexus SUV. I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
Was there anything significant that you saw
So we know that he didn't get run over.
Relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
Did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Day 16 brought key rulings, potential delays, and critical medical testimony.
Horseman of Sovereignty, $20, appreciate that. He goes, just for being a dope dude with the dopest coverage, here's 20. Like the video, motherfuckers, and I'll donate some subs. Run it up. Back in court Tuesday to cover Diddy. I'll keep you updated, Chad. Shout out to you, Chad. Oh, this is my boy Chad, guys. Yeah, so Chad, if you guys remember, he helped me out with my streams yesterday, man. He'll be back at the Diddy courthouse on Tuesday. So I'll probably be chopping it up with him and Mel and giving you guys updates on what's going on.
Karen Reed supporters won a major legal victory when Judge Cannoni lifted the protest buffer zone. Following a federal court ruling, it violated First Amendment rights. Meanwhile, Reed's defense may seek a delay after...
It's full auto night, by the way. Weird. On my Rumble thing, it shows up something else. But yeah, full auto night, guys, is Chad on Rumble. Full auto night. Shout out to him, man.
Receiving a late forensic report from the Commonwealth. The report highlights a timing discrepancy between Reed's SUV and O'Keefe's phone that could disrupt the defense's timeline. The defense called it a mid-trial ambush. Prosecutors said they just received the data themselves. Now, criminalist Maureen Hartnett returned for cross-examination on evidence handling. Then came pivotal testimony from the medical examiner. She detailed O'Keefe's injuries and ruled the cause of death as blunt force trauma plus hypothermia, but left the manner of death undetermined. On cross, she admitted the injuries weren't clearly consistent with the car strike, and the head wound could have come from a fall.
Kubo DTV says, I've been a true victim of female fuckery. My life has been ruined by a lie, and I can't take it anymore. I'm at my breaking point. I can't get a job, and I live in my car. I can't even provide for my kid. I won't do anything stupid, but if I made a GoFundMe and super chat in, would you be willing to repost, or can I pay you to repost? I really need help. Shit, man. Yeah, bro, we got you. What the fuck happened, man? Damn. Yeah, we got you, bro. You're in Castle Club. We got you. Castle Club member, we got you.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe. I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. There was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also
And the defense was saying that that might have been defensive wounds in a fight. That's what they were trying to claim. OD says, what do you think about Travis Hunter making that 304 his wife with no prenup? I believe he's taking a major L after she pops out a baby and takes him to cleaners and divorce. Yeah, bro. These NFL niggas are retarded, bro. Young professional athletes are some of the dumbest niggas on earth. I'm actually surprised he wifed her up too. Bitch destroyed his fucking image.
Faint scratch on the back of his left hand. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
Regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide...
And it doesn't have to be dog bites, guys. It could be dog scratches as well. Those scrapes on his arm.
An opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot. And when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. There were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the
Holy shit, they took his brain out, man.
area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
Inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
In this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's, on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Week 4 wrapped up with a short but fiery day 17 that almost led to a delay in proceedings. The prosecution leaned.
Shout out to this niggerator, bro. So you went from narrator to niggerator.
Heavily on forensics, walking the jury through a detailed breakdown of DNA and physical evidence found at the scene and on John O'Keefe's clothing. First, a DNA expert from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab testified that multiple bloodstains on O'Keefe's jeans, shirt, and sneakers were overwhelmingly likely to be his, but defense attorney David Yannetti pushed back, pointing out the DNA mixtures included unknown contributors, and that the lab never compared samples to other key names like Brian Albert or Brian Higgins. Then came a second expert, a physical match analyst who reconstructed shattered taillight pieces found on Fairview Road. Some fragments were matched as part of a single taillight unit, presumably from Karen Reed's Lexus, but others showed no mechanical connection. Finally, a courtroom fight.
Does she have like a fucking, what kind of bat? Is that like a, what flag is that? Is that the LGBT flag or like the trans flag?
But others showed no mechanical connection. Finally, a courtroom fight erupted over expert data. The defense accused the Commonwealth of trying to get, quote, 3 bites at the apple by updating a tech expert's report about vehicle and phone data after the defense had already cross-examined witnesses. The judge ultimately ruled the state could move forward, setting the stage for a high-stakes rebuttal.
All right, DNA analyst, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Andre Porto.
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals.
What did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison. It was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. We can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with...
This nigga look crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He looks like a 1970s serial killer.
The DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not.
That's crazy that they didn't take any of the information from the other people.
What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item?
Yeah, I think that's a T flag, chat. Cooked.
Alone.
Hold on a second. Ashley Ash Vaylor, physical match analyst, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716.
2 pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with 2 pieces from item 7-16, F and G. So 2 pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, 1 piece from item 7-9, piece A, and 1 piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you could, please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
From clashing forensic timelines to newly surfaced text messages, Week 4 brought a wave of testimony that cut straight to the heart of the case. With credibility, timing, and motive all now under the microscope, the next phase of this retrial promises even more twists and turns. I'm Cody Thomas, and as always, thanks for listening. Stay safe, stay informed, and we'll see you next time we go back on the record.
All right, let's see here. Let's go ahead and week 5. I think that's probably going to be the last week. Week 5, Karen Reed. Bam. All right.
We're on the record in Week 5 of the Karen Reed murder retrial. I'm Cody Thomas, and this week, the Karen Reed retrial takes a sharp turn. A forensic expert admits he lied about his qualifications. A critical piece of vehicle data was missed entirely, and a neurosurgeon suggests John O'Keefe's fatal injury might not have come from a car at all. The prosecution is still building its case, but the cracks are starting to show.
The death of John O'Keefe was tragic. A brave officer raising 2 children as a single parent.
Fast forward
now has a completely different version of how John O'Keefe died. Evidence from videos should help the jury find the truth. During the first trial, the jury was divided and could not agree about what happened. But now, second time around, both sides are hoping their side's interpretation of these videos will persuade the jury. Meanwhile, the public waits as the evidence unfolds inside the courtroom.
Today's testimony zeroed in on digital forensics and DNA analysis. Digital forensic analyst Shannon Burgess dropped a bombshell. An SD card, the SUV's equivalent of a black box, was missed during testing, and parts of the car's data system were damaged in the process. Burgess analyzed a 3-point turn and a reverse maneuver by Karen Reed's Lexus, timing it just seconds before O'Keefe's last phone activity. But then came the twist. On cross, Burgess admitted he falsely claimed a college degree on his resume. A forensic analyst with no diploma, testifying in a murder trial. The defense jumped on it. DNA experts also took the stand. A hair found in Reed's SUV couldn't rule out John O'Keefe as a contributor, and comparisons were made to Sergeant Yuri Buchanan and former trooper Michael Proctor.
Frank, you want to say what's up to the people? All right, Frank. Okay. Relax. Hey, stop.
was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes, so my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis, or comparative analysis between those two?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that.
Which pretty much means that it's his hair.
Mixture profile.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
All right, Carl Mayasako, DNA analyst, Bode Technology. All right, Kumo says, she lied on me in a domestic violence case when I was in Los Angeles County Jail for a week in a one-man cell with no Quran, Bible, pencil, or paper. My TV was shut off, so complete isolation, showered once. And NJ, you have 25 days to reopen any case after you please, so I plead no contest against my PD's public defendants investigate out and fight the case on the street, but California law is different, and I didn't... wait, hold on. So I plead no contest to get out and fight the case on the street, but California law is different, and I didn't know at the time. I was only 19, young and dumb. Damn, man. I'm sorry that you're going through that, bro. How old are you now, Kumo?
Sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodie on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those 2 mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those 2 standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
You're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't.
Okay.
All right, so it's not as precise as we thought.
Say that it is per se an individual person, so it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in.
Unlikely, but, you know, see what the defense is doing here? Oh, well, you can't conclude 100% that it was his hair, even though it came from his mother's side. And his mom didn't get hit by the car, but you guys see what the defense is doing here? They're creating that doubt, this is what their job is. They're doing a fantastic job of creating doubt.
In his maternal line, correct?
Correct.
Because now he's expanded it from, it could be John O'Keefe to his mom, to his aunt, to his sister, anybody that's a female on his family.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power-on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23.
All right, so this is the 3-point turn. Well, I'm going to bring this back a little bit. This is important. Okay, digital forensic analyst aperture. Also, guys, before we do this, we are at 1424 likes. 60 more likes, guys. Let's hit 1,500. Smash that like button. Let's get to 1,500. Let's get to 1,500 likes, guys.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power-on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th.
Okay. So this is from 12:12 to 12:42 a.m. This is where the alleged hit happened.
That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second.
Damn. Okay. Now we're going somewhere.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23.
All right, so text stream, okay, 1 o'clock, 3-point turn. O'Keefe's iPhone clock is 21 to 29 seconds fast relative to the Lexus clock at the time of the 3-point turn. Lexus clock should be adjusted forward by 21 to 29 seconds to align with Mr. Keefe's iPhone clock. So text stream event and Lexus clock 12:23:38 a.m. And then 3-point turn O'Keefe's iPhone clock 12:29. Okay, so they're comparing the two times to basically see when the 3-point turn happened.
59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Damn, Kumo TV says 25, almost 26. I'm trying to fight this for a while now unsuccessfully. Bro, 7 years? Holy shit, man.
If these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
The Commonwealth's digital forensic analyst Shannon Burgess returned to the witness stand for a second day of cross-examination on day 19. The defense zeroed in on a 21 to 29 second time variance between Reed's SUV and O'Keefe's iPhone, a gap they say could weaken the prosecution's timeline. Burgess insisted his analysis pulled from that missed SD card was accurate to the second, but under pressure, he admitted the SUV's recorded, quote, trigger events like shifting gears don't prove a crash happened. Prosecutors tried to shift the focus back to the data. They also played a clip of Karen from an April 2024 interview where she seemed to estimate O'Keefe's time of death in line with the prosecution's theory.
Which is roughly around 12:30 in the morning. All right, Shannon Burgess, digital analyst, Aperture. Same guy. Country accent guy.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162-2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162-2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
You failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
Is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And I mean, you can see here that they're really going in the weeds here, guys. You know, looking at the infotainment system of the SUV to figure out when the 3-point turn was actually made and kind of comparing and contrasting it with John O'Keefe's phone, right? To see when he was struck in relation to the infotainment system and his phone.
Day 20 began with an unexpected delay. Judge Beverly Cannoni spoke privately with jurors for over an hour. No one was dismissed, but 2 jurors were reseated. The judge reminded the panel no talking about the case inside or outside the courtroom. Neurosurgeon Dr. Isaac Wolf told jurors that O'Keefe's injuries could have been caused by a fall, not a car. He said the trauma was consistent with someone falling backwards and hitting their head on something hard like the ground. Then trace analyst Christina Hanley testified that plastic fragments found on O'Keefe's clothes were a possible match for Karen Reed's Lexus taillight or a similar vehicle. But the defense hit back, noting glass on Reed's bumper didn't match a cocktail glass collected from the scene.
You reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did. What we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head?
What happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. The brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue.
Could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No. There is very few things that head injury where you would die, quote, immediately.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that, yes, sir.
From your comparison of, starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated.
Hey, thanks to the Brimless for 20 gifted subs. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you for supporting the show and rocking with me, man. I really appreciate that.
From the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, In your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Interesting. So you guys have been asking me about this DUI guy. So here's his channel right here. I was looking at some of the stuff while oh, actually, you know what? Let's see. Before I go into him, let's see this interview that she did with Boston 25 News, where she did an exclusive like ride along with them. And then we'll go on to the DUI guy. Today's going to be all Karen Reed, ninjas. All Karen Reed today. I'll probably cover Jorden Peterson debating some people tomorrow. I think he had a debate with on Jubilee, if I'm not mistaken.
Look at a first glance to read the same, but then you read it toward the PD. And I've read this so many times that I don't know if I've become desensitized to it, but he says to Matt McCabe when he...
Hold on one sec. Yeah, 9 hours ago. Jorden Peterson versus 20 atheists. That's kind of weird because I thought Peterson himself was an atheist. But whatever. I need to go back on Jubilee, bro. I need to get back on there. But don't worry, guys. Very soon. Very, very soon.
How many nights do you think that you stayed at a hotel since this legal saga began?
Since the legal saga began, well, trial was every bit of 10 weeks, and then a week or so leading up to it. So that's 100 days, 90 plus days, and then every hearing at least one day. And that's just not having a license and being out in the suburbs. Now I don't have my house anymore. So I'm always in transition of where I'm staying. So, and when Alan and Liza come in, and now Bob, and if it's one of our experts, time is of the essence. And I like to be involved in everything. So I certainly don't want my legal team convening and I'm not there. You miss one day of this case on this legal team and you're behind. We just got a discovery dump today. This tends to happen right before a hearing. We get discovery. I wonder if part of that is preempting us saying in court in an open forum that we're still waiting on this, this, and this. So then we get it, and then we haven't had time to really distill it before we're back in court. But we just got a dump today.
As you guys can see, we're doing a very deep dive on Karen Reed, but I don't want to, like I said, we're going to cover this extensively because you guys have been asking for this case for a very long time. So yeah, we're going to get it done.
And it's nice because the lawyers are coming in and we're kind of all combing through it. We'll sit down tonight and go through it. We'll have time again tomorrow to go through it. So staying with them helps foster this logistically.
During this time, when there is no trial, we see you in court once every, 3 months? But what's going on when we're not seeing you? This is it, right?
This is it. I work on the case every day. From when I wake up, I'll take a few breaks. I'll have dinner with friends or with my family or both. But the hearing those are easy days. I mean, they're easy for me. I don't have to do anything, but it's all the days in between. Now this is the second trial. So for any given witness, there's the initial police reports, or in some cases, no police reports.
Hey, and shout out to Mo for fixing the audio on this mic. The audio should be 100% crispy, by the way, guys. Mo fixed the sound effects. Stupid. And he fixed the sound of the mic.
Falcon punch!
So shout out to Mo for taking care of this and, giving you guys this crispy audio. For those of you that are wondering, I'm using a Zoom PodTrack P8. I've had this thing for years, but I just haven't been using it, so now I am. And here we are. So the audio should be very good now. Jubilee Myron Gaines versus 20 Feminists. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, that's what they need to put me on there. I don't know what's wrong. I think they got scared of me from the last time I was there, bro. Because they put on a bunch of no-names, man. They put on people that aren't nearly as relevant as I am on there. So there's something going on there. It's not relevance. Something else.
We've got the state grand jury. Then we've had a federal grand jury. And now a trial. And then any interim police reports that involve some of these witnesses. So it's layers of statements, and the inconsistencies are just seemingly endless. So there's always work to do, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack, that the report may look at a first glance to read the same, but then you read it 2 or 3 times and it starts to sink in. We were just looking at a police report, my father and I, a couple mornings ago, an early police report from January 29th by Michael Lank with the Canton PD. And I've read this so many times that I don't know if I've become desensitized to it, but he says to Matt McCabe when he goes into 34 Fairview, if John got in a fight the night before. And I always read that as
if... And that's documented?
That's documented in the Canton police report that day, 3 years ago, nearly to the hour, to right now. But now that I read it, I'm like, of course he's being asked if he knew of John getting into a fisticuffs, because John looks like he was.
Right.
And those are things that I read in the moment when I was arrested and then arraigned on February 2nd. And I don't quite know the contours of what I'm dealing with. I first think that this is just mistaken. I was hysterical, I was drinking, and they've just got the wrong person. And then piece by piece it came together, like they got the right person. I'm the wrong person, but for them, I was the right person. Now, 3 years later, looking at a police report that I got on February, actually David came and brought it to the holding cell at the Stoughton District Courthouse on February 2nd, right before I was arraigned. You see something every time that you just can't see without repetition. Your eyes like preempt what you're gonna, what the next word is, what the next sentence, and it doesn't have the same meaning to you today on January 29th, 2025 that it did in 2022.
So are you going through all the police reports that you've looked at prior and all the statements? You're going through everything again?
You got to go through everything again, because every time you get something new, it's not what is this on its face in my case, it's what's changed. What are they saying now versus what did they say 6 months ago, 12, 18 months ago? So you're always doing, I've got some things in a spreadsheet, that's how my mind has always worked, but some things you just have to read. You've got to go through the court minutes, go through the transcripts, but a police report today, we'll read something. Liza and I were on the phone on the way up here, and it's, wait a minute, what did this witness say, or what did this responding officer say back on February 10th, 2022? Well,
okay, I adjusted the USB as well, guys, so it should be better, the USB. So that also should be good.
now he's saying this. So you've got to always compare and see what's changed.
Do you feel like you've gotten more astute doing this now for 3 years?
I feel I understand now how it's gonna, I understand better how it's gonna play in court. I think of things I was texting David constantly in the early days of this. I'd find something and I'd think, well, can't we go talk to this person? And they'll say it didn't happen that way. And now I know better how tough it is to get, especially in my case, how tough it is to get something admitted. Even going into trial with my seasoned attorneys, there were things we thought we could show, like an exhibit, for example, like one witness, Christina Hanley, the key part of her forensic report at the MSP lab, and she's just a scientist, a civilian, but the glass on the bumper that was photographed on the bumper does not match the cocktail glass, does not match the cocktail glass. So that means it's from another piece of glass. So that had to have been two breaking events. There's the glass that was found around John's body, the base, I think it was Lank that pulled it out, with his gloves on, or maybe it was Buchnick, the base of the cocktail glass. That is scientifically proven by the state police, Christina Hanley, not to be the glass that was on the bumper.
But I think the jury was left in the first trial with the impression that it was the glass.
Yes, because it's so confusing. Nothing's referred to as the cocktail glass or the bumper glass or the lawn glass. It's 7-1, item 5.
Right.
Yeah, and that's going to be very difficult for a jury to track, and the average layman person as well.
Or item A, or 7-12, items A, B, C, D, and E. And then there's more glass found by Proctor, and that's 7-13, item A. And when you have the scientist who, my guess is worried that we're trying to impeach her, when we're in fact not, we just want her to present the report. And this is, you know, I don't know when she testified, but it's mid-trial, it's 2 p.m, it's 80 degrees outside, and you see jurors' eyes glass over, and I know what's coming. I know what that report is, and it doesn't come out cleanly. So we were thinking going into trial, we could summarize what she was saying using her own acronyms and abbreviations. Here's 7-12, here's 7-13, no match, something like that, and that exhibit was denied. So we were learning on the fly things we
Not
thought.
having it sidebar, correct? Because I don't remember.
It happened at sidebar.
Okay. So this.
Shout out to definitely not a burner. Myron Gaines versus 25 minutes. Yeah, funny.
Is a very familiar spot in Boston for you. This is your old life.
This is my old life that I go by probably once a week. I took the train in and out of South Station every day.
Oh man, I'm very familiar with this area too. This is right near Chinatown.
Where I lived in Mansfield, and I'd come out the back, and this is where I worked for 15 years. Fidelity at 245 Summer Street. And
Equity analyst was your title.
I was equity research. My role was a sector specialist, and it was in this building at 245.
Do you still stay in contact with any of the people you work with?
I used to go to South Station every time I wanted to go home. I would take the train home.
I do.
Back to Connecticut.
I would say about half of my donations have come from former colleagues at Fidelity. Half of what you're aware of that you can see has come from former Fidelity colleagues. So it's funny, Ted. I was sent home from Fidelity from that building, I want to say the second week in February 2020, the pandemic. And I remember talking to someone on the subway. I took like a 2 p.m. train back to Mansfield. And I was talking to someone else who had been sent home from a job, a different facility.
Because of COVID.
Because of COVID. And we were saying, well, we'll be back in a week, right? 2 weeks. Little did I know, I'd reconnect with someone I had dated nearly 20 years earlier in 2004. I'd be working from home for 2 years, and then he would be tragically killed, murdered. And I've been framed for it. And I never would set foot in that building again. So it was a pandemic, and then I was suspended from Fidelity officially as soon as I was indicted.
Is that their policy?
I would think so. I would think so, that it means there's been some due process.
Is there hard feelings about that? Or could you even have kept your job even if you wanted
I would not be capable of having that responsibility.
16 likes away, guys, from 16 likes away from hitting 1,500. Okay, so I found this video here. This looks like it covers a timeline of what went down. So let's go ahead and look at this. The Microdots. The drop-off, Karen Read timeline and Jen's calls by Microdots.
It's the evening of January 28th, 2022. There's a dangerous storm coming.
Give me O/ if audio is good for you guys. Give me O/ if the audio is good.
It's still early, as friends and family begin gathering at the Albert home. The younger generation stay inside for the evening to consume alcohol together, in celebration of a birthday.
All right, awesome.
While the elders choose to venture out to a local bar named The Waterfall, where they meet acquaintances John O'Keefe and Karen Read. All are drinking.
Bro, this is why alcohol's the devil, man. I tell you guys all the time, bro. Guys, alcohol is fucking terrible, bro. If they didn't drink this night, they would all be alive. Think about that. And John O'Keefe would be alive, and no one would be going to jail if they had all just not drunk this night. Fucking alcohol, man.
At about 12:15, they returned from the bar.
That damn German Shepherd.
Jen calls John at 12:14. At 12:18, John calls her back. Then Higgins messages John at 12:20.
Remember, Brian Higgins, guy's the ATF agent. He's asking him, yo, are you coming to the house? This is the guy that was flirting with Karen Reed before via text. So the car pulls up. I like this 3D animation. Visualize it for you guys.
Between 12:23 and 24, Karen and John arrive.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the Nagels that pull up.
Karen sits and waits for confirmation.
Okay, here's the layout of the home.
She watches as John approaches, looks inside, and walks through the door. It's the last time she'll see him in good health.
So her story is she sees him go in. Niggas is watching Cops?
At the same time, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antano, and Heather Maxson arrive in Ricky's 2018 Ford F-150 to pick up Julie Nagel at her request, causing the Lexus to move forward the first time.
And we saw a little bit of the Nagel guy's testimony. They brought him in because he was able to see that Karen was there at the house at the time he pulled up.
Bringing it straight in line with the front door.
Just right outside the front door, though.
Straight outside, yes.
The vehicles remain in these positions for a number of minutes while they both wait. We don't know what John encountered upon entering the home, or where he encountered it.
Yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen.
But we do know who was present. As soon as John walked in, he would have been stabbed.
And keep in mind, guys, the prosecution says he never went inside.
In the living room, directly under the open doorway that leads into the dining room and kitchen, where he could have been easily seen by anyone in the 3 main rooms on the first floor. Stepping into the dining room, he'd encounter some combination of the Alberts' close friends and family. Matt Mccabe, Jennifer Mccabe, Caitlin Albert, homeowner Brian Albert, and nephew Colin Albert. Brian Albert Jr., his friend Sarah Levinson, homeowner Nicole Albert.
That's the wife of the cop that owns that owns the home.
Friend Julie Nagel, and one Brian Higgins, who minutes ago sent a message to the victim asking, "Are you coming here?" And the aggressive German Shepherd.
Dog's name is Chloe, if I'm not mistaken.
It appears that whatever happened to John inside the home unfolded rapidly, ending within just a few brief minutes. This is evident because it must have occurred before Julie Nagel stepped outside to send her brother away by declaring that she was now staying, suddenly changing her mind. The door leading to the basement is located in close proximity to the kitchen area. John's Apple Health data indicates that he ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs and took 80 steps between 12:22 and 12:24.
And I told you guys this before, that this is one of the things that the defense referred to was his Apple Watch.
Stated ascending, descending 3 floors.
Suggesting that he entered the home, walked inside, and within less than a minute ended up in the basement, either by his own volition or by force. The most logical interpretation of the 3 flights is he went down, turned around to leave, and for an unknown reason was returned. Theories on how John sustained his injuries vary, but they largely focus on a violent assault carried out by up to 3 men inside the home, as well as an attack by their ill-tempered German Shepherd. An animal with a documented history of aggression, one that Brian Albert was caught attempting to conceal from the court by lying, saying that Chloe has never attacked a human being, when she has attacked 2, sending both to the hospital for treatment.
God damn, bro. Guy can't control his dog, man. Frank, on the other hand, he's smart. He don't attack nobody. Look, see? Look. Here he comes. Frank, what do you got to say about this stupid German Shepherd, bro? Huh? All right, I love you too, buddy. Come here. You stink, nigga. You need to get you a shower. You smell like dog.
Just one of the many lies they've been caught in. On the right side is an opening containing rows of dumbbells. And a systems room behind a set of double doors. A bathroom straight ahead. And stairs exiting directly to the backyard.
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here.
He did text me saying that he was outside.
And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside.
If Ryan texted his sister again that he was going to leave, that means she kept him outside waiting. So what caused the delay? The timeline indicates that John entered the home, triggering a violent
So, John attacked 12:24. Roughly, that's what they're saying. And then Julie comes out 2 minutes later.
confrontation that unfolded quickly. The chaos inside delayed Julie for several minutes, long enough for Ryan to text
Well, 2 minutes, really.
her saying he was going to leave, prompting them to send her outside to get rid of her brother. Within the four walls of 34 Fairview Road, they had a full-blown crisis on their hands, one that needed to be contained fast. It's nearly 12:30 a.m. They have a fatally injured cop laying on the floor, a house full of people, and 2 separate parties waiting outside, each expecting someone to step out or at least inform them that they can leave. They immediately took command, and no one was coming or going until this was worked out. And since they didn't have the idea to blame Karen until morning, when Jen noticed her taillight was cracked, the only claim they have is to say that despite being dropped off right out front, John never came into the house. Say it with me. The guy never came into the house. At 12:27, after sending Julie outside, Jen starts using her phone to build that alibi. But Karen is still out there, and they don't know why.
As soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Jen McCabe.
You noticed this SUV outside. You started paying somewhat close attention to it.
They are watching her every move, anxiously waiting. The Lexus is seen moving forward a second time, into the proximity of the flagpole. They have no clue if Karen's about to drive off, dial 911, or bang on their door demanding to speak to John.
Also, guys, I'm going to do, tomorrow, I'm going to react to not just the Jorden Peterson debate, I'm also going to react to the Charlie Kirk debate that he had, which it's pretty interesting, where they debate on, what's it called? Israel-Palestine.
Julie is outside. She tells her brother that she will be staying longer, despite calling him to come pick her up for a ride home.
So that's kind of weird. She changed her mind, huh?
Y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes.
The whole thing? Probably, yeah.
She walks back into the house. At 12:29, Jen McCabe makes the first of 7 calls to John's phone over the next 21 minutes. Although she insists that each of these calls were made unknowingly and completely accidentally, not a single voicemail was recorded, implying that she not only inadvertently made the calls, but she also inadvertently hung up before a voicemail was triggered. An absurd proposition that any rational person must reject on its face.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Definitive evidence that they are hiding something. The chances of this set of anomalies occurring at the exact time required to support her alibi are impossibly low.
14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes.
Those calls were later deleted, and she doesn't have an answer for that either. We are being asked to take Jen at her word when she has every motive to shift the blame away from herself and her family. Ryan Nagel watches Julie entering the side door as they pull away.
All right, so timeline again. They get there at 12:24. Julie comes out 2 minutes later. So basically in this 2-minute span, I guess he starts getting attacked somewhere in here. Quickly, like literally within a minute of him getting there, assuming that this conspiracy theory is true.
I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Providing him the perfect angle to witness Karen Reed sitting alone in her vehicle, waiting for John.
But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person.
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
Female with long hair. Is that
correct?
Right?
Ryan and friends drive away. Karen is now alone for the first time since she arrived. The 3 of them confirm that they didn't see John outside the entire time they were there, nor was he in Karen's SUV, entirely consistent with Karen's story of what happened. Karen leaves between 12:29 and 12:30, We know this because her phone connects to the Wi-Fi network at John's home at 12:36.
Okay.
Miss Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m.
Google Maps confirms the drive time for that route on that date and time is 6 to 7 minutes, without factoring in the snowy road conditions that night, which would have only slowed travel further. That means the latest Karen Reed could have left 34 Fairview Road, according to the data we have, is 12:30 a.m.
Around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
What kind of charade is this? The lead prosecutor is standing in front of an unknowing jury and claiming the defendant committed murder 15 minutes after she left the premises. Shameful. Using such flimsy and misleading information to pin a crime on an innocent woman isn't just gross negligence. It is.
So I just want to let you guys know, clearly this video is biased and they're going towards the conspiracy theory, but that's fine. We'll entertain it. We'll see this side.
It's a crime in itself.
At 12:31.
Just keep that in mind that he's obviously, this YouTuber is very, he thinks that this was a conspiracy cover-up, which is fine. Let's entertain it and watch it.
You texted, pull behind.
I just want you guys to be aware.
Behind me to John.
With no one outside, they finally have their first chance to address their next immediate problem. At 12:31 and 56 seconds, someone carries John's phone 83.5 feet out to the last spot they saw the SUV parked. Conveniently near trees and bushes, providing enough cover to stay out of sight. It is placed there at 12:32 and 16 seconds, which means it took about 20 seconds for someone to move to that location and drop the phone. Although another theory suggests they turned the phone off and placed it outside at a later time. Without a proper investigation, we can only speculate. Regardless, for Karen to have hit John, she would have had to complete a 6 to 7 minute drive in just 3 minutes and 44 seconds on slippery, snow-covered roads with a route that includes a long traffic light. This means that according to the Commonwealth's own forensic data, Karen Reed could not have murdered John O'Keefe. Then who did?
And then at 12.
John O'Keefe. No covered roads with a route that includes a long traffic light. This means that according to the Commonwealth's own forensic data, Karen Reed could not have murdered John O'Keefe. Then who did?
And then at 12:40, you texted, hello.
At 12:41, Jen makes call number 2 of this series. 54 seconds later, call number 3.
And at 12:42, you texted, where are you?
At 12:43, she makes call number 4.
And at 12:45, you texted, hello.
At 12:46, call number 5. At 12:47, call number 6. And finally, at 12:50, Jennifer places call number 7. A highly suspicious pattern of calls. But what's even more interesting is that Jen originally told police that she saw Karen pulling away at 12:45, specifically remembered because it coincided with her last text to John stating hello, which means Jennifer has been caught in another lie, and that she was attempting to place the SUV outside when it was already back at John's house for nearly 10 minutes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022.
Jen has also adjusted her story since the beginning to accommodate the Commonwealth's evolving theory. The flagpole was always the last place the SUV had been seen, Until Jen testifies here.
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead, out the front door, stationary.
You said you saw it pull up again, second time. You said you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Jennifer changes her story, now claiming she saw the SUV in position to reverse backwards towards John.
It moved to the flagpole, and then it moved up again.
And like they did over and over again in the first trial to explain why the new story doesn't match the first, they blame police incompetence. No one has done more to damage the reputation of cops everywhere than these people.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong. At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument? Anything like that?
No. But I was just picking up the area.
All right, so let's go into DUI guy. All right, so jury trial insane moments. Let's see here. Let's go.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to...
You guys have been recommending this guy, so let's see what he's got to say.
Buckle up, it's the law with attorney Larry Foreman. Folks, today we are going to cover the top 3 moments of the trial that have happened this past week. Now, unfortunately, we can't even do a top 5, let alone forget a top 10. Nothing has significantly happened this week. Not only because it's a short week, but of course, the one or possibly even 2 clips that are going to come from the same witness, Shannon Burgess. Oh my God, this guy. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable, this man. How do you even testify like that about your lack of degree? Oh, folks, if you don't know what I'm talking about, buckle up. It's about to...
I think this is the guy that talked about the 3-point turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Get interesting. So, without further ado, I give you the top 3 moments of the Karen Read trial in Canton, Massachusetts, Norfolk County, from the week of May 9th to May 21st, 2025. Enjoy.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
So in those 2 exhibits, your 2 CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those 2 CVs, right?
Correct.
Wait. So he's a high school graduate? And again, nothing against high school graduates, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of very, very, very smart and talented people who hold nothing more than a high school degree. They may even hold an elementary school degree. They never even went to high school. I've met them, and they're brilliant folks. But this guy is presenting himself out as an expert in a field of science and or mathematics, and this is the guy that rewrote his report. Oh my God, it makes so much sense now. It just clicked. He's the one who decided to rewrite his entire report because he doesn't know what he's doing.
And in fact, as you sit here today,
so exciting.
You do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Hitting his credibility.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently
pursuing means you're taking classes actively.
Pursuing, yes. You have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
No way.
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page?
No way.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed?
Very possible, yes.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education head. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration.
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
Oh, bad.
Welcome, punch!
Oh, Lord.
You do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
My God. And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not? Objection.
Wait, why? Why? Why is that sustained? That was a valid question. That is a direct question. You lied, sir.
Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or...
Bro, the only BS this guy got is bullshit. Holy. They're cooking his ass right now.
...published on a website is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services. That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
You recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page, with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
So this guy deceived Brennan and Lally and Morrissey about his education. He said, I hold these degrees.
Yeah, now his credibility is cooked.
But on his real CV, he is currently pursuing, I don't hold these degrees. That's a lie. That's deception. Caught.
Attention to your personal, the printout of your personal LinkedIn page, and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there, and it says Bachelor of Science, B period S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not.
What?
And you do not hold ABS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not, and that would have been at that time an expected graduation date.
Oh, so you shoulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda graduated 2016 to 2018, but you never finished. So you decided, you know what? I'm just gonna lie to everybody and get away with it because no one's ever gonna catch this. What a dum-dum, bro.
It would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word for, another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page, am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
It is your responsibility as the holder of the CV, the LinkedIn page, to make sure it is current and not outdated. If you are going to put out there that I am expected to graduate 2016 to 2018, and it is now 2025, and you haven't updated that, that's on you. Because you bear the sole responsibility of making sure that your information is current. Yeah, this is your responsibility, Burgess. Your failure to update, you have deceived the Commonwealth. You lied to Brennan about your credentials, man. It does not get lower than this. I mean, lying on a report, everybody does it. Making facts up on the report, everybody does it. Embellishing facts in your report, everybody does it. Changing the facts in your report, some people do it. But to lie about your foundation? So I was an adjunct professor at the University of Alabama from 2017 to 2019. Mr. Burgess, you never taught as an adjunct professor at the University of Alabama 2017 to 2019, have you? Nope, just made it up, put it on there, thought it looked good. Meh. Is this guy for real? Is this the real life? Wow.
It's your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page, you know people are looking at your education, and you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page.
Oh my God. This guy.
Correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your...
Today.
All right, now we're going to get into the next guy here, which is this detective.
You believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation,
here we
was
go.
conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity.
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information. That
What he should have said was, this, you could tell these guys like don't testify that much. Though the contents of my colleagues' text messages were unprofessional and done in a comedic fashion, that does not impact the quality of the investigation and the integrity of the investigation whatsoever. Everyone has a sense of humor with their colleagues at work and makes jokes. That does not impact our ability to be forthright, honest, and impartial in conducting an investigation. Workplace banter and jokes do not affect the ability of my colleague to do this investigation impartially. That's what he should have said. But, obviously, it's an L regardless because optically it looks terrible. Right? There's not really much you can say. But, yeah.
that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former trooper.
Drake Zien, I will be covering geopolitics tomorrow. Today is true crime, bro. Sunday is true crime day.
Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
Come on.
Which is the same thing as a case agent on the federal side. This is a state case, so obviously they're going to call him the lead case officer. But yeah.
I'm not going to agree with you.
Really?
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator?
Good question.
Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself.
Yes,
All
you
I'm
are.
saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well,
When they say lead, that means he's the one that makes it. Oh my God, bro. See, lead investigator means you're the one making all the decisions on the case. You are the primary guy for running the investigation, managing the investigation. That's what it is. He totally let the defense attorney trip him up there by saying you're the lead officer as in leading it in a certain way. Not that manner.
let me ask you this. He's a case officer.
In the report, in the Department of State Police report, Michael Proctor, and I quote, I'm going to read from the report, when they found him guilty and discharged him from duty from the Massachusetts State Police forever, they wrote Trooper Proctor on various dates between January 29, 2022 and August 17, 2022, a 7-month period, did fail to conform to the work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position, and or did fail to make
With any criminal case, there's always going to be a lead investigator, chat.
to take appropriate action.
They're the ones responsible for managing the case, writing the reports, presenting the evidence, getting search warrants, all that stuff.
On the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention. This occurred when Trooper Proctor, while assigned as the lead investigator in a homicide investigation, sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and or otherwise inappropriate text messages about a suspect, Karen Reed, in that investigation to other individuals, Buchanan and others. This action is a direct violation of Article 5.8.2, and this is a Class A violation which merited not suspension, not leave, paid or unpaid, but disbarred from the Massachusetts State Police. It's the wrong word, but it just sounds so good. Fired is another way. Discharged from duties forever is another great phrase. He can't agree with his own governing agency? What is that? How is that?
Be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to a case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to a case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that, so.
I said he was assigned to a case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No.
No.
Who was?
What?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned.
All right, so this is common, guys. And again, this attorney's looking at him crazy because he doesn't understand this. So when you're an investigator, right, there's something called duty, right? And whether it's FBI, DEA, whatever it may be, you're going to get general calls, right? Throughout the day, the night, whatever. And what ends up happening is when you're the guy on duty, that means all the calls that come in, any case that happens, you're picking it up, okay? So since he was the guy that was on call that week, he ended up taking a case. That's how it goes. So this happens in all law enforcement agencies. Hell, it even works with judges. Like if there's a duty magistrate judge for the week, they see all the people that come in for their initial appearance and all that other stuff, right? So this is across the entire criminal justice system, where there's a duty AUSA, there's a duty ADA. Any case that comes through, and you need to call a prosecutor to get a declination or acceptance, there's going to be a duty AUSA if you're a Fed, there's going to be a duty ADA if you're a state guy. So that's just how it goes. So the reason why he picked up this case is because he was the guy that was on call when it came through.
Signed the case right there and then because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
That's how being on call and being on duty works, chat.
He was.
Correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper. There
you go.
Who was?
Was whom?
Michael Proctor.
It was Michael Proctor.
There you go. That's a good boy.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation?
Yes.
Tainted the investigation?
No.
Yes.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Sir.
He's processing. He's trying to come up with an answer.
Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Okay.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant...
It's like a broken radio.
You don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled...
Just say yes, and that's it. Don't go further. Just say yes.
With integrity by Michael Proctor.
Oh.
You want short answers when you're on cross-examination, chat. You want to try your best to do short answers.
Okay. Wow. Really?
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews.
Somebody please shoot me.
Signing.
Yeah, he should have just said yes. He's dragging it on. Just say yes, dude.
Affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role.
Before I have an aneurysm, I'm going to take a pause and I'll say, don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel. This guy.
Actually, yeah, like the video as well, ninjas.
I swear to God, what is wrong with this man? I know this there. Hopefully my editor will splice that in there and show you guys. Shout out to my editor. They're the only word.
And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
I am in physical pain, and the jury hears and reads all of that, folks. Don't be misled. Don't be mistaken.
Your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
Did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 11/62/2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 11/62/2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that?
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 11/62/2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right word. I understand what you're saying, yes.
Oh, yeah.
What term would you use?
Sure, so based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
Wait. Identifying or manufacturing? Big difference, Burgess.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162-2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis.
What?
And all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry.
Oh my
So
God.
it would be to
You liar.
define the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
So you knew.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work with regard to Dr. Welcher's.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162...
You can't hide behind the veil of, oh, I misunderstood. You know exactly what you are doing. You're trying to recreate a case from the ground up by changing the facts, manufacturing the evidence, and fabricating what actually happened. Don't play games, Burgess. You know what you're doing, and you know what Welcher is doing, and you're both in cahoots, and you're both getting exposed.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you...
Oh, it's the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's death. Oh, man.
In your January...
BLM about to go crazy.
January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the text stream 1162-1 and the 1162-2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162-1 and 1162-2 events in your first report on January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct?
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, you know the trial started around April 22nd?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. You guys, prepare yourselves for a absolute annihilation. I have not seen this before, but I can already tell Alessi is about to rip this dude's head off of his shoulders. Let's watch this together. Oh, God. I'm so excited.
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this.
Yeah.
January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162-1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct. Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd.
My name is Aiden Carney, and I'm the founder
After the
of
trial
Turtle-
starts, and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
I'm like Scooby right now. I'm like, "Brr?" So May 8th, you just resubmitted the exact same report, Burgess? We all know you didn't.
All right, let's go into the next guy, Turtleboy. He's also heavily involved in this case, right, on the conspiracy side. Right? And this guy actually was arrested, okay, in relation to this case. Aiden Kearney, the journalist and blogger known as Turtleboy, has been arrested and charged with multiple counts of witness intimidation as well as assault and battery. He was initially charged in the Karen Reed case and later faced charges related to an alleged assault involving a former girlfriend. According to a social law library, he was charged with witness intimidation, unlawful picketing to influence a witness, and conspiracy to intimidate a witness. Let's go ahead and click this real quick.
Chris. All right, Alyssa, thanks. Well, the blogger who's become closely intertwined with the Karen Reed murder case is being held without bail. He's actually facing new charges of assault and battery.
And this guy's been going viral for this case, for covering it.
WBZ's Tammy Mutasa is live outside of Dedham Court tracking some fast-moving developments in the case. Tammy.
Chris, tonight there is shock from Turtleboy's supporters and his attorney. The entire courtroom gasped when the judge revoked his bail.
Yeah, I can't talk about, Karen Reed without bringing this guy up. He's very involved in this case.
And now Turtleboy is locked up on his latest charges of assault and battery and witness intimidation.
Versus Aiden Kearney.
The Turtleboy blogger Aiden Kearney walked into court, but this time he didn't walk out after a judge revoked his bail. He's charged with shoving his ex-girlfriend.
We're just shocked and disgusted that that's the ruling. and we're going to do everything we can to fight it.
Prosecutors say this weekend, Kearney went to the woman's home, demanded to see her phone, then during a confrontation, he shoved her.
And it's clear that he did not want to leave the premises without those notes. That he put his hands on her, that he shoved her back into a couch, and this constitutes witness intimidation, Judge.
Kearney's lawyer played a recording of a conversation between the two, where prosecutors say she was pushed, but the defense says that's not what happened.
See this for what it is, which is a total fabrication. The tape recording is completely opposite what her sworn affidavit is.
What kind of person, Judge, would record something like that and put it on YouTube for the entire world to hear?
Outside of court, a war of words were exchanged between Turtleboy supporters and those who feel empathy for the ex-girlfriend.
I thought the charges today were another attempt.
Brad Goldstein. I mean, look at him, bro.
To silence him. You know, it seems like for the last couple of months, they've been doing everything they can to weaponize the law, to use it against him and try to keep him quiet.
Men who use violence against women to silence and intimidate them are the worst.
Ellis? You might be one of them too, man.
Worst dregs of our society.
Just last week, Kearney was arraigned on 16 felony charges, including witness intimidation relating to the Karen Read case. Read is charged with killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
We've not yet begun to fight. We're not giving up the battle here.
So let's go ahead. Here's his YouTube channel right here, guys. Let's see here. All right, let's go to what was that before?
My name is Aiden Carney, and I'm the founder.
Okay, so this came out a month ago. Full summary of the case by Aiden.
My name is Aiden Carney, and I'm the founder of Turtleboy Daily News. For the last 2 years, I've been reporting on the murder of John O'Keefe and the prosecution of Karen Read. In doing so, I've exposed unprecedented amounts of corruption in the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. As a result of my relentless journalism and activism, this case has gotten more attention than any murder case since O.J. Simpson.
I don't know about that. I'll say the Diddy case gets more attention, but that's fine.
Millions of people now know that...
hold on.
Any murder case since O.J. Simpson.
Oh, murder. Okay, he's talking about murder.
Millions of people now know that Karen Read was framed and that the people who murdered John O'Keefe were protected by their friends and family in law enforcement. This has led to widespread outrage and demonstrations outside the courthouse and in the streets across the country. Because of the damaging effect that my reporting and protesting has had on the Commonwealth's case and reputation, I was arrested by the same police I've been exposing.
So the police grabbed him up?
And charged with 16 counts of felony witness intimidation, conspiracy, and picketing. The charges are completely meritless and were designed to get me to stop reporting and stop leading this movement.
But, I mean, why do you go to his girl's house, though?
For justice. An overview of my charges can be found in the video linked in the description.
All right, let's see here.
Although Scanlon didn't specify names, didn't mention Colin Albert or Brian Higgins in particular, they were the only ones who matched this description who were at the house that night. This was the first time Karen...
I will tell you that my client has no criminal intent. She loved this man. She is devastated.
He did not state or suggest that his client did in fact strike O'Keefe with her car. Karen was admittedly drunk on the evening of January 28th and had no memory of hitting John O'Keefe with her car. She says that she saw him go into the house, but had no idea how he ended up dead on the lawn. She began to wonder if she could have accidentally bumped into John without realizing it. One thing that didn't cross her mind in the days after John died was that the people inside Brian Albert's house would beat him up and throw him on the lawn to die like trash. That changed on February 3rd, 2022, the day after Read's arraignment. Yannetti was visited in his Boston office by a man named Steve Scanlon. Scanlon was a former corrections officer and a longtime friend of Brian Albert. He told Yannetti,
hey, can one of you guys do me a solid and get me the can one of you guys in the chat get me a link for the official narrative? We've been looking through the conspiracy theories. Let's get one that that kind of illustrates the prosecution case. You know what I'm saying, guys? Because we've watched 2 videos now that cover the conspiracy. We'll watch this one as well. So do me a solid, guys. If one of you guys could get me one that has the official narrative.
That he should look at the people
and then we can compare and contrast
inside the house and opined that O'Keefe was beaten up by Brian Albert, an ATF agent and Albert's nephew, and that they later moved his body to where Reed found him at 6 a.m. Although Scanlon didn't specify names, didn't mention Colin Albert or Brian Higgins in particular, they were the only ones who matched this description who were at the house that night. This was the first time Karen had heard that Colin was at the house, and it suddenly started making sense what had happened. From that point on, she began investigating the investigation into her and discovered that she was being framed. Scanlon wanted to be a whistleblower, but since he's a coward, he also wanted to remain anonymous and wouldn't sign an affidavit for David Yannetti. When I spoke with Scanlon, he told me that he didn't know for sure what had happened to John, but said that the injuries to John, quote, didn't add up. There's just one problem with that, though. John's autopsy photos weren't released at that time, and his injuries hadn't been reported by any media outlets. So Scanlon would have no idea what his injuries were. Scanlon wasn't wrong, though. When people get run over by cars, they generally have bruises all over their body and broken bones. Not John O'Keefe, though. He had no bruises or broken bones below his nose, but he did have 2 black eyes, defensive wounds on his knuckles, a 3-inch laceration in the back of his head, indicating that he had been hit by a blunt object, and what appears to be dog bites exclusively on his right arm. You don't have to be a doctor to know that a car did not do that. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe dated 20 years ago and reconnected romantically after speaking on Facebook during the pandemic. During those 20 years, John left his job as a Duxbury police officer to join the Boston Police Department. In 2014, John's sister and brother-in-law tragically died in less than 3 months of each other, leaving John's...
Yeah, just shoot me a link, guys, if you have it. So we can compare and contrast.
Young niece and nephew without their parents. John stepped up and became their parent, raising them alone and moving to Canton. Karen worked for Fidelity as a financial analyst and was an adjunct professor at Bentley University. She owned a home in Mansfield, but for all intents and purposes was cohabitating with O'Keefe and acting as a de facto stepmother to O'Keefe's niece and nephew. Text messages leading up to the night O'Keefe was killed show that Reed felt taken advantage of by John, as some referred to her as the, quote, babysitter with benefits. Ouch. John didn't like how she spoiled the kids. They argued, as many couples do, sometimes in front of the kids, and discussed breaking up. There was an incident in Aruba a month before John died, where Karen angrily confronted a woman named Marietta Sullivan and accused her of kissing John. And Karen was frustrated that John got drunk during the trip and left her to take care of his kids. Karen herself sought validation and attention from an ATF agent friend of John's named Brian Higgins, who she flirted with over texts in January of 2022, but ultimately ended up ghosting him after a tap kiss in John's garage 2 weeks before John died. One time, John told Karen to leave the house, but they never ended up breaking up because Karen was so helpful with the children. Despite their occasional arguments, John and Karen were lovey-dovey at CF McCarthy's. On the night...
Oh, shit.
Karen was so helpful weeks before John died. One time, John told Karen to leave the house, but they never ended up breaking up because Karen was so helpful with the children. Despite their occasional arguments, John and Karen were loving.
Okay, yeah, here he is right here, and here she is.
Lovey-dovey at CF McCarthy's on the night that she allegedly killed him and was described by witnesses to be affectionate towards one another. On Friday, January 28th, the huge winter storm coming to Massachusetts was all over the news. John and Karen texted back and forth all day, talking about problems in their relationship. But whatever issues they had with each other wasn't enough to keep them apart that night, as John repeatedly invited her to Canton to drive him around to the bars and get snowed in with him and the kids for the weekend. John went out to a local bar called CF McCarthy's with his friends Mike Camerano and Kurt Roberts. Karen drove in from Mansfield and met them there at 9 p.m. She immediately began ordering drinks and could be seen on camera paying for 4. By 11 o'clock, Reed and O'Keefe made plans to go to a bar across the street and meet up with a woman named Jennifer Mccabe, who O'Keefe was friends with because his niece was friends with one of Mccabe's 4 daughters. Mccabe was at the bar with her husband, Matt Mccabe, her sister, Nicole Albert, Nicole's husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and Chris's wife, Julie Albert. Joining them there was Brian Higgins, the ATF agent Reed had previously flirted with earlier in the month before, quote, ghosting him. While they were there, Jennifer Mccabe invited O'Keefe to Brian Albert's house for an after party, where Brian Albert Jr. was celebrating his 23rd birthday with several friends and his 17-year-old cousin, Colin Albert. One witness described McCabe as trying to separate John from Karen, who had no interest in going to an after party at a stranger's house. After an hour, the bar closed and Brian and Nicole Albert left to go back to their home at 34 Fairview Road. Higgins can be seen on video yelling and pointing in O'Keefe's direction before being held back and restrained by Chris Albert. While he was at the bar, he had texted O'Keefe's girlfriend, well, as if to say, why are you ignoring me? He was drunk, upset with O'Keefe, and felt disrespected by O'Keefe's girlfriend. When Nicole and Brian Albert got back home, they testified that their nephew Colin was still there, but that he left within a few minutes. Colin...
All right, hold on one sec, chat. I'm trying to find the goddamn something that shows the prosecution. It's fine. Let me just bring this shit back a little bit.
Matt Mccabe, her sister, Nicole Albert, Nicole's husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and Chris's wife, Julie Albert. Joining them there was Brian Higgins, the ATF agent Reed had previously flirted with earlier in the month before, quote, ghosting him. While they were there, Jennifer McCabe invited O'Keefe to Brian Albert's house for an after party, where Brian Albert Jr. was celebrating his 23rd birthday with several friends and his 17-year-old cousin, Colin Albert. One witness described McCabe as trying to separate John from Karen, who had no interest in going to an after party at a stranger's house. After an hour, the bar closed, and Brian and Nicole Albert left to go back to their home at 34 Fairview Road. Higgins can be seen on video yelling and pointing.
Oh, shit. That's him right here.
In O'Keefe's direction before being held back and restrained by Chris Albert while and pointing in O'Keefe's direction at their home at 34 Fairview Road. Higgins can be seen on video yelling and
Okay, so this is him right here.
Pointing in O'Keefe's direction before being held back and restrained by Chris Albert. While he was at the bar, he had texted O'Keefe's girlfriend, well, as if to say, why are you ignoring me? He was drunk, upset with O'Keefe, and felt disrespected by O'Keefe's girlfriend. When Nicole and Brian Albert got back home, they testified that their nephew Colin was still there, but that he left within a few minutes. Colin claimed that he had been there for 90 minutes, dropped off earlier in the evening by Jennifer McCabe's daughter, Allie, so that he could wish his much older cousin, Brian Albert Jr., a happy birthday. Despite being a teenage meathead who loves to drink and party, Colin's story is that he left the house minutes after his fun uncle arrived to the party because he wanted to get home, kiss his parents goodnight, and go to bed. Right. Physical violence and toughness are things that are encouraged amongst male members of the Albert family. Brian Albert is a former Marine and trained boxer with 30 years of experience as a Boston police officer, serving on the fugitive.
Oh yeah, he was actually featured on a TV show, guys. This guy, Brian Albert. Here, I'll show you guys real quick.
Happy birthday.
I forget that he was featured on a TV show. Hold on. It was literally featured on a TV show.
Unit where he was in charge of tracking down and arresting some of the most violent and dangerous criminals. He reportedly assaulted 2 other Boston police officers named Eddie Hernandez and Stephen Rich and had a bad reputation amongst the rank and file in the BPD. Chris Albert is a thug who has political power in town. On June 23rd, 2024, he threatened to beat my face up and down the sidewalk.
I forget what the name of the TV show was.
Outside C.F. McCarthy.
Up and down the sidewalk in 2 seconds.
You'll beat my face.
I wouldn't. I could.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking, guys, is J-Bro, I was asking if someone can give me a YouTube video that shows the prosecution's case. If not, I can outline it for you guys. If not, because right now we're looking at, conflicting theories from the defense that prop up Karen's innocence.
You seem really intimidated.
I was going to try to keep it unbiased and show the other side for the prosecution, but I can outline it myself if needed.
Then watched gleefully as one of his employees and his crazed sister-in-law, Jill Daniels, assaulted me on camera.
Oh, here it is. Look here.
Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Chris knew he can get away with this because the Mccabe
Massachusetts for you.
Basically run the town of Canton. Chris is on the board of selectmen. His brother Kevin Albert's a detective sergeant. Brian Albert is a legend, and Tim Albert once owned a pool. As a member of the select board, Chris is in charge of hiring the police chief who works for him. Unsurprisingly, Chief Helena Rafferty and former Chief Ken Berkowitz both supported Chris Albert's campaign for selectmen and used their positions of authority to cast doubt on what was plainly a cover-up in the eyes of any rational person. Chief Berkowitz allowed Brian Higgins to have an office at the Canton Police Department and asked a reporter to take down a tweet on February 1st, 2022, because the tweet mentioned the fact that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, and Brian Albert was a, quote, pillar of the community who didn't deserve to have his reputation tarnished. In November of 2023, the people of Canton held a special town meeting where they voted to audit the police department despite the select board and Chris Albert voting 5-0 not to. Colin was the star of the Canton High School football team and the quintessential jock who thought football was cool but Shakespeare was a loser. He was also neighbors with O'Keefe and had reportedly gotten into shouting matches with his much older neighbor after throwing beer cans on O'Keefe's lawn. Colin's parents jokingly referred to O'Keefe as Nevercracker in reference to a grumpy cartoon character who didn't like people on his lawn. Colin has a history of violence and has gotten into several fights that were memorialized on video. He had also issued disturbing threats to a group of teenage hockey players from Hingham known as the Advantage Boys.
Yo, your Advantage Boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Despite this, Colin claimed during the trial that he had never been in a fight before, something that was is undeniable perjury. Like many others, Colin looked up to and admired his uncle Brian. Family photos of the Alberts almost always show the men.
Yep, all fists.
either giving the middle finger to the camera or holding up their fists like boxers do. Commonwealth wants us to believe that as soon as his uncle Brian got back to the party, Colin just immediately decided it's time to leave. Colin, Chris, and Julie Albert have all known state police detective Michael Proctor for decades. And as luck would have it, Proctor ended up being assigned lead investigator for O'Keefe's murder. 7-year-old Colin was the ring bearer in Proctor's sister Courtney's wedding.
Oh, she's really getting in the weeds.
Assigned lead investigator for O'Keefe's murder. 7-year-old Colin was the ring bearer in Proctor's sister Courtney's wedding. There's pictures of Colin and his family all over Courtney's Facebook page. And Proctor's own mother referred to the Alberts as a, quote, second family. Yet Proctor did not recuse himself from the investigation or disclose this close relationship. In fact, he denied knowing that when he testified in front of the grand jury that indicted Reed. He said he didn't know him. Karen discovered by researching the Albert and Proctor families on social media this was a lie. Throughout the investigation, Proctor went out of his way to protect the McAlberts by treating them as witnesses instead of potential suspects and not interviewing eyewitnesses and even accepting bribes from the Alberts on the day that Reed was arrested. Shortly after Brian and Nicole arrived at 34 Fairview Road, Jennifer and Matt Mccabe pulled into the driveway and parked there. At 12:14, John O'Keefe had just left the waterfall bar with Karen Reed and texted Jen McCabe asking where to. At 12:18, he called her asking her to clarify directions. Unfamiliar with the town that she didn't live in, Karen went slightly out of the way to get there, coming from the east on Cedar Crest Road. She missed the left-hand turn onto Fairview Road, did a U-turn in the driveway, and then she went back to Fairview Road. When she did so, a truck was coming from the opposite direction and was trying to turn left onto Fairview Road. Inside that truck was Ricky D'Antano, Heather Maxson, and her boyfriend Ryan Nagel, whose sister Julie Nagel was a friend of Brian Albert Jr. and had called him looking for a ride home. D'Antano allowed Reed to turn onto 34 Fairview and drop John off in the driveway, where she claims that she saw him run quickly to the side door. D'Antano, Maxson, and Nagel pulled in seconds afterwards and testified that they did not see John O'Keefe run into the house, which would make sense because the other cars in the driveway would have obstructed their view from seeing him. Karen had no intention of going inside because she didn't know anyone there. And throughout the whole scene, she just thought it was sketchy because the house was dark and Higgins had just yelled at O'Keefe before leaving the bar. But John was drunk and wanted to go, so she agreed to drop him off.
All right, I'm back.
The plan was for him to call or text her that he was inside to let her know everything was fine and she'd go back to his house 3 miles away at One Meadows Ave, where his 14-year-old niece was home alone. But John never called or texted Karen Reed again. As she waited outside, she became frustrated with John for not calling her and assumed that he had once again gotten drunk and left her to take care of his kids. After 10 minutes, she left and drove back to John's house, leaving all sorts of angry voicemails and text messages accusing him of cheating on her. This is the exact opposite thing that you would do if you just murdered someone. Scott Peterson and countless other killers have left voicemails for their victims, pretending to be worried about them.
Hey, beautiful. I just left a message at home. 2:15. I live in Berkeley. I won't be able to get to Villa Farms to get that basket for Papa. I was hoping you would get this message and go on out there. I'll see you in a bit, sweetie. Love you. Bye.
Reed's messages indicated that she thought John was alive, possibly with another woman, and had left her alone to watch his children. Who wouldn't be pissed? According to Trooper Nicholas Guarino, Karen Reed logged into John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. The 2.3-mile trip from Fairview Road to One Meadows Ave, which included going through a traffic light in the center of town, would have taken...
Yeah, because, I mean, I guess you could make the argument, you know, damned if she does, damned if she doesn't, right? If she, you know, talks shit to him, oh, you're angry. But if she says, oh my God, I'm wondering where you are, they'll look at it as a cover-up. So I see his perspective. And I covered the Lacey Peterson case. I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one as well, where, yeah, he was sending those messages to make it look like he gave a shit, but he actually killed her.
At least 6 minutes in ideal conditions. In the snow, it would take much longer. That means Karen had to leave Fairview Road no later than 12:30 a.m. This presents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. Ricky D'Antano, Heather Maxson, and Ryan Nagel all testified that Julie Nagel came out and said that she was going to stay there instead. They all left while Karen Reed was still parked outside and drove by her Lexus. All three of them testified that they saw Karen Reed alone in her car with the interior lights on, in her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. None of them saw John O'Keefe inside the car with Karen Reed. None of them saw O'Keefe on the ground outside the car or standing outside the car. This means there could only be one place that O'Keefe was, inside Brian Albert's house. The forensic evidence backs this up. John's Apple Health data shows that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs between 12:22 and 12:24 a.m. Karen's Apple Health data does not show her going up any flights of stairs during that time. This means that Reed and O'Keefe could not be in the same place at that time. Brian Albert has 2 flights of stairs in his house. Karen Reed's Lexus doesn't have a basement. Don't worry though, the Commonwealth has an explanation for that. You see, John's GPS, which has a 3-minute standard deviation from the actual time, shows that he wasn't there yet at 12:22. According to Detective Guarino, the Norfolk DA's forensic expert, John was on Oakdale Road and was probably moving the phone up and down in the car.
The movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
Which somehow tricked Apple into believing that he had just climbed a couple flights of stairs. Guarino testified that it was a very hilly street, so I tried driving down Oakdale Road to see if I could get my Apple Health data to say I climbed stairs. This is
cool that he did this, actually. So the state says just by moving sometimes, it'll signify it as you taking steps. Let's see what happens when he does it.
What I found.
Look how flat this street is. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Watch out for the hill, kid.
the flattest street in Canton. Unsurprisingly, my ample health data did not show that I had climbed any flights of stairs. D'Antino, Maxon, and Ryan Nagel all testified that there were no cars in between them and Reed's Lexus. This presented a problem for the Commonwealth, so they had to try to find a way to discredit them. The solution to this was for Matt Mccabe, Jem Mccabe, and Brian Higgins to make up a lie that Higgins had parked his white Jeep next to Brian Albert's mailbox, which would have been in between the Lexus and D'Antino's truck.
And after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep, and after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
In fact, you indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins. You said on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep, and after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
Timeline of Karen getting back to One Meadows Ave at 12:36 was also problematic because Jem Mccabe testified that she looked out the window 3 times and Karen was still there at 12:45. The Commonwealth claims that Karen struck John with her car at 12:32.
And we know that that's impossible because we have the Wi-Fi, her phone connecting to Wi-Fi at 12:36. So there's no way she would have been still in front of the house at 12:45, which, is a good piece of evidence, that to Karen's benefit.
Too, meaning she couldn't get back to O'Keefe's house by 12:36, and she definitely wouldn't still be at Brian Albert's house at 12:45. In order to make it look like she was worried about where John was, Jennifer Mccabe called his phone 6 times between 12:40 and 12:50. She later testified that they were actually butt dials, none of which resulted in a voicemail being left on John's phone because she would hang up and then, I guess, butt dial again. Then there's the Canton Library video, which perfectly captures the intersection in the middle of town that Karen would have driven through on her way back to John's house. If she had just hit John with her car, then her taillight would be visibly broken on that surveillance video, and they could nail her. The IT director, Louis Jutras, gave state police a share file with all the footage from that night, which Proctor then burned onto a CD. When he did that, the footage from the 2-minute window where Reed drove by was mysteriously missing. You got that? It recorded everything except for when the woman with the allegedly broken taillight drove by. How convenient. But the
That's
library
crazy.
wasn't the only place that surveillance videos that could have shown the condition of Reed's taillight as she drove back to John's house. There's hundreds of homes along the way, many of which have Ring cameras. Did police ask any of these homeowners to look at them? I randomly stopped and asked a homeowner who told me no one ever asked him for his.
What is it you need to know now?
So I was just wondering, did the state police ever come by here and ask for Ring camera footage from the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, they haven't.
They haven't. Normally, police canvass all over town asking for Ring and other surveillance videos, but the murder of a Boston cop wasn't worthy of that sort of effort, apparently. They knew Reed's taillight wasn't broken at 12:35, and they knew that asking to look at videos would exonerate her. Inside the house, when Karen Reed left, were Matt Mccabe, Jem Mccabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Brian Higgins, and Albert Jr.'s friend, Sarah Levinson. But
for 10 plus people at that fucking house,
some reason, people didn't question Nagel or Levinson until 9 months after O'Keefe's death, and Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., and several others until 18 months later, despite the fact that they all would have likely heard or seen a murder less than 50 feet from where they were standing. Proctor had no interest in speaking with any of these people. Not a single person inside the house reported hearing a man who was invited over the house being hit by a car outside. Matt and Jem Mccabe testified that they were looking out the window frequently. Matt Mccabe even said that he saw V-shaped tire tracks in the snow. Remarkably, neither of them noticed John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn. John was 6'2", 220 and was found just 10 feet from the curb, yet not a single person saw his body as they drove directly past where the Commonwealth claims O'Keefe's body was, which would have been illuminated by the bright white snow. They all had their own excuses for that, including peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Then there's Tristan Morris and Caitlin Albert. Tristan was at the waterfall with his girlfriend Caitlin, but left early to go back to their apartment in East End and sleep for a couple hours before waking up to plow. Caitlin planned on staying the night at her parents' house at 34 Fairview Road. But for some unexplained reason, Tristan was woken up in the middle of the night by Caitlin, who told him to come and pick her up. What happened to change your plans? Perhaps a Boston police officer was beaten to death inside the home that she was supposed to sleep in that night. In Michael Lang's police report, it says that he spoke with Brian and Nicole Albert, who told him that Caitlin Albert left at 12:15 with Tristan. Conveniently, this would have gotten her out of the house before John and Karen arrived, and thus police would have no reason.
Because remember, they got there at 12:24ish.
reason to question her. But after Caitlin and her parents received a summons from the FBI to testify at the federal grand jury, the Alberts were advised by their attorney, Greg Henning, not to lie about when they left because the feds already knew the answer to that. Caitlin.
Hold on, let's get that real quick.
Greg Henning, the FBI, could have no reason to question her. But after Albert, who told him that Caitlin Albert left at 12:15 with Tristan. Conveniently, this would have gotten her out of the house before John and Karen arrived, and thus police would have no reason to question her. But after Caitlin and her parents received a summons from the FBI to testify at the federal grand jury, the Alberts were advised by their attorney, Greg Henning, not to lie about when they left because the feds already knew the answer to that. Caitlin admitted that Tristan did not pick her up until 1:45. And when Brian Albert was asked about the 12:15 time in Link's report, Albert blamed Link for writing down the wrong time. If police knew that Tristan had picked up Caitlin at 1:45, it would make Tristan a witness since he would have driven right past where John O'Keefe was allegedly dying of hypothermia. At trial, Tristan claimed that he never saw a body on the lawn because he was distracted, just like everyone else who left the house that night. The more people involved in a conspiracy, the harder it is for everyone to keep their story straight. This is why Brian Albert and Jennifer Mccabe went out of their way to say that their kids had all left before John and Karen arrived. Less people to interview means less people to tell a different version of events of the story. After Jennifer Mccabe got home from dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, her Apple Health data shows that she went upstairs and was pacing around all morning. Her heart rate shows that she never went to sleep. Something was on.
Interesting.
On her mind. Then at 2:27
very interesting
and 40 seconds, she Googled the most incriminating thing she could possibly have Googled. How long to die in cold? Except she spelled the Hoslong to die in cold. Why would she Google this if she thought John O'Keefe had decided to go home with Karen Reed and never went inside Brian Albert's house? She had to have known that the plan was to put O'Keefe's body out on the lawn to make it look like he had died from hypothermia after being struck by a car. Mccabe must have realized it was a huge mistake to Google this because the Cellebrite extraction report of her phone shows that she deleted the search along with 18 phone calls made that morning. In order to cover her tracks, she planned to Google the same thing the same exact way after O'Keefe's body was found because it would be more explainable after finding out he was lying in the snow. She ended up doing this at 6:24, but claims Karen Reed was the one who told her to do this while John O'Keefe was being wheeled into the ambulance. However, according to Sergeant Good's testimony, Karen Reed was alone in a car at 6:24, and dash camera footage confirms this. Jennifer Mccabe was trying to cover her tracks. The answer to Jen's question is 1 to 2 hours. That's all it would take for a person to die from hypothermia in an 18-degree snowstorm. If Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car at 12:32, then he should have been dead when his body was discovered at 6 a.m. But he wasn't, so he couldn't have been out there for very long. Jennifer Mccabe handed her phone over to police just days after O'Keefe's death, and the contents were all extracted by Detective Guarino. Nowhere in Guarino's report did it mention anything about a deleted Google search for Hoslong to die
Interesting.
and cold at 2:27 a.m. In fact, it didn't show the 6:24 search for the same thing either. And as it turned out, Guarino has a history of manipulating Cellebrite data extraction reports. In February of 2021, a pregnant woman named Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her Canton apartment. And what state police, many of whom were involved in the Reed investigation, immediately determined was a suicide by hanging with a belt. Birchmore was last visited in her apartment by 6'4" Stoughton police detective Matthew Farwell, who had impregnated her and wasn't happy about it due to the fact that he was married with 2 kids and was about to have a third. Farwell met Birchmore when he was working in the Stoughton High School Explorers program. She was just 15 years old when he started having sex with her and 23 when she died. But
Oh, man. Canton is cooked.
Welcome, punch!
The fuck is going on, man?
Farwell was never treated as a real suspect, just as the people inside Brian Albert's house were never treated as suspects. He handed over his phone to Guarino, who said that he couldn't retrieve 32,709 text messages between Birchmore and Farwell, much like he couldn't find Jennifer Mccabe's Google searches because they were deleted too. But Cellebrite extracts deleted messages and Google searches as well. Luckily, the FBI ended up looking into the case and found all the deleted messages showing that Farwell was into violent rape fantasies. In August of 2024, he was arrested by the FBI for murder. If it was up to Guarino, the Canton police, and Lieutenant John Fanning, another one of Proctor's bosses who was in charge of the Birchmore investigation, Farwell would still be walking the streets today. The Google...
Hold on, that's interesting. Let me look.
It's just 15...
Let me look at this real quick. Staunton. This is 8 months ago. Hold on. Quick little deviation, chat.
Good afternoon. On February 4th, 2021, Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her Canton, Massachusetts apartment. The charges filed today in federal court allege that she was in fact murdered by Matthew Farwell 3 days earlier. At the time of her death, Sandra Birchmore was a 23-year-old woman with her entire life ahead of her, and she was pregnant with her first child. We allege that Sandra Birchmore survived years of grooming, statutory rape, and then sexual violence, all at the hands of Matthew Farwell, who was employed throughout their relationship as an officer and then detective for the Stoughton Police Department. And when it became clear to Mr. Farwell that he could no longer control Sandra Birchmore, he allegedly silenced her permanently. This morning, Matthew Farwell was arrested on a federal grand jury indictment charging him with one count of killing a witness or victim. Specifically, Mr. Farwell is charged with violating Title 18 United States Code 1512.
And I got the indictment for you guys right here. Killing a witness or a victim. Like I said before, the feds normally do not go after murder, but since it was involved with her being a witness or a victim, they were able to go ahead and get some jurisdiction here, which is interesting.
For killing Sandra Birchmore with the intent of preventing her from communicating information about his possible commission of federal crimes. How did this all unfold? What happened here? Well, back in 2010, a 12-year-old Sandra Birchmore applied to join the Stoughton Police Department's Explorers program, which introduces teens to policing. Officer Matthew Farwell was an instructor in that program. And as alleged in court documents, he befriended Sandra Birchmore, contacted her online, went to the library with her, became friends on Facebook, essentially groomed her. And then he committed statutory rape by having sex with her when he was a 27-year-old police officer and she was just 15 years old. Mr. Farwell continued to have a sexual relationship.
Fucking weirdo, man. What's the... Hold on one sec. What's the age of consent in Massachusetts? $16. Dude's a weirdo for that, man. God damn.
Sandra Birchmore until her death 8 years later, allegedly meeting her for sex regularly when he was on duty and being paid by the Stoughton Police Department.
Wow.
Now, in the weeks leading up to Sandra Birchmore's death in February 2021, she found out that she was expecting a baby. And she told Mr. Farwell that he was the father. According to court documents, Ms. Birchmore was very excited about becoming a mother, buying baby clothes and other items, taking precautions to ensure the health of her new child. Sandra Birchmore had good friends, she had a good job, she had dreams of becoming a nurse, and she had a child on the way. But Mr. Farwell did not share in that excitement. It's alleged that Mr. Farwell reacted quite negatively to the news that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with his child. And he acted angrily, it is alleged, when Sandra Birchmore started making requests of Mr. Farwell around doctor's appointments and ultrasounds and what information would be on the birth certificate. Mr. Farwell was losing control in late 2020, early 2021, and the information that Sandra Birchmore possessed about his illegal conduct was in danger of slipping out. In fact, word started to get out about their relationship. Less than 2 weeks before she was found dead, someone called the Stoughton Police Department and disclosed that Matthew Farwell had had a relationship with Sandra Birchmore. And when Mr. Farwell learned about that call, he became visibly angry. Mr. Farwell, it is alleged in these court papers, started to lose his patience, lose his temper, and the 6'4" Mr. Farwell started to be physically violent with 4'10" Sandra Birchmore.
What, 4'10"?
Sandra Birchmore told her friends that Mr. Farwell had pushed her and shoved.
This story has played out in several Massachusetts communities. Let's show you a map right now. Is in Stoughton is where Matthew Farwell met Sandra Birchmore and allegedly groomed her as a sexual predator. In Canton is where Birchmore
into custody as he was driving to leave their Northgate shopping center in Revere. Couldn't believe their eyes when the FBI closed in and took the former Stoughton police detective into custody as he was driving a gravel truck. The details that later surfaced about why he was taken into
Revere sucks, man. They got the worst beach ever.
Custody made it that much more shocking. Cell phone video from a Revere strip mall shows the
Oh, shit.
Down of former Stoughton detective.
Let me see here if I can get this bigger.
Cell phone video from a Revere strip mall shows the
Yeah, it looks like they got him down on the floor here.
Down of former Stoughton detective Matthew Farwell after his indictment in the murder of a pregnant woman more than 3 years ago.
People came in the store and said
that
the FBI was out front arresting someone, so I went outside and just seen a bunch of cops, running around.
Chris, who doesn't want to use his last name, was working at the Northgate shopping center when the FBI swarmed the property and arrested the former police officer who was wearing a t-shirt and jeans and behind the wheel of a gravel hauler.
I don't have any respect for someone that would do that, especially to a child.
He and others who watched the scene unfold say they are blown away by the accusations that Farwell groomed Sandra Birchmore when she was a teen and sexually abused her before staging her suicide in 2021.
It's a crying shame that we have these cops doing this stuff behind closed doors. I think he's a clown. He should never been doing what he was doing. And it's out of hand.
Later in the day, others who learned of the arrest and call themselves supporters of justice showed up at the Moakley Federal Courthouse in Boston to
I've been to that courthouse many times.
See it firsthand.
It just breaks my heart because she would have been.
It's a very nice courthouse. They have they're right on the water.
Her and her baby would have been fine. They would have been absolutely fine.
That's crazy, bro. So he ran that case, I guess. All right, let's get back to where we were with Turtle Guy.
Search was not discovered until
we just went down a little rabbit hole there, but we're back, chat. We're back.
April of 2023, when Reed's forensic expert Richard Green found it. This is what ultimately caught my attention and led to widespread publicity that the case wasn't getting before. Like many, I assumed the DA's office was run by ethical people who wouldn't knowingly prosecute an innocent woman, especially when there was evidence that someone inside the house was responsible for John's murder. But I underestimated just how corrupt they were and just how determined they were to get Karen Reed. 2 days after my first article reached millions of people and outrage was spreading over the case, the DA's office announced they weren't dropping the charges and would be disputing the 227 Google search, which they claimed never happened. But how could they know this on April 20th, 2023, if they hadn't hired their own expert yet?
Any comment on that? Why you Googled that 227? Any comment, Mr. McCabe? Any comment? How can you show your face in court? Aren't you embarrassed?
That's hilarious that he'd be harassing them like this, but this is what got him in trouble, though.
Aren't you ashamed? What are you hiding? What did you do? Why did you delete all those phone calls, Mr. McCabe? Why did you delete all those phone calls? Why did you delete your Google search?
The Google search was not discovered until April of 2023 when Reed's forensic expert Richard Green found it. This is what ultimately caught my attention and led to widespread publicity that the case wasn't getting before. Like many, I assumed the DA's office was run by ethical people who wouldn't knowingly prosecute an innocent woman, especially when there was evidence that someone inside the house was responsible for John's murder. But I underestimated just how corrupt they were and just how determined they were to get Karen Reed. 2 days after my first article reached millions of people and outrage was spreading over the case, the DA's office announced they weren't dropping the charges and would be disputing the 227 Google search, which they claimed never happened. But how could they know this on April 20th, 2023, if they hadn't hired their own expert yet? Over the next 6 months, they went searching for experts who would tell them what they wanted to hear. Jennifer McCabe might not have Googled "horse long to dying cold" at 2:27 a.m. 2 months later, they found Jessica Hyde, whose report left open the possibility that the search may have happened at 2:27. Unsatisfied, they somehow came across a former Calgary, Alberta police officer author named Ian Whiffen, who worked for Cellebrite and was promoting his new app called ArtX. Whiffen greenlights updates to Cellebrite software and was able to make sure that the 227 Google search did not come up on the updated version. He spent much of his testimony promoting his own app, which Cellebrite did not endorse. Somehow, the Commonwealth knew on April 20th that 7 months later, they would have an expert from Canada who would reach this conclusion. Karen Read was furious with her boyfriend for ignoring her calls and texts and leaving her alone to watch John's niece. She fell asleep sometime around 1:30 and woke up at 4:30. This time, her emotions changed from angry to worried. John would never not come home to his niece and nephew, and he would never ignore that many phone calls from Read. He was drunk, the weather conditions were dangerous, and she began to become extremely worried that something horrible happened. She woke up John's niece and used her phone to call Jennifer Mccabe at 4:53 a.m., who was awake and had never gone to sleep all night for some reason. By that point, John's body hadn't been on the lawn for very long, if it was even there at all. Jen needed to delay Karen from going to 34 Fairview Road. She told Karen that John never came inside that house, but volunteered to go out looking for him with Karen. She invited Karen to come to her house, and Karen is seen backing into John's Chevy Traverse in the driveway as she went out looking for him at 5:07 a.m., cracking her rear taillight in the process. Karen went towards the waterfall bar first, then drove back towards Jen McCabe's house. Her car is seen a mile and a half from McCabe's house at 5:18 a.m., but since she didn't know Canton very well and had no idea how to get to McCabe's house, she pulled over in the Canton Cemetery, and her phone records show that she...
All right, chat. So I'm doing some maintenance right now. My guy Andy is here. If the stream turns off, I'll be back. Okay? We're going to just hit one of the circuit breakers here. It shouldn't affect this room, but if it does, you guys know what's going on. So I guess, Andy, the moment of truth, go ahead, try it. All right, we're still live. Sweet. For which computer? Where Bill's is? Yeah. All right. You need the password for it? Right now? Yeah. All right.
She called her parents.
All right, we're still live, chat. We're still fine. Give me 1 sec.
And Googled McCabe's address. She ended up getting there at 5:35 and picked up Jen, who convinced her to go back to One Meadows Ave to search the house for John, as if he would jump out of the closet and yell, "Peekaboo!" This was all part of Jen's plan to delay Karen from returning to 34 Fairview Road. Jen and Karen were met at John's house by his friend Kerry Roberts, and after searching the house without taking their shoes off, something the Commonwealth would later claim was evidence that she murdered John, the three of them jumped into Kerry's car and headed towards Fairview Road. When they arrived there, Karen immediately saw John's body on the lawn where she had been idling her car, waiting for him to call her back and say everything was okay inside. She jumped out of the car, rushed over to John, who was lying with the cell phone underneath his body, and began to perform CPR. Meanwhile, Jennifer Mccabe called 911 and told them,
34 Fairview Road, kidnapped. There's a man passed out in the snow.
So this is Jennifer Mccabe. She says she's at 30.
Guys, did I miss something good? Chad, did I miss something good?
4 Fairview Road. And by the way, on the official police report, it actually says 32 Fairview Road. She says 34 Fairview Road at least 3 times in this tape, and they still put 32 Fairview Road. They also don't put Brian Albert Sr.'s name on it. They just put B. Albert. He's the only one not listed out. But listen to what she says there. There's a man passed out in the snow. Now, keep in mind, who is man? No. She knows who this man is because Karen Read has gotten out of the car already and said, "There's John." And they're literally looking for John. And they get out of the car when they see him. So she knows who it is. She said there's a man passed out in the snow. Now, keep in mind, this is a quote-unquote man who she was just with 6 hours prior. She was just with him 6 hours prior. At the very least, according to her own story, they were together at the waterfall bar. And she invited him back to that house. She says Kerry 7 times. And I think she says Jen here.
I know I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know.
I know that sound. I know that.
Hey, Myron, read this and do the salute on CC. They're trying to get me banned.
Listen to the fear in her voice. When Karen jumped out of the car, she was calling O'Keefe and left her phone in Kerry's car. A 4-minute voicemail was left on O'Keefe's machine that picked up McCabe's 911 call, which was immediately followed by McCabe whispering what sounded like, "No one's coming out to help." Jennifer McCabe phone records show that she called her sister Nicole Albert inside the house at 6:07 and 6:08 and spoke to her for durations of 7 and 9 seconds. Not enough time to have a conversation, but enough time to say, "Stay inside, no one's coming out to help." The first call happened at the exact time that you can hear Jennifer whispering, "No one's coming out to help." Nicole Albert was awake and Jen McCabe was telling her to stay inside the house. For some reason, Jennifer McCabe deleted those 2 answered phone calls to her sister. But she and Nicole claimed that the 2 answered phone calls were never answered and that she never deleted them, even though Jen's phone record showed that she did. Disputing forensic data is a common theme with the McAlberts and the Commonwealth. Officer Saraf was the first cop who arrived on the scene. His report says nothing about a car accident or Karen Read uttering incriminating statements. Yet at the grand jury several months later, his story evolved and he claimed that Read said, "This is all my fault." Although the Canton police were the first to respond to the scene, they were ultimately conflicted off of the case because O'Keefe's body was discovered on Brian Albert's front lawn, and Brian Albert's brother, Kevin, is a detective in the Canton Police Department. Kevin Albert is drinking buddies with Proctor, who was later reprimanded when text messages revealed that the 2 of them had done some day drinking while investigating a cold case on Cape Cod, and Kevin Albert woke up hungover and realized that he left his gun and badge in Proctor's work vehicle. Oops.
Oh, wow. Ah, man.
Paramedics arrived shortly after Officer Saraf, which included a woman named Katie McLaughlin, a close personal friend of Caitlin Albert. They graduated high school together, did cross country, and are photographed together in countless social situations up until a few months before O'Keefe's death, including trips to the beach, hot tubs, and a baby shower. Despite this, both she and Caitlin lied at the trial and said that they were just acquaintances who went to high school together. McLaughlin was one of nearly a dozen paramedics.
Remember, that's the firefighter chat. This girl, she's the firefighter that heard her say, did I hit him or I hit him?
Responded to the scene. Yet she was the only one police spoke with prior to Read's arrest. On January 30th, Kevin Albert told Proctor that he wanted Proctor to interview McLaughlin and offered up Canton Police Department headquarters to do so, despite the fact that CPD was supposed to be conflicted off the case specifically because of Kevin Albert. McLaughlin told Proctor that she heard Read say, "Hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," at the scene, while Read was standing next to Jennifer McCabe, Officer Saraf, and McLaughlin, while O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. That was her story. There's just a couple problems with that, though. Officer Saraf, 4 other cops, and 5 other first responders testified that Karen Read never said, "I hit him." And police dashcam footage shows that when these 4 were standing together, John wasn't in the ambulance yet. Karen was arrested 2 days after McLaughlin told Proctor she said, "I hit him." And according to firefighters Anthony Flamati and Timothy Nuttall, they talked about her case every day at the firehouse. Yet no other firefighters besides McLaughlin were ever questioned by Proctor until February 8th. By that time, the "I hit him" lie was all over the news and was the talk of the firehouse. And thus, Nuttall and Flamati both told Proctor that she said it. However, on cross-examination, it was revealed that neither of them was anywhere near Karen when McLaughlin claims that Karen uttered those words, despite the fact that there was a hysterical woman screaming on their front lawn, bright flashing fire and police lights illuminating the area, and an aggressive German shepherd that barked a lot and easily spooked inside the house, and phone data showing Nicole Albert spoke to Jennifer McCabe at 6:07. Brian and Nicole Albert claimed that they slept through the whole thing. Brian Albert, a trained first responder, did not come out of the house while a fellow Boston police officer was lying dead on his front lawn. The bedroom window was the closest to where O'Keefe's body was found, and they testified that Chloe was in the room with them. But Chloe, Brian, and Nicole did not wake up. However, their neighbors in what Matt McCabe would later call the Asian house did wake up and take these pictures showing how impossible it would be to sleep through it. Canton Police Sergeants Sean Good and Michael Lank and Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived after Saraf, all of whom spent their entire lives in Canton. Good graduated and was friends with Courtney Proctor and Julie Albert's sister Jillian Daniels. Lank was good friends with Chris Albert since high school, and 20 years prior, he was involved in a drunken bar fight in which he came to the rescue of Chris and assaulted and arrested 2 brothers who Chris had started trouble with.
God damn, it's like there's like a whole fucking, the whole town knows each other, dude.
None of these 3 cops had any sort of curiosity or suspicion about how a dead cop ended up on Brian Albert's front lawn. John didn't seem dressed for the weather and was missing a shoe. If you or I invited a cop to our house and he ended up being found dead on our lawn with only 1 shoe on, the cops are definitely going to ask to search the house and get a warrant if you said no. But this was Brian Albert's house, a well-respected veteran police officer. As Proctor's text messages would later show, they weren't going to hassle him, and they claimed there was no probable cause to search the house, despite the fact that none of them applied for a warrant so a judge could determine that for them. For all they knew, John had been killed by someone who also killed the people inside the house. Yet they allowed Jennifer McCabe to go into the house by herself at 6:34 a.m., where she claims she woke up sleeping Brian and Nicole. Jennifer McCabe was the quarterback of the entire cover-up. She didn't cause John's injuries, but she was essential for making sure that those who did were never held responsible. Jen made sure to speak with every police officer that she could in order to push the narrative that Karen was responsible for John's being on the lawn. Dashcam footage footage shows Jen turning her back as John's body was being wheeled into the ambulance. She was too busy talking to Officer Surratt and laying the groundwork for framing Karen Read. Jen's phone records show that she was talking to Kerry Roberts all day on January 29th, making sure that Kerry, a potential loose end, believed that Karen had killed John. She spoke to John's mother and made her feel the same way. She hid the fact that her cell phone data shows that on January 30th, she went to Sergeant Lank's house for an hour. She never disclosed this, but when confronted with the information at trial, she said that she had just gone there to talk to Lank's wife. Jen continued to show up for Karen Read's hearings wearing a Justice for JJ button.
How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder?
And comforted the grieving family in court. What a psychopath. Soon after that, the sun came out and Lieutenant Gallagher began to search the grassy area where O'Keefe's body was found. There was less than 3 inches of snow on the ground at that time, so he used a leaf blower to clear off the light dusting and search for clues. He found transparent pieces of what appeared to be cocktail glass, but what he didn't find was 47 pieces of bright red taillights, some as big as a dinner plate, that Michael Proctor and the state police would find over the course of the next 3 weeks. The search was conducted on video too. Do you see any red taillight here? Transparent cocktail glass is much harder to see than bright red taillight on bright white snow. This cannot be emphasized enough. There was no taillight anywhere near John's body at 7 a.m., nor was there a missing shoe. Around this time, Karen Read made statements that she was suicidal and she was sectioned for the next 4 to 5 hours. During this time, the McAlberts were allowed to talk together away from police and get their story straight. At 9 a.m., Mccabe called Lank on his cell phone to tell him that she suddenly remembered Karen saying, "Could I have hit him?" Her story later evolved at trial to, "Did I hit him?" But she accused Lank of misquoting her in the original report. Police knew that protecting the crime scene was essential, especially since it was snowing and evidence could easily get buried. But the Canton police just left the crime scene completely abandoned the entire day. No crime scene tape put up, no cops to watch over the area and make sure the scene wasn't tampered with.
The crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured.
Yes.
And Brian Albert didn't offer his house up as a command center for officers to come out of the cold. Blood droplets found at the scene were put in red Solo cups.
Just any Solo cups or the Solo cups that you took back to the station from 34th Fairview?
Were acquired from the deputy police chief, Tom Keller, who lived across the street.
It looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it.
Police chief, Tom Keller, who lived across the street.
It looks like an evidence.
Hold on.
Were acquired from the deputy police chief, Tom Keller.
Why do they have an FBI badge behind them, though?
Who lived across the street.
It looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
It should be noted that Kelleher had a ring camera pointed directly at the area where Commonwealth alleges that John was hit by a car. Michael Proctor never even asked to look at the ring camera footage.
Because again, this is astounding. Look how close that is. It's right there.
I can even put my camera up there.
Yeah. Like that's the view it would have gotten.
Meanwhile, Proctor and his partner Yuri Buchanan didn't even go to 34 Fairview Road that day to investigate the scene. At 11:30, they decided it was finally time to interview some witnesses. But instead of separating them and recording their interviews at a police station, which is what detectives always do, they decided to interview just 4 witnesses: Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert at the McCabe's house. After being together all morning getting their story straight, the 4 of them drove across town in the middle of a blizzard where they were interviewed by Proctor and Buchanan. At no point was anyone in the house treated as a potential suspect who had to be ruled out. Their story was a simple one and was blindly taken as gospel by police. John O'Keefe never came in the house. But this story strained credulity because there's no possible way that none of them would hear or see a 3-ton vehicle striking a man, and that none of them would see his body laying on the lawn when they left. The 4 McAlberts all told the same story. They went out to the bar, things seemed fine, Karen and John pulled up outside, he never came in, she left, and in the morning, when Jen and Karen went out looking for him, Karen had a cracked taillight and said, "Could I have hit him?" upon finding his body. That was it. That was all Michael Proctor needed to hear to determine that Karen Read was the killer. He didn't speak to anyone else, but he'd made up his mind by 12:30 p.m. By that time, no taillight pieces had been found, no one saw a body on the lawn, no surveillance video was pulled, and none of the first responders were interviewed. Nonetheless, Proctor and Buchanan had determined that Karen Read was guilty, so they got in their car and drove to her parents' house in Dighton to seize her phone and car, which he knew was the murder weapon, based solely on what Jennifer McCabe had told him that Karen Read had said. A cover-up is easier to cover up when you involve less people. It's not what the police did do during the investigation they made that made it a cover-up. It's what they intentionally didn't do. Proctor didn't interview Julie Nagel, Caitlin Albert, her boyfriend Tristan Morris, Brian Albert Jr., or any of the people who were admittedly at the house that night. Sarah Levinson
Very, very sloppy police work, man. Very, very fucking sloppy police work.
was in the house that night, and her name was kept hidden from the defense for almost a year. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until 9 months after O'Keefe's death, and only after the defense filed a motion in which they pointed out how impossible it would be for no one to have seen a body on the lawn. Conveniently, for the first time at her interview, Julie Nagel told Proctor that she saw a dark, shadowy figure on the front lawn. She didn't say it was a body because she would have had to call police if she did, but calling it a dark, shadowy figure was her way of suggesting that something might have been there without implicating herself. Conveniently, at trial, Julie Nagel's story also evolved, this time claiming that the dark, shadowy figure was actually a 5 to 6 foot black blob. She testified that she realized the next day that the black blob was John O'Keefe, but didn't come forward to speak with police about it. Then there's Colin Albert. Despite admittedly being at Brian Albert's house that night, Colin wasn't interviewed by police until 18 months after John's death, and only in regards to him being a victim of alleged witness intimidation. Conveniently, on the day Karen Reed was arrested, Colin's mother, Julie Albert, sent Proctor's sister, Courtney, a text message offering a thank you gift to Proctor for not interviewing Colin. Instead of telling her that this was unethical, Proctor told her to give the gift to his wife, Elizabeth, instead. Colin Albert never had to hand over his phone or answer any questions from police. His existence at the house was hidden, despite the fact that Steve Scanlon somehow knew he was there that night. Colin claimed that he was home in bed by 12:30, but yet at 12:33, minutes after Reed left 34 Fairview and John O'Keefe's phone moved for the last time, Colin called a friend named Erin Beatty. She didn't answer, as kids at that age almost never call each other, and when she contacted him the next day, he goes, never mind. For telling people this story, Erin Beatty and her father, Tom Beatty, were harassed and ostracized by adults in the Canton community. Jennifer Mccabe and her friend Jill Thomas reportedly told 17-year-old Erin Beatty to, quote, put a dick in your mouth instead of talking so much. Chris Albert confronted Tom Beatty and tried to get him to say that Colin never called Erin that night. They were going out of their way to pressure the Beatty family to lie and cover for Colin. Since Colin didn't speak with police and his parents did the speaking for him, an alibi for Colin was finally presented at trial, claiming that he was picked up by Jennifer Mccabe's daughter, Allie, at 12:10. As evidence, the Commonwealth submitted an unverified screenshot of a text message with the name Colin at the top. No Cellebrite report, just a screenshot that Chris Albert gave prosecutor Adam Lally. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin, I'm here, but it doesn't say where here is. For all we know, she could have been picking up Colin to drive him to 34 Fairview, which would make sense because the party wasn't really starting until everyone else got back from the bar. Allie testified that she was driving people around all night and that Colin Albert was her last pickup at 12:10. She said she was home in bed.
Someone put, Myron, you still streaming? You're damn right I'm still streaming, bro. We're still cooking over here, baby. There's no brakes on this train.
By 12:30, but there was just one problem with that. Her Life 360 data shows that she was driving around till 1:30. But just like all the phone calls and Google searches in this case, the Commonwealth's response to this was that it was just a mistake. If we're to believe Colin's story, it would mean that a 17-year-old who likes to drink and party asked Allie Mccabe for a ride to 34 Fairview Road to wish his much older cousin a happy birthday in person, then had her pick him up 90 minutes later in order to get him back home as soon as his fun uncle and his friends showed up to party. Right. Meanwhile, Chris Albert initially testified that he left the Waterfall Bar and was home at between 12:05 and 12:10. He said that Colin got home 15 to 20 minutes later and came upstairs to say goodnight to his parents. There was a problem with that story, though. Chris is seen on surveillance video at the Waterfall Bar at 12:13, and it would take him at least 7 to 8 minutes for him to walk home from there. By his own admittance, his son Colin got home much closer to 12:45, which meanwhile, Chris Albert initially testified that he left the Waterfall Bar and was home at between 12:05 and 12:10. He said that Colin got home 15 to 20 minutes later and came upstairs to say goodnight to his parents. There was a problem with that story, though. Chris is seen on surveillance video at the Waterfall Bar at 12:13, and it would take him at least 7 to 8 minutes for him to walk home from there. By his own admittance, his son Colin got home much closer to 12:45, which would mean that he was still at Brian Albert's house when John O'Keefe arrived. This is why the defense is so suspicious of Colin Albert. The McAlberts in the Commonwealth are insistent that Colin wasn't there when John O'Keefe was allegedly killed. But why would it matter if he was inside and John O'Keefe was killed outside by Karen Reed? Why did he call Erin Beatty, a girl he wasn't dating, out of the blue at 12:33? Why did his family try to silence the Beattys? Why did his mother offer Proctor a thank you gift? And why were his knuckles so cut up in a picture a few weeks later? Colin had an explanation for that too, which illustrated just how easily he could lie with a straight face.
and I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
Right. Obviously, that was a lie, which begs the question, if he didn't do anything wrong, why did he have to lie? Colin also testified he'd never been in a fight before. Shortly after that, the internet found 3 videos of him fighting, proving that he lied about that too. Why lie if you have nothing
crazy, bro?
To hide?
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Clean cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
These are questions an investigator looking for the truth could have grilled him on. Colin was a hothead and previously had issues with O'Keefe. But when the lead investigator is Michael Proctor, whose mother describes Colin's family as a second family, you don't have to worry about being questioned by police. But perhaps the most obvious witness that...
That's crazy that the state police took this case, and this guy took this case knowing that he was going... He should have recused himself as the lead investigator. Like, if I was, like, friends with people like that and they were being investigated, I would literally hand the case over. I'd be like, look, I can't do this. I know these people. And I hand it off to somebody else. That's crazy that he actually still took the case. Retarded.
Proctor went out of his way not to speak to was Brian Lucky Loughran. Proctor interviewed DPW Director Michael Trotta and claimed that Trotta told him that the Canton DPW does not plow Fairview Road. This was an outright lie. I tracked down Mr. Trotta and asked him myself,
there any reason that Lucky Loughran, Brian Loughran, would have been plowing that road at 2:30 in the morning?
We generally have 2 people on every route, so there's usually a town plow with a contract plow.
After that, I tracked down Lucky, who was happy to tell me what he witnessed that morning. Lucky said that he did first plow Brian Albert's house at 2:30 and didn't see a body on the lawn. When I asked him if he would have seen a body if a body was there, he was insistent that he would because bright lights and constantly looking on the yards and scanning sidewalks in case animals ran into the road. Lucky told me that when he tried to do another plow of Fairview Road an hour later, he couldn't because there was a Ford Edge parked in the exact spot where John O'Keefe's body would be discovered 3 hours later. At least 3 members of the Albert family, Kevin, Brian, and Colin, owned a Ford Edge at the time. If there was nobody on the lawn at 2:30, which Lucky Loughran and 7 other witnesses said there was not, then Karen Reed couldn't have struck him at 12:30. Then a Ford Edge appeared. Then there was a body. You do the math. The fact that the state police didn't put out an all-points bulletin looking for that Ford Edge is all the evidence you need to know that this was a cover-up. Remember, this cover-up wasn't so much what the cops did to cover it up. It was what they chose not to do. Choosing not to interview Lucky Loughran was deliberate.
Punisher, Myron, what's your opinion on Streamer University that Kai Cenat is doing? I mean, it's unique, definitely unique. Give them credit for that. It's a new idea. So, unique idea.
They knew that if they spoke to him, he was going to say there wasn't a...
Don't really have anything to say to hate. Not really my type of content that I would watch, but I think it's unique, and they're pushing the boundaries with streaming and entertainment. Not necessarily my cup of tea. You guys know I like to be a bit more intellectual with my content, with political stuff and true crime and analyzing more complex scenarios. But you got to understand that the youth, that's what they're looking for. That fan base, that's what they're typically looking for.
Body on the front lawn. And logically, they'd have to pursue whoever was driving the Ford Edge since they were allegedly right next to a dead cop on the lawn. Michael Proctor didn't want to pursue any leads that didn't point to Karen Reed. The state police finally decided to interview Lucky Loughran 18 months after the death of John O'Keefe and 2 days after I published this bombshell interview with him. But Proctor and Buchanan weren't trying to learn more about the Ford Edge. They were trying to discredit his testimony and get him to say that I illegally wiretapped Lucky. At trial, Brian Tully testified that he didn't investigate the Ford Edge because Loughran couldn't possibly be sure it was a Ford Edge. But it had 4 wheels and an engine, and whoever was driving it was supposedly parked next to a dead body that police think was run over by a car. So wouldn't you want to find out who that person was and speak with them? Nah. better just pin it on Karen Read. Rather than question any of these witnesses, Proctor and Buchanan drove to Dighton to seize Karen Read's car, which they hadn't seen yet, because they were certain that it was a murder weapon. No taillight had been discovered at the scene yet. At 2:30, they called and asked Dighton police for a tow. When they arrived an hour or so later, they didn't take a picture of Karen Read's car to show the condition of the taillight before it had been towed. According to Michael Proctor's report, and as with all the witnesses, they didn't record any of their interviews with Karen. Read's car was towed at 5:30 p.m. This time is critical because the state police began searching the area where John O'Keefe's body was discovered at 5:45 and found 4 pieces of taillight. If the car was towed at 5:30, then there was no way it could get from Dighton to Canton in a blizzard, normally a 40-minute drive, in time to plant taillight. But as it turned out, Michael Proctor was lying about what time he towed the car. Video surveillance from the Reed's house shows the car being towed at 4:12, and a Dighton police report confirmed this. This meant that Proctor was unaccounted for with Reed's car for 78 minutes and would have more than enough time to get the vehicle to Canton and plant taillight before the state police search at 5:45. Nevertheless, in pretrial hearings, the Commonwealth continued to lie about what time the car was towed. Adam Lally said in court filings that Bill Reed's ring video didn't reset for daylight savings, but the sun set that day at 4:56 and there was still sunlight in the video at 4:12. Eventually, after realizing that they couldn't lie their way out of this one, the Commonwealth called it a scrivener's error, even though the digits 412 are nowhere near 530 on a keyboard. The state police CERT team, led by Lieutenant O'Hara, began arriving at 34 Fairview Road at 4:51 to search the area where John's body was discovered. By that point, Proctor's commanding officer, Lieutenant Brian Tully, determined that O'Keefe was hit by a car and told O'Hara that they were looking for pieces of taillight. The scene was unsecured the entire day, and more than 18 inches of snow had fallen since the Canton police searched the area and didn't find a single piece of taillight. Internal messages show that the CERT team was ready to start digging at 5:30, but that Lieutenant Tully did not give them the green light. Time was of the essence, and snow was continuing to fall. What was Tully waiting for? Simple. They needed to wait for Karen Read's car to arrive in Canton first. They could have brought the vehicle to any state police barracks close to Dighton, including Middleborough or Foxborough. Yet they insisted on bringing the car to the Canton Police Department less than 2 miles away from Brian Albert's house, where Kevin Albert was working. The car is seen on video, which was shown for the first time in Reed's first trial, entering the Canton Police Sallyport garage at 5:36 p.m. Proctor could be seen hanging around what appears to be the left rear taillight, which was not broken. In other words, there was no evidence Proctor went anywhere near Reed's broken right rear taillight, except there's just one problem. The video shown in court was intentionally inverted. What appeared to be left was actually right, and Proctor was hanging out there for a while.
In the video, the word police appears backwards on another vehicle parked in the garage. So does the number 4 on one of the garage's overhead doors. Defense attorney Alan Jackson believes it was no accident.
The timestamp across the bottom is not inverted.
And there appears to be somebody standing near it.
Who's the guy in the watch cap, in the winter cap, back there by that right rear tail light the entire time by himself? That's Proctor.
The Commonwealth was trying to deceive the jury. The cover-up was happening right in front of millions of people. For 20 seconds at 5:37, the video cuts out. And when it begins again, you could see another unknown man who was not in the video before, leaving the area where Proctor was standing by the right rear taillight. Who was this man? And did he have pieces of taillight with him when he left? Was it Kevin Albert or Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Ken Berkowitz? The Commonwealth still can't explain who that was. But coincidentally, 5 minutes later, after that, Lieutenant Tully gave the CERT team the go-ahead to begin their search. Lieutenant O'Hara testified that he had no idea who several members of the CERT team were, but said that he believed they were Canton police. Minutes after they began searching, someone, they never said who, found a piece of red taillight under 18 inches of snow. This was the exact same area Lieutenant Gallagher searched on video during the daylight with a leaf blower on video and did not find any taillight. Yet the CERT team was able to find it under all that snow with minimal effort in the dark 10 minutes after Reed's car arrived at Canton Police. Whoever this officer who found the taillight was never testified at trial. They also found John's missing size 12 shoe that the Canton Police completely missed during their search. So either the Canton Police are blind and incompetent, or the taillight and the shoe were planted. Shortly after that, someone on the CERT team found 3 more pieces of taillight. Once again, we don't know who, but Brian Tully had seen enough. And now that he had some physical evidence linking Reed to the crime scene, he shut down the search. O'Hara offered to come back the next day in the daylight to search some more, but Tully told him he was all set. Instead, the state police were instructed to drive by on their way to work to see if any taillight presented itself. And wouldn't you know it, it did. Over the course of the next 3 weeks, Chief Berkowitz, Sergeant Buchanan, and Proctor found a total of 47 pieces of red taillight. The pieces actually became bigger.
Absolutely wild. Real quick, Bobby Trauma, geez, when's the last time a guy named Jon Snow got that dirty? It was a Game of Thrones. Okay. Comfort Zone. Hey, Myron, read this. Do it. No, sorry. Read that one already. Myron, can you explain this? If the 30-year-old and the partner is 16 years old, is it not still considered jail time because the age gap is too wide? Well, if they have the age of consent, then the age gap doesn't matter. It's only when they don't have the age of consent, then you can potentially deal with the Romeo and Juliet laws. But every state is different, Comfort Zone, so don't hold me to that. Every state is completely different. And then there's also still federal law. JJ goes, brother, I know you're a blue line guy, but you have to admit, yeah, this is shady as fuck. I believe it. Karen could walk just on the prosecution's witnesses. The defense doesn't even need to do anything, in my humble opinion.
As time went by, leading to this dinner size.
It's very, very shady, bro.
Plate discovered by Proctor on February 18th. You got that? Can Police, the CERT team, and everyone who went to the house for 3 weeks didn't see that piece of taillight just a few feet from the curb. Of course, Proctor didn't take any pictures of any of this because documenting isn't really his thing. After all, it's just the murder of a cop. Who cares about completely incorrect police reports? No chain of custody and a complete lack of documentation. You would think after the second or third time the taillight presented itself that the state police would have preserved the crime scene, but not these Keystone cops. They just kept doing their drive-bys until they could put the entire taillight together like a jigsaw puzzle. Here's the problem though. Reed's taillight did not look like this when she pulled out of John's driveway at 5:07 seconds after backing into his car. As you can see, the taillight was cracked, but not completely broken. Don't take my word for it. Listen to Dayton Police Sergeant Nicholas Barrows, who observed the condition of the taillight at the Reed house and made sure to point out,
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that tail light was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Perhaps the biggest obstacle for the Commonwealth was explaining John O'Keefe's injuries. In the words of John's brother, Paul O'Keefe, John looked like he had gone 5 rounds with Mike Tyson. People who get backed into cars have bruises and broken bones, but not John O'Keefe. Instead, John had 2 black eyes, a 3-inch laceration in the back of the head that looks like he was hit by a head. John had 2 black eyes, a 3-inch laceration.
Wow.
In the back of the head that looks like he was hit by a blunt object, and parallel linear cuts exclusively on his right arm. And did I mention that Brian Albert owned an aggressive German Shepherd named Chloe with a documented history of biting strangers and dogs? They tried to hide this from the court by opposing a defense motion for Canton Animal Control records and having Brian Albert's attorney Greg Henning lie in open court by claiming that Chloe never bit a human being. Animal Control records show that Chloe sent at least 2 people to the ER. According to Dr. Marie Russell, who has done thousands of autopsies, those are dog bites on John's arm. And guess what? The 6-year-old family dog was suddenly rehomed a few months after John's murder. They claim...
Yeah, just so many things stacking up, man, that just make it look very bad for the prosecution. There's no way she gets convicted.
That Chloe...
There's too much reasonable doubt, bro. There's just too much doubt. And the defense has done a really good job of attacking the witness's credibility, creating the doubt. And even if she did it, she's going to walk, bro. I'll tell you that right now.
Is somewhere in Vermont, but won't say where. Oh, and they sold the house and they ripped up the basement floor too. But there's nothing suspicious about that. The Commonwealth originally claimed that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe while doing a 3-point turn, and they stuck to this theory for the first 18 months after Reed's arrest. But after a turtle rider pointed out that it would have meant that the wrong taillight was broken, they quickly abandoned that theory.
Hold on, wait 1 second.
Turn. And they stuck to this theory for the first 18 months after Reed's arrest. But after a turtle rider pointed out that it would have meant that the wrong taillight was broken, they quickly abandoned that theory.
Interesting.
So how did John get those cuts on his arm? Surely the grass didn't do that. And if he had gotten run over, then his body would be covered in bruises and broken bones. The jury...
That's a good point. If he did get hit by the car, it would have been the other side that would have gotten the smashed. The taillights would have been smashed on the other side. That's a really good point.
He needed an explanation from an expert, and that's where this guy came in. Trooper Joseph Paul is Norfolk County's crash reconstruction expert, and he's got an associate's degree in administration to prove it. For the first time at trial, the Commonwealth explained that John was actually standing in the middle of a blizzard with his arm extended into the street. He had just gotten into a huge fight with Karen, and even though everyone was out that night, they seemed happy together. According to Trooper Paul, Karen Reed, who was parked in front of the neighbor's house for some reason, began gunning it in reverse, hitting 24 miles an hour in just 62 feet. She sideswiped John O'Keefe, and the taillight hit John exclusively in the arm that was hanging out over the road for some reason. This caused the taillight to shatter into 47 pieces, all of which the Canton Police Department couldn't find in broad daylight. After striking John's arm, it caused him to then catapult 30 feet and do a pirouette in midair before hitting his head on the curb and then bouncing another 10 feet onto the grass, where he finally came to his final resting place on top of his phone. How did his phone end up underneath him, you ask? Trooper Paul had an answer for that too.
What's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet?
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body, so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So.
Well, you didn't.
It just did. Okay. And how did he get the laceration in the back of his head? Simple. The grass did it. You see, it was cold out that day, and when it gets cold, the ground turns into a blunt object that causes a cut like this, which looks like Professor Plum hit you with a lead pipe. I decided to test this theory out to see if it was even possible to accelerate to 24 miles an hour and 62 feet.
This is 62 feet. We're going to mark it off right here. All right. Boom. All right. And that's where 62 feet is. See my car up there? See where the chalk mark is on the ground? That's 62 feet. So look at, you marked 62 feet off, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where Karen Reed started. That's where the back of her car started, okay? And you see the line down there, the other line, that's where he got hit. Okay, so I mean, that's 62 feet. So this dude just stood here and is like, yeah, come hit me. Come hit me. Like, look at, by the way, look how far away the car is. You see somebody coming at you in reverse like that? That's plenty of time to get away, right? Oh, yeah. Just jump out of the way.
The first time I hit 14 miles per hour and ended up driving over the curb because the road curves right where his body was found.
You're on the curb. Am I really? Yeah, you're on the grass.
Then I got up to 17 miles an hour, and finally, when I put the pedal to the metal, I was able to hit 19.
So I hit 19 miles an hour there. That was pretty, that felt fast as shit. Yeah, it looked fast.
And let me tell you, it was scary. Try going that fast in reverse, and you'll see that it feels like a roller coaster. It's not natural. There's no possible way you can accidentally run into someone at that speed. Keep in mind, I did this in perfect conditions with a Lexus that had a comparable engine to Reed's car. I couldn't come close to 24 miles an hour, and I wasn't a good enough driver to avoid the curb. But the Commonwealth would have you believe that Karen Reed transformed into a NASCAR driver, hitting 24 miles an hour in 62 feet, cutting the wheel just in time to intentionally hit her target in the arm. Oh yeah, and no one inside the house saw or heard it happen. And they call us conspiracy theorists. You don't have to be a doctor to realize that this was complete bullshit. But luckily, the defense had not one, but two doctors who testified as to the scientific reasoning why John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. Dr. Daniel Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler are crash reconstruction experts who work for a company called ARCA. They have contracts with the Department of Defense and the NHL and were hired by someone, the defense wasn't allowed to say who, at trial, to run tests in order to see if John O'Keefe's injuries could have come from a motor vehicle collision. They made it clear that the laws of physics said that John O'Keefe could not have been hit by a car and that a side swipe would not knock him out of his shoe. So not only does the red taillight bloom on Brian Albert's front lawn like a perennial plant every February, but Newton's laws of physics also ceased to exist there at that time. After Reed was indicted for murder, arrested, and released on a $100,000 bail, she realized the Commonwealth was pressuring her to take a plea deal for manslaughter. Video footage of her arrest and booking on June 9th, 2023 shows Reed telling Sergeant Buchanan,
"Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian from Calm Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is cracked and John is pulverized.
Karen realized that she was up against the most powerful and corrupt government officials who felt political pressure to get a conviction for an alleged cop killer. In September of 2022, she hired high-profile LA-based attorney Alan Jackson and his associate Elizabeth Little, specifically because of Jackson's experience with cell phone data extraction. Jackson had previously represented Kevin Spacey in Nantucket after he was falsely accused of sexually assaulting a young man. The data extraction showed that a number of exculpatory text messages from the alleged victim's phone were deleted by his mother, Heather Unruh, a WCVB reporter, and Jackson got the case thrown out. In October of 2022, the Read team...
It's a pretty damn good attorney to do that.
Filed a motion asking the court to order that several people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, preserve their phones. For the first time, they put on the record their theory that John O'Keefe was killed inside the house and that Karen was framed afterward. Shortly after the motion was filed, Brian Albert's youngest brother, Tim Albert, posted this ominous, threatening message on Facebook telling the world that if you fuck with his family, he won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. Judge Peter Krupp allowed the motion for the preservation order, but the day before it was to be put into place, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were tipped off to it by the Norfolk County DA's victim witness advocate, Steve Nelson. Brian Albert immediately got rid of his phone, and Higgins removed his SIM card, placed the phone and SIM card in separate trash bags, and drove them to an Army base in Cape Cod, where he disposed of them in a dumpster. They both
not looking good, man.
Both pretended that this was normal when they testified. Back to the ARCA experts. Guess who hired them? Not the defense. It was actually the FBI. Shortly after the addition of Jackson and Little, Read's defense team reached out to the United States Attorney's Office because they believed their client was the victim of a police cover-up and corruption in the DA's office. The USAO easily could have ignored them, but they found their claims credible and ended up launching an investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe sometime around December of 2022. On April 10th, 2023, Colin Albert was visited in his Bridgewater State dorm room by 2 FBI officials with the subpoena to appear before a federal grand jury. Several others inside the house also received summons, including Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. I wrote my first story in the Canton cover-up a week later, and the Karen Read case blew up overnight. In May of 2023, Lucky Loughran was also visited by 2 FBI agents as he repeated the same story that he told me. There was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30. Everyone in the house immediately lawyered up. Brian Albert's family hired attorney Greg Henning. Colin Albert hired Joe Krowski Jr. And Higgins hired Brian Connolly. Higgins immediately cut tie with the Albert family and began ignoring their messages. Clearly, they were worried about what Higgins would tell the grand jury. This prompted Kevin Albert to send a text message to Higgins telling him that he was making everyone worried. But worried about what? Just tell him the guy never came in the house. Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, Michael Proctor, and several others ended up testifying before a closed-door grand jury session. Although no indictments have come as of yet, the FBI hired ARCA to see if Karen Read could be ruled out as a suspect. She was. From there, they began secretly monitoring the McAlberts and Proctor's phones, and their suspicious, incriminating text messages were included in a 3,000-page report that was given to both the Commonwealth and the defense shortly before trial. The report is what showed.
And that's how they were able to get the Proctor's, because I was wondering, I was like searching this, like how the fuck did Proctor's text messages get into the defense? And it was because this FBI investigation, basically.
Brian Albert and Higgins were tipped off to destroy their phones. The investigation is what showed Brian Albert was given to both the Commonwealth and the defense shortly before trial. The report is what showed Brian Albert and Higgins were tipped off to destroy their phones. The investigation discovered that Albert and Higgins lied to the state grand jury that indicted Karen Read when they testified they were sleeping at 2 a.m. At 2:22 a.m., Albert called Higgins, but Higgins didn't answer. Higgins called back right away and they spoke for 22 seconds. After being confronted with the fact that they clearly lied about being asleep, Higgins and Albert came up with a new lie. They butt dialed and butt answered each other. In fact, Albert testified that after drinking all day, the man in his 50s decided to have sex with his wife Nicole, and while they were having sex, he butt answered Higgins' butt dial. A February 1st, 2022 group text message with the McCabes and Alberts shows that Matt McCabe was telling the others to instruct Chris Albert to tell the media,
"Tell them the guy never went in the house," correct?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John.
Why would they need to instruct Chris Albert, who wasn't at 34 Fairview Road that night, to say this if John never came inside the house? The text also showed that the McAlberts were heavily monitoring police activity at the scene and discussing who was telling the police what. A Quantico-trained forensic expert from the FBI also confirmed that Jennifer McCabe's Google search happened at 2:27. But perhaps the most damning thing the FBI discovered were Michael Proctor's text messages.
227. Yeah, and that goes for that's important for the defense that Jennifer McCabe searched that at 227, because that means why the hell would you search that at 227 if he wasn't already like out there, or you didn't plan to put him out there?
On the evening of January 29th, 2022,
he was going through her cell phone, Karen Reed, and they showed the text message of what he did and made him look like a retard.
When one of his friends named Bird asked Proctor if the homeowner would, quote, get some shit for having a dead cop on his lawn, Proctor responded by saying, nope, homeowner is a Boston cop. Literally saying that the reason Brian Albert wouldn't be treated as a potential suspect, as he normally would, was because of his status as a police officer. The messages with his friends that night show that he had already decided that Karen Reed, and Karen Reed alone, was guilty, telling them that there would be, quote, serious charges brought on the girl. He couldn't hide his disdain for Karen Reed, telling his friends,
she's a whack job.
These are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
And she probably is a whack job. Let's be honest here, guys. But for him to put that in text and for it to be read out in court, crazy, bro.
Welcome, punch!
She called John O'Keefe 50 times.
Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
She's a babe, no ass, though. That's funny. That's fucking funny, man. These guys. Incredible.
Asked if she would be skating on the charges, he replied, 0 chances she skates, she's fucked. He told them that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, indicating political.
Bruce Banner says, you say she's most likely going to walk even if she did it, but how? And if she didn't do it, then what do you think? Well, the case is too compromised, bro, at this point. I think she's going to walk because the case is just way too fucking compromised.
Pressure to charge Reed quickly. Proctor's text not only showed his bias, it showed what a pig he was. When asked if she was attractive, Proctor made fun of her medical condition.
She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
On the day that she was indicted,
leaks poo?
Proctor texted fellow Norfolk State Police Detective David DeChico and said that Reed was attractive.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Right before arresting
this nigga funny, bro.
Reed for murder on June 9th, Proctor texted his wife Elizabeth and told her, we're going to lock this whack job up. On August 17th, in a group text that included his superior officers, Lieutenant Fanning and Sergeant Buchanan, Proctor said that he was going through David Unetti's
retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Since the Nettie was alleging that Proctor's investigation was flawed. Proctor's text also showed that he and DeChico discussed ways to manipulate the medical examiner. Proctor called M.E. Irene Scortibello a whack job because her report said that the cause of John's death was undetermined.
Bro, me seeing this stupid shit, bro, makes me say, like, goddamn, I gotta get back on the job, man. These niggas keep fucking up, bro. Incredible. Guys, I'm out to go back to the government, man. Put some of these weirdos in jail. Holy shit, man.
Chico mocked Proctor for not being able to pressure the ME to come back with a homicide determination. Proctor really hated Scortibello, and she turned out to be a great witness for the defense at the trial because she testified that John could have been hit with a blunt object. Perhaps most disturbing was Proctor's text messages with his sister Courtney, in which they both talk about how they hope Karen Reed killed herself so that the O'Keefe family didn't have to sit through a trial. Jurors were never told about the federal investigation, so they had no idea that all of these text messages came from the feds, or that ARCA was hired by the feds, or that the investigation itself was so suspect that the U.S. Attorney himself, Josh Levy, had conducted a grand jury in which all these witnesses were grilled about their lies. Jurors afterwards said that they thought ARCA was paid to lie by Karen Reed's car insurance company. Had they known about the federal investigation, it certainly would have impacted their verdict, which is exactly why Judge Beverly Cannoni didn't allow it to be mentioned in court. Speaking of Judge Cannoni, the former public defender hasn't exactly tried to hide her obvious bias for the favor of the Commonwealth. Judge Cannoni wouldn't allow the defense to hold an evidentiary hearing. She allowed the Commonwealth witnesses who aren't doctors to testify about the causation of injuries, but not defense witnesses, and put sanctions on defense attorneys over a misunderstanding involving paying for witnesses' travel expenses, but never once reprimanded the Commonwealth for presenting an inverted video at trial. In July of 2023, the defense filed a motion to recuse the judge after Matt McCabe's brother Sean messaged this award-winning journalist and said that he was going to murder me and bury my corpse.
Oh, shit.
In the front yard of Auntie Bev's seaside cottage. Somehow, Sean McCabe knew that Cannoni owned a seaside cottage down the Cape that was just a couple miles from his house. Additionally, Judge Cannoni's brother is a lawyer who represented Chris Albert in 1994 when Albert was convicted of killing a Hungarian foreign exchange student in a hit-and-run car crash. To the surprise of no one, Judge Cannoni denied the motion to recuse after determining that she wasn't biased. Little did I realize that Sean McCabe was going to be the least of my problems. You see, I was too effective at getting the word out about the Commonwealth's blatant corruption. I was holding protests on the courthouse steps before hearings, and even held a rolling rally in Canton where we stopped in the homes of the McAlberts and Proctors for 5 minutes each, and I explained to the crowd of 100 or so people what they'd done to cover up the murder of John O'Keefe. The state police in Norfolk
this nigga, bro, this guy going hard, bro. No wonder they want to silence him.
DA's office really didn't like this. In August of 23, DA Michael Morrissey issued a press release video in which he inappropriately vouched for the truthfulness of the McAlberts, said that Michael Proctor didn't know any of the witnesses, and demanded that the protests stop. But of course, we didn't.
Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case.
Oh.
Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation.
What?
And had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of the investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie.
On September 25th, 2023, I published a story after getting a tip that a car resembling Jennifer McCabe's was seen parked at the Proctor's house. If true, it would mean that Morrissey had lied in the statement about the Proctors not being friends with any of the witnesses. In order to verify this, I asked Turtle Riders if one of them could run a license plate for me and gave them the license plate number of the car parked outside Proctor's house. Several people ran it for me, but one of them was an Avon police dispatcher named Janelle Webb, and it was traced back to her. For the crime of peacefully protesting, reporting the news, and exposing the fact that Michael Morrissey is a liar, I was arrested on October 11th, 2023 at my kid's bus stop and charged with 9 counts of felony witness intimidation, 3 counts of picketing, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. I was indicted 2 months later. Since I was out on bail, another charge would mean that my bail could be revoked for 60 days. Naturally then, Brian Tully and Special Prosecutor Ken Mello began conspiring with the side chick I was seeing on Friday nights, deputized her as a witness, and got her to invite me over her apartment so that they could falsely accuse me of hitting her and have me charged with witness intimidation.
Oh, shit.
For that, I was sentenced to 60 days in jail on my birthday, the day after Christmas. The trial began on April of 2024 and lasted almost 3 months. On the final day of closing statements, Judge Cannoni called up a juror who was visibly disgusted by the Commonwealth throughout most of the trial and told her that she'd been reported by Lieutenant John Fanning, who was somehow in charge of juror security, for allegedly talking about the case at a bar 6 weeks prior. And Judge Cannoni then appointed a former cop who was hit by a car to be the jury foreman, exempting him from the lottery that would determine who the alternates were. Clerk Jim McDermott drew 2 numbers out of a bucket, but didn't show anyone in court what the...
So much fucking problems here, man. This is the problem with the state, man. These dudes are just not thorough. Fucking messy, messy, messy.
Those numbers were. 2 other jurors who planned on voting not guilty were named alternates and not allowed to deliberate. After 5 days of deliberations,
the deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
Judge Cannoni declared a mistrial without polling any of the jurors. Just when you thought things couldn't get any more corrupt, jurors started speaking out afterward.
The one charge that we were not very clear on and not everybody was in agreement with was essentially the manslaughter charge, involuntary manslaughter. So that was the one that we were not clear on. But the other 2 charges, which was essentially second-degree murder as well as leaving a scene of an accident, was very clear. We all 12 agreed that was not the case.
And since the jury instructions were not clear, they had no idea that they could acquit on 2 charges and hang on the 3rd. So now Karen Reed will have to face those charges again, despite half the jury coming forward and swearing that they voted to acquit her. Trial 2 will be very different from the first trial.
All right.
Michael Proctor has been fired, and it's unclear if he or the disastrous Joseph Hall will be called as witnesses by the Commonwealth. We know that they've abandoned...
They definitely won't bring Proctor back as a witness. No fucking way.
several of their own witnesses that were favorable to Karen Read. And they've added fake YouTube doctors as expert witnesses who will try to prove that Trooper Paul what he couldn't do in the first trial. The Norfolk County DA's office has hired mob attorney Hank Brennan, a close personal friend of mass murderer Whitey Bulger, to be lead prosecutor for the Commonwealth. They have dozens of ADAs who get paid to do that job already, but all of them refused to do it, and there was no way they were going with Lunchbox Lally again. Brennan claimed that he wanted to ensure Karen Read got a fair trial, but since taking over, he spent most of his time trying to prevent her witnesses from testifying. Thus far, Brennan has shown a deep personal obsession with getting things he's not entitled to, like phone records for me and everyone in Karen Read's family. But the facts and the science remain on the side of Karen Read. Some may say that it's hard to believe that this many people could be involved in a conspiracy, but it's really not that complicated. 5 well-connected people with ties to law enforcement, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, spoke to police after being alone for hours and getting their simple story straight. The guy never came in the house. The lead detective was from Canton, and his family called the Alberts a second family. All he had to do was cover for them, plant some taillight, and avoid doing normal detective work. His bosses instinctively covered for him because cops don't snitch on other cops. From there, it's just people trusting institutions. It all makes sense. It all fits. Karen Read defying the laws of physics, cell phone data no longer being reliable evidence, and eyewitnesses not seeing something that they definitely should have seen does not make any sense. There can never be justice for John O'Keefe without justice for Karen Read. She is undeniably innocent, which means by default that the McAlberts are undeniably guilty. We may never know exactly what happened to John O'Keefe when he went inside Brian Albert's house, but we know as a fact that he was beaten up by several people.
You know what? The fact that they didn't search the house is a big fucking problem.
Attacked by a dog and thrown out on the lawn to die in the cold. We know as a fact that the state police are well aware of this and that they allowed Michael Proctor to intentionally subvert justice. But we also know that we will never stop fighting for justice until Karen Read is free.
All right. Not bad, man. Made a very compelling case.
2 shareholders and trying to save my own life. I was bitter at first, but I understand it. I just had such strong, tender feelings and I still do, for Fidelity. I would have stayed there forever. I was very happy there. But as former coworkers have reached out, have donated incredibly generously, I feel like, all right, it's the company is the people.
Yeah.
And they've been there for me. And
do you miss that?
I miss working every day. I miss just being ordinary and not feeling like people are looking at me everywhere I go.
Does that happen?
It does. I don't know that everyone is, but I know people approach me everywhere I go, and I have to imagine there's people who aren't approaching me that recognize me. But I've come to terms with the fact, Ted, that this is what my purpose is in my life. It wasn't working at Fidelity. It wasn't teaching a night class at Bentley. Those jobs are replaceable. Someone else is doing the job. Someone else is teaching. Someone else is the dean at Bentley now that my father's gone. And we're here to shed light on the corruption that exists in this state. And I feel humbled by it in some ways. It's a nightmare, and I wish it never happened. But I also feel that I can handle this, and I don't feel weaker. As it goes, I feel stronger. And the public support is a big, the restoration of my reputation, which was a big loss, has re-energized me, has energized me, rejuvenated me. But this is what I'm here for. And I get messages constantly mainly from people I've never met and from people that are suffering. And it's a lot of women that have either had like a physical loss of a spouse or a child, or an illness similar to mine, or with a colostomy bag, or
Colostomy. Oh, that's why they were making fun of her for the poop stuff. Okay.
Or have been the victim of police harassment or some type of unfairness with the criminal justice system. And there's a lot of suffering in this world. Mine is just very visible, but I do feel honored isn't the right word, but I'm humbled by it. And I feel like this is your purpose. And a lot of people have purposes thrust on them that they didn't really want.
So people will stop you on these streets. What do they say to you?
A lot of times, so I just went to the cobbler to get shoes that I'm going to wear to court this week that I wore out during trial. And the cobbler on Tremont Street and someone in the shop said to me, just very respectfully, hang in there. And a lot of people are pulling for you. I hear that probably the most, if I could generalize the sentiment. We're pulling for you, hang in there. I was walking through the Common when the weather was warmer in the fall with an old friend from Fidelity, and
accused of fatally striking her Boston police officer boyfriend John O'Keefe with her car during a snowstorm back in 2022. Her defense, though, claims a massive cover-up by local law enforcement. Before I bring in my guest, let's take a closer look at the evidence in the case against Karen Read. Here's our own Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson now to walk us through the crime scene.
We're here in Canton, Massachusetts. This is just outside of Boston. And on January 28, 2022, Karen Read and John O'Keefe went out drinking. They went drinking here at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Around midnight, the bars began to close. So everybody is invited back to Jennifer's sister's house, which, according to GPS, is about an 8-minute drive. Let's go check it out. They eventually make their way here to Fairview Road in Canton and at this house. This house was owned by Brian and Nicole Albert. At the time, Brian was a good friend of theirs and also a police officer. Now, what happens next is what this case is all about. Prosecutors say that the couple actually got into a fight, and when O'Keefe exited the car, Karen Read backed over him, leaving him to die in the curb here in front of this house during the snowstorm. Police collected a lot of evidence at the scene, including what appeared to be a broken cocktail glass with blood around it, and also a broken taillight. Now, Read says when she pulled up to the house here, she wanted to know if the couple was really invited. It was late at night. So she watched John O'Keefe walk up to the front door over there. And when he didn't return to the car and didn't return her phone call, that's when she said she went to his house and fell asleep. The next morning, Karen Read hasn't heard from John. So she starts making phone calls, and then she comes back here to the last place she says that she saw him, over at this house on Fairview. And that's when he's discovered, lying in the snow dead. Now, Read's defense says a very different story. They say that John was actually beaten up in the basement of this house and attacked by the family dog. They claim that he was dragged outside and left in the snow to die. Now, being here on Fairview Road in Canton, a few things come to mind. Why didn't someone see anything? Because the neighborhood, it's fairly dense. The houses are close together. But you have to keep in mind that this happened in January, in the middle of the night, and it was also a snowstorm, whiteout conditions. Now, another key for the defense is the snowplow driver who said that he cleared Fairview Road here the morning that John O'Keefe was found dead.
I wonder what this house is worth.
Read?
Let's see here. $905,000. That's what it looks like. Yeah, and this is clearly when they used to live here. Five bedrooms, 4 baths, big backyard, big pool. Let's see here. What's the average income? Demographics, 21,000 people, 81% white, 6% African American. That's good. What's the median income here? Let's see. Oh wow, median income 109,000. So yeah, you gotta have money to live in this town. Nicer town.
He claims that he didn't see a body in the road or near the road.
All right, let's welcome our guest for this hour, criminal defense attorney Laura Yaretsian. Thank you, of course, for joining me this hour to talk about the Karen Read case. All right, court is dark. A lot of evidence is presented. The second trial has been very different than the first trial. You have a different prosecutor. You have a different presentation of evidence. You have different evidence being presented, including yesterday, a witness about some of the evidence that was found. I want to talk specifically about the fact that there was testimony yesterday, Laura, that some of the tail light, there was trace evidence of it on John O'Keefe's clothing. I think that makes a pretty good connection.
Of course it does. I mean, it basically, as far as the prosecution is concerned, they're gonna argue that there was contact between the vehicle or the taillight and John O'Keefe's body, and hence the transference. That's an easy one, but we'll have to see what the defense is going to do, because I bet you they've got some experts themselves who are going to be challenging this.
Really great point. I think that they will as well. But talk about the third-party culprit defense, because the judges ruled that they're not allowed to use that unless the door is open. But it doesn't mean they can't argue that something else happened to her, that something else happened inside him, rather, John O'Keefe, that something else happened inside that house. Do you think that this time around it's smart to say something happened inside the house, he was dragged outside, the dog attacked him, or do you think perhaps a broader defense of many things could have happened because there's not enough evidence that she hit him with the car? Would that have been a better way to go, maybe?
Look, it all...
All right, women talking, no one cares. All right, so guys, I am going to... I think I'm going to call it a night chat. It's been, we're about to cross into the 7-hour mark. Yes, we're crossing into the 7-hour mark. I am going to cover, tomorrow, I'm going to cover Charlie Kirk debate. Which I think is going to be, let me see if was it this one? I'm trying to remember where the fuck I put it, or where it went. Hold on one sec, niggas. Okay, I think this is it, Christian.
How are you, Charlie?
Yeah, this is the one I'm gonna cover. So I'll cover this debate tomorrow, chat. It's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna break down this debate. And then I'm also going to, and then if I got time, I'll cover Jubilee as well. If I got time. Which will be this one right here. I don't want to hear y'all talk about Karen Read no more. I gave you guys a 7-hour stream dedicated just to Karen Read, bro. We covered every angle. We covered every fucking angle, man. What is it? It's, what are we going to search here? We're going to search, oh yeah, Jubilee.
You're a Christian.
So, yeah, this hour and a half, this is 9 minutes. So I'll do both tomorrow. I'll do both of these debates tomorrow for you guys. So yeah. That's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be a good one, chat. It's definitely gonna be a good one. Let's see here. What else we got? Is there anything else on Karen Read that y'all wanted to cover before I get off? Let me make sure I didn't miss any of your guys' super chats. All right. I'll do the Sudan war another day because I don't think I'll have time. Because we got to give you guys Money Monday tomorrow. We're going to do Money Monday. And we're going to do... also, guys, do me a favor. Follow me on Instagram. Okay, Fed Reacts. That's my Instagram account. Follow me on there. Okay. So make sure to check me out over there. Mario the First says the case was trash. Complain to the people that complain to your colleagues, buddy. Like, I mean, they've been asking for this shit for a minute, bro. I've gotten so many requests for Karen Read, bro. So I'm just giving the people what they want, man. Really don't know what to tell you, nigga. If you want to bitch about it, you can bitch about it. Here, let's watch a little bit more of this, then we'll close out.
And someone just was running, some guy maybe about 25, 30 years old, running through
Stream is 7 hours.
the common, and he waited until he passed me, and this was about 5 o'clock. There were people everywhere, and he just yelled "Free Karen Read." People will yell that in a busy area, but it's constant, and it's heartwarming to me that this is my old stomping grounds. I used to live here in the building on the other side of this park lane. That was my first apartment. I met my best girlfriend there, and then I started working at Fidelity.
Were you in your 20s when you all started?
I was in my 20s when I started at Fidelity. I'd been somewhere before that, but this area is comfortable to me. And there was a year that was kind of in hibernation where the general public did not know the truth of what had happened.
Right.
So I didn't know when I went out, what are people thinking? I would go check my mail or bring my garbage barrels in at night. I'd wait until nighttime, and then I'd go out to the street on Gilbert Street where I used to live in Mansfield, and I just didn't want anyone looking at me or wondering or judging. And now I can only go out when I have energy and I'm ready to engage and I'm receptive to it. I mean, if we're having a rough day with a case or something personal, I can't just go out and be anonymous and just sit and...
Because someone will approach you.
Someone will approach you, but it always feels good.
Yep.
And it makes me think, right, these are common people. These are the jurors.
Yep.
Yeah, she's going to walk, bro. She's going to walk. What I might do, guys, is I might go up to Massachusetts when it's closing arguments. Maybe I'll do that for you guys. But anyway, guys, love you, ninjas. I'm going to get off. I'm going to get some food. I'm fucking dying. Take Frank for a walk. Feed him, too. He hasn't eaten yet. So I'll be back tomorrow at 5. It's going to be a good time. And, yeah. Catch you guys tomorrow. But, of course, you guys know if I'm going to go ahead, I got to...
Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie, every single hour, every single day.
I'll catch you guys back here tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree.
Peace out, ninjas.
Every branch and leaf, they're born to deceive. But I'm telling you the truth, it's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you. And it really breaks my heart that their lies are off the charts and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based. Or you